about their humongous Game 5 at the AAC. The Rangers could not make it 3 for 3, and how long is this downpour going to last in DFW? It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ. Bobby will be rejoining the program in about 20 minutes. We have another Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll join you late after the Rangers-Nationals finale. We'll react to the dual Game 5s and look forward to the rest of the Thursday night in sports. The Nation will run till 7 o'clock at the Fan.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you.
I mean, there was times, he kept them in game 3, completely kept them in game 3. And now credit to, Hill apart last night. The Stars should have been up about 5-2 in that game, and they weren't. But, yeah, Stars is the better team. They're the better team, and now this might go 7 still because it's hockey, and, Vegas is...
hard to win 3 straight, let alone 4 straight.
Let alone 4 straight, and Vegas is the champs. Then it will be an easy out. They'll sell out in Game 6 at home. But my buddy who's a season ticket holder, he sold his tickets for Game 6 already.
Oh, what a sellout!
He's like, he goes, this might be the last game of the playoffs. I got to make my money back for the entire postseason.
Wow.
So, and they're great seats. They're center ice seats. So he was able to get his entire playoff money back just yesterday. So he's going to skip the game.
Matt Duchene scored. Daddy scored from Stanky. That was a sick assist, by the way. That was an awesome assist from the kid. And Robo had the go-ahead as a home team finally won a game. Finally got a home team win. Pete DeBoer on it after.
Yeah, I think obviously critical. I mean, we're a good home team. We take pride in playing at home all year. I think we have the best crowds in the league here, as you saw tonight, and the building's electric. And, you know, it's a little uncharacteristic of us to lose the first two at home. I'm not even sure we deserved to lose two, but we did. But credit to our group. You know, there wasn't a lot of believers at that point, and we went on the road into a tough environment and, you know, kind of rolled up our sleeves and went to work. And, you know, you look up and 6 days later, you got a 3-2 lead and a chance to close out the Stanley Cup champions. So work's not done yet. We've got some heavy lifting to do, but just proud of our group.
Stars have had Mo Rivera in goal as Ottinger had 20. Shaq, that's the Yankee all-time great closer. Ottinger stopped 25 shots, 11 of them in the third period. But check this out. He stopped all 55 shots that he has faced in the third period or overtime this series. All
That's
55.
Crazy. That's
Daddy.
crazy. Yeah,
That's not daddy.
That's not daddy. He's been tremendous. You know, like he's allowed 2 goals in every game.
And that one goal last night, I was blaming him a little bit when he came back from behind the goal.
Oh yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, that was really weird.
That was a great play by the Golden Knight. I mean, like he stopped, made the quick change, pirouetted, if you want to call it that, because he is on skates, Peyton. And then Otter was just kind of blindsided by it. He didn't get his head around fast enough, and that was just it's a tough goal. It's a tough goal to give up. Not a soft. I wouldn't call it a soft goal, but it's. I mean, it was a really nice play. I don't think he was expecting that at all.
Pepe, you were wrong overall, thinking like, well, Chuck, the Stars were going to get swept up out of here. But yesterday, you did have the most confidence that the Stars would get DFW's Game 5 win. So your thoughts on last night?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a true believer in momentum. The Stars have momentum from games 3 and 4. They carry it back home in Dallas. They take care of business. Look, physicality-wise, they were just, I mean, the better team from start to finish. Even though, I think Vegas had a goal early on there, just like they did in games 1 and 2. But, I mean, the physicality was there for the Stars all night, you know, and I guess I don't understand what a major penalty would be. I thought it was on Sagan there. Because Petrangelo, clear shot to the face there.
Oh.
I thought, because RJ, is it not a major penalty? Is like clear, like you're physically trying to hurt the other player. You know, it's not a hockey move. I thought it would have been a 5-minute major, but I guess I was dead wrong on that one.
I agreed with you, Peyton.
It would
have been huge.
I thought it was a
turnaround.
stick. I thought it was a stick that hit him initially.
No, I thought it was his fist.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then
he turned around and threw an elbow. I thought it would have been called for a major.
it. I mean, they said in the broadcast it's clearly not, unless you were watching the Stars broadcast.
I was watching the Stars broadcast, and they said, I mean, I don't know how homerish those guys normally are, but they were like, I would have thought that did not. You agreed with the referees decision?
Yeah, they have their Mike Pereira on, and he's like, yeah, that's not a major. It's a minor penalty.
Okay, but let me dumb it down and then talk to me like I'm dumb. Did he just punch him in the face?
He kind of did the old spinning. he did the old spinning roundhouse.
It was a
He looked him dead in the eye and
UFC
said,
backhand, right?
Yeah. Dude, I don't know. I don't know the rules. I don't know the rules like that. The guy, the referee, Mike Pereira guy they have says no, not a major. Ryan
Those
Callahan.
guys, all those refs kind of have each other's backs too.
But this was because they called it a major initially, and then they went back to. So they do that. They call it the major, so they go back. That's just like they did with the Sagan. Was it the Sagan?
Yes, yeah, it was Sagan.
On the head hit.
Mm-hmm.
So they call it a major.
You mean the flop?
Yeah, he was. He got stunned. It wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. But so they call it a major, and then they go back to Toronto, and they make the call. Now, on the ESPN broadcast, Ryan Callahan was like, "No, that's not a major. It's a minor penalty." And then so was their Mike Pereira. So I didn't see I don't watch the home team broadcasts in the playoffs just by default.
I usually don't either.
It's, you know what it is? It's not even the announcers. I wonder. I assume because I know this happens with the BBC. I'm sorry, the CBC.
And we have to probably be in the minority in this.
It depends. Yeah, I think that I bet you the raise for ESPN were much higher. Just because more people have it.
for the Metroplex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I know this for the fact on the Canadian broadcast, their camera crew are much better. Like it blows it away. So I assume the ESPN cameras are better. You get more angles. That's my assumption.
2 for 2. It was not 3 for 3.
2-2 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Look out. The bat goes flying, and that's the ball game. Seager strikes out on the Finnegan splitter, and the Washington Nationals even this series at a game apiece, winning by the final score of 1-0.
Wake me up, snoozer. I appreciate the Rangers for not forcing me to switch over and go back and forth nonstop with the Stars on. So I at least appreciate them for that. As the Nats get back to 500 and the Rangers are one game over 500, 11 total hits in this game. The Rangers actually had one more hit, but unfortunately the Nationals had one more run.
And one run in the second inning, and that's it. That's a get in and get out. That's a game that nobody wanted to be a part of.
And you waste Heaney.
Yeah.
An absolute waste as Andrew Heaney falls to 0-4 after 7 innings, 1 earned, 4 strikeouts, no walks.
No.
While giving up 4 hits, you absolutely waste him.
And, I mean, his pitch count was very, very low. I mean, they easily could have sent him out there again. Just think of the pitching the last 2 nights where they've gotten 15 innings and basically given up nothing.
He threw 74 pitches, 50 of them strikes.
Yeah, I mean, to go through 7 and only throw 74 pitches is wildly efficient.
Yeah, Williams on the other side went 5 innings. He threw 79 pitches.
Yeah, in today's Major League Baseball where, pitch counts are high, strikeouts are king, to get basically 10 pitches in an inning is tremendous. It's tremendous. And they wasted it. They wasted this gem. The offense is just inconsistent. Josh Young plays a major role in the offense and how deep the lineup can be. And then when you add to the fact that guys like Seager have not been hitting this year, and his average is approaching his weight. That ain't a good thing. Unless you're Cecil Fielder. That's probably okay. But if you're Corey Seager, when your batting average approaches your weight, it's generally a bad idea.
All right. The rain out there, I didn't even hear it this morning, like in the house. I guess that's a win for insulation. But when I walked out, it was like drizzling. And then the more I was driving here to the station, that was the slowest drive that I've been a part of here, aside from traffic in Dallas. Pepe, was it horrible for you about an hour earlier coming from Rockwall?
It was bad. As soon as I got out of the garage, it was just a downpour from there. I had the trash out and everything. Now that's ruined, thanks, for that. But
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, because so I don't know if it's just my neighborhood, but last time it rained, the trash people didn't pick up the trash cans, until like later on in the day. So I don't know if that, because it just sits there when there's like puddle of water. I don't know. And I had my recycling out there as well. So.
But you have your trash cans out there.
Yeah,
and they're closed?
No, they're not. They're open.
Why?
Because I don't have lids on them. I never got the city lid thing because.
You don't have lids on your trash can?
No, I don't. It's just opened.
The city doesn't provide lids?
Well, they were going to charge me for it. I'm frugal.
They were going to charge you for lids?
They gave you the cans?
No. I had to buy these because they were like, we're on a 6-week delay.
But why didn't the cans come with lids?
Peyton, you went to Home Depot or something and bought trash cans.
Yeah.
And it didn't come with a lid. I think it came with a lid. Okay, you forgot to pick it. You forgot to take it from the top.
Maybe I just didn't grab the lid. Yeah. Or maybe I have the lid. I don't put the lids out there though. So maybe I gotta go check.
So I had this for like 6 months at my last house. The lid to the recycle one kind of broke off, and I just never replaced it. But that's a heavy rollback to the house. Yeah. When that water, you're just waiting for it to evaporate.
Well, you got to tip it over.
I leave it in there. I don't want all that crap running down my street and everything.
Oh yeah, I pointed towards the neighbor's house.
Do you not have a lid either?
I do, but when they empty it, when they put it back down, usually it's open.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about having real water. You have little piddly water afterwards. I'm talking about when you set it out last night, right?
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I thought your trash pickup is on Thursdays?
Yeah, so we have Monday is trash, and then Thursday is recycling, and then
Okay.
trash if you want it.
Okay. Different rules in Rockwall.
2 days.
Yeah, mine's 2 days now, too.
I have 1 day.
Mine's you poet, Kenny. But when we rolled it out,
Thanks, Fort Worth.
when you roll it out there, right, Wednesday night for Peyton without the lid, you know how much water is
yeah.
in that thing? That's the water I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a lot.
But
That's a lot of
Peyton,
water.
I don't understand this. We got to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah,
we got to get to the bottom of the lid thing. Like, how many trash cans are there without lids? Did Peyton buy the wrong trash can? Where would the lid be that he did not grab?
I guess it would be like, so
It has to be connected to the thing.
I would just assume you have the trash cans on the bottom shelf, like at Home Depot, and then right above it, you would have the lids.
It wouldn't be on it.
I mean, well, because they're probably
Connected.
they're probably trying to stack the trash cans.
Yeah.
Like stack them inside each other just to save space.
Yeah, so I remember now. I didn't buy the trash cans. My parents did. Now I'm wondering if the tops are just somewhere else because it wasn't raining when I first moved in the house, so like I didn't need the lid. So like maybe I put them somewhere. I'd have to look, but yeah, right now I'm lidless.
Your brain
Yeah.
is starting to fry.
It
It
is.
is.
Like, this was like 2 months ago. You don't remember if you have a trash can. You didn't even remember that you freaking bought them or not. Yeah.
I just remember, by the way, I didn't buy these.
Like, you remember being in the store for trash
Yeah.
cans. Like, I know I got my trash cans delivered from like Walmart. I ordered them like during the show. And they came out there.
Yeah, now, so people are saying the Franklin Energy Returns fan text, just drill some holes at the bottom,
Oh, and the water leaks.
and the water will drain out.
Get a lid.
Okay.
Get
I mean, get the lid too, but also drill
Yeah.
holes too.
Well, you don't need the holes if you have a lid.
Theoretically.
You don't. The lid covers and stops the rain.
My bad, Rockwall trash people.
All right, there was a theory that Jerry was signing Zeke for money. Did it just get proven yesterday? You thought you were able to bring out your old Zeke jerseys? You may be wrong, and Bobby returns to go off on them for the Trey Lance decision. That's next inside the Star, then back to the awesome Game 5s next.
Is it?
Back to the Game 5s at 6:20. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton. See what happens, Ryan, when you talk smack to me? Talk smack to me yesterday on the text message, and then you oversleep, little smart ass. Can't even get it. You should have said you were sick, not that you overslept. So we'll get Rai eventually on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And just to reject Ryan with great prejudice, Peyton came in here to turn on his little light show that Ryan always blinds us with in the morning. I had to give them a tumbo. Keep that crap off.
This is a good little, we're gradually working our way into it with this one light here behind us.
Yeah.
It's perfect. Right in Bobby's face.
I got to say, you guys talking about the lights, specifically Chop talking about the lights, is as bad as Luke is complaining. It's as soft as Luke is complaining.
Sir.
It's the lights, you guys. Turn them on.
I have blue eyes.
What does that mean, Josh Hamilton?
Josh Hamilton.
Yeah.
The light, I'm very sensitive to the light.
You should be thankful we turned them off with your pink eyes over here.
My eyes need them. I need the stimulation. I got to wake them up. Yeah, it does look like somebody took a dump in my eye this morning. It's pretty bad.
Welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Yeah, ready to get through the show, get on the road to Midland, and then turn around, drive back to Firehouse. So,
Bobby, listen to me. Today's the Keller game.
Yep.
That's getting canceled.
No, it's not. Nope, it's played on turf, so no rain in Midland, and it's played on turf, so the grass isn't going to be wet.
Ooh,
There's no rain in Midland?
No,
you shouldn't be driving in this anyway.
No, it's
it's
clear.
The best
It's clear. We're clear today.
Drove 3 hours and the rain hit there.
And the game got canceled.
Not happening. Not happening. It's already, look, it's clear. Once it moves past the Metroplex, it's clear.
Your wife is sick at home.
I know. It sounds like she's not going on this trip.
Yeah.
So now you're driving. You're going to be driving.
She's 50-50. We'll find out when I get home if she actually is coming or not. But I'm taking the girls with me. So.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Ooh, I've got to drive up my house on the way,
okay,
and then pick up a hat. It's got an M on it for Midland. You can wear the hat.
Perfect. But Midland's not playing.
I know.
This is apparently the way it works. It's like it's just they pick a middle ground.
You pick a spot.
And they go, Midland is between here and El Paso because that's who they're playing is El Paso.
All right. Unfortunately, Mike Bassick today will be unbearable during crosstalk again because when the Cowboys went and got Zeke Elliott, he was like, get out your jersey. Oh, wait, no. They're probably going to be selling different jerseys. This will be a Jerry Jones money grab. And it's like, how you going to have a Jerry Jones money grab? Everyone already has their 21s.
Was he pushing that line yesterday that they were going to change the jersey? Because the other day,
just making fun of the whole thing.
Oh, I was going to say, because he was Mr. the other day. He's like, no, he's going to wear 21 again because the jerseys are in the shop at full price.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't matter.
Well, he was still kind of right in thought.
The thought, now maybe some people already snatched up their Zeke jerseys. I thought maybe that the Cowboys would wait to make this announcement to have the rush of sales on the Zeke jersey. The Cowboys did what the Cowboys do best. It's not win, it's market. They marketed here.
And what's the announcement?
Zeke will wear his Ohio State and New England number of 15. Which is, if you just put a period in there, that'll probably also be his yards per carry.
Yeah.
But instead of going from number 21, he will not wear 21. He will wear 15. And they'll sell a boatload of jerseys because Zeke has a ton of fans.
Okay, does this mean that you can't wear the 21? Is it a fan violation? Will there be more 15s or 21s in the stadium? I'm still going to say 21s.
I would say 21s.
Right?
There'll still be more 21s.
And is it okay to bring the 21 out even though he's not wearing 15?
Ask that man back there who wore a Zeke Elliott jersey to the Arlington Renegades game. And and on Monday during our meeting was like, so glad I didn't throw my Zeke jersey away. I got it now. I'll still be able to wear it.
The man doesn't have lids for his trash can. Of course he's going to say it's fine to wear number 21, right?
Yep, I still have it. I thought I was going to have to donate it or throw it away. And I was like, no, I got this feeling, man. Zeke coming back. And then I don't care. He's changing his number. I'm wearing 21.
Was it bad to wear a Kobe 8 jersey?
Yeah, could you wear a Jordan 23 when he came back as 45?
Yeah, because he had to wear that for like a game or whatever it was.
It was the year. It was that.
Yeah, I think you could wear the 23 when he switched back to 23. I think it's weird that you're wearing 45. But these are fan judgments.
You know what? What's going to happen to the whole 214 chain that they have? Because all they're showing again now, they're showing that San Francisco owns them. Because 415 is the San Francisco area code. And that's what they're wearing now. This is just more proof the 49ers own the Cowboys.
How did you come up with that?
It just literally just popped into my head.
You knew it was the San Fran area code?
Yeah, see, when you produce like national radio for years. I'm just saying, you start figuring out where all the area codes are because you're calling people all over the country.
Well, I mean, it could be 154, which could be his rushing total for the season.
Again, yeah, that could be his. That could be either his yards per carry, his total carries, whatever else. This is what I'll say.
You should have left the yards per carry joke alone. It was really good. And now we're going to come up with another number, and you're going to go, if you put a dot in it, it could be his yards per carry.
Went to the well a little bit too much.
A little bit too much. You were really good at the start.
I appreciate it.
Zeke's going to wear number 15. Trey Lance is wearing number 19.
Big Scott Mitchell guy.
Because we didn't want to
Trey
take
Lance.
the Stephon Gilmore number, right? Isn't Stephon 21?
Yep.
Okay.
He had been. But, I mean, we'll see if he actually comes back at this point. Yeah. They liked him, but, I mean, you're talking about you've drafted Carson now. You've re-signed Lewis. I think that ship has sailed. But here's the thing.
Oh, what ship has sailed?
Just in general, like, you're talking about the idea of, like, the whole 21 thing. I wouldn't think that matters, like, that aspect of it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like Stephon Gilmore being gone.
No.
Okay.
No. I'm talking about like I'm not worried about like giving him any deference because he doesn't rank on that state anymore.
More importantly, so give us your fan ruling on bringing out the old 21s for Zeke. More importantly, a Trey Lance decision.
Yeah, they're not picking up his fifth-year option, which to me says you're not going to re-sign him anyway. Look, I understand it's a massive number, $22 million or whatever it is, but to me, if you're not going to pick up that fifth-year option, then you're saying that we're completely fine with the idea of exposing our entire quarterback room to the market. And if you are saying, well, we'll walk away from Dak, $22 million at that point is probably what you're going to end up having to pay him anyway. If he's like your only option at quarterback and that's who you're going to re-sign.
Yeah.
So this to me says that you're acknowledging the Trey Lance experiment failed. You forced yourself to have to make trades during the draft to pick up extra capital because of the decision. And you're still sitting here trying to tell KNC or whoever else that, we still think the Trey Lance trade was absolutely worth it. So to me, I look at this and I just say, this is one of the bigger failures they've had in terms of player acquisition over the last 5-6 years.
Wow.
Is trading a 4th-round pick for a guy who is ultimately probably never going to step in and play a single game for you.
I'm going to defend them. I'm going to fight with you. I'm going to fight with you right off the jump. I think my reaction, if they paid Trey Lance $22 million, would be to call them morons. Based off what?
They would be paying $80 million to their quarterback room.
No, because Trey Lance doesn't deserve $20 million.
No, but what you do is you do that to, you number have one, contract, you trade.
Number one, this is a signal to me that it's a slight signal. It's not a strong signal. It's a slight signal that Dak may not be going anywhere. Because if you really thought he was leaving and you really were like, this is it, then you pick up the option. But they didn't even try to work Trey Lance that much into being like the number 2 last year, behind Cooper Rush. But I don't know if they picked up the option. I think a lot of people are the Dak haters are not laughing. I'm laughing. Like, are you serious? Like, you don't pick it up to try to give him. He can still get paid here. It's like LeBron opting out. LeBron can still get another Laker deal. You can still get Trey Lance signed to a deal. I don't know if it's going to be cheaper than $22 million. Right. What is Trey Lance's value?
Well, and also if you do pick
nothing,
if you do pick up the option though, and say, all right, this is what we're picking up this $22 million option. It does. If you walk away from Dak, it gives you the ability to work off of like an extra year on the contract that then you can kind of adjust and finagle like contract details the way that you need to. And so to me, it still makes sense that if you're potentially looking at being your starter next year or at any point in the future, you should pick up the option. And so I just, this is again, because a total.
But as RJ said, that would have $80 million to your room.
It's a lot.
$80 million to your quarterback. All right, let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. I know your initial answer is going to be you wouldn't have made the deal anyway. After you got Lance, how would you have handled him, contract-wise, development-wise, depth chart-wise?
He's number 2 instantly.
Instantly. But he wouldn't have given you a better chance to win than Cooper Rush last year if something happened to Dak.
I don't know that he doesn't. Just because
Cooper Rush played pretty well.
Yeah, he played fine, but I mean, if you want to talk about being able to, like that was a team last year that I think you saw needed, like the quarterback play. Like Cooper Rush has never been needed when he stepped in. Like they were able to get by with other things, whether it be the defense or the run game or everything else, the way that they were approaching the games. He wasn't like winning you games when Dak was out that time. So last year you needed your quarterback play to be better. And that's why Dak kind of playing at the level he did got them to 12-5. And when he played poorly, they lost like consistently. And so to me, I think that Lance needed to be the number 2 if that was what you're going to give up. You don't give up a 4th round. Think about any other position on the field. Who are we giving up 4th round picks for 3rd string players and thinking this was okay?
It's true.
And I mean, this is a guy who was a top 3 pick. Go find out what you have, especially if you're not going to pick up the option. Find out at some level what you have, whether it be in practice or anything else. I thought it was a dumb move at the time. When you see everybody else in that draft class at quarterback who has been traded has gone for picks 2 rounds later than Trey Lance went. It was a dumb move. It's one of the worst value trades they've ever made. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. I mean, I think I like the idea, the concept behind a high upside.
Gathering quarterbacks. Gather the quarterback.
Yeah, that's fine. Gather the quarterbacks.
Gather
now, look around the league. I don't believe Jacksonville is going to pick up Mac Jones as 5th.
It did not get picked up.
So I assume, though, that they're re-signing Trevor regardless.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a little bit different than here. Pittsburgh did not pick up Fields's.
Right.
That was curious to me because they don't have anybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, they got Russ.
Again,
Mr. Unlimited.
they had nobody. That was the curious one to me. This is probably the second most curious. The Mac Jones one and the Zach Wilson one. I mean, they make perfect sense. Don't pick those guys up.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Did it surprise you, Bobby, that they weren't going to do it, or trying to guess what they would do, you would have said no?
No, I didn't figure they would. But again, it's because, like, don't make the deal then. And this is just the ultimate, like, to me, this is the final, like, nail in the coffin that says that was a dumb trade. It was a bad trade, and it was out of some sort of weird attempt to create leverage with Dak that you're finding out, like, it doesn't work.
It's kind of like the weird attempt to threaten Zeke by paying Jalen Smith. Right? Let's give Jalen an extension to show that this pie could run out.
It's almost like they've been making, like, a decade's worth of bad financial decisions.
And that it's caught up, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
Sean, RJ, and Roberto back as our Cowboys insider. Let's talk about last night. 2 for 2 with Game 5s in DFW. Let's celebrate next. But how about celebrating at the Arlington location of Hurtado? How about Taco Tuesday? Trivia Thursdays. Lots of traffic. It is a party scene when it comes to the local sports teams playing right down the street. They need bartenders.
keep up with you. We run together. Visit traininfo.com to find your local independent train dealer. Traininfo.com. It's hard to stop a train.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's Soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shipping inside. Oh, it's picked up, pickpocketed right there by Irving. He goes behind the back. He goes in the power. He scores! He scores! What a play!
I know LeBron and others saw Kyrie last night. They were amazed that he was going down the floor with no decrease in speed with all those moves that he put on to eventually finish at the rim. Good morning, Metroplex. It is an awesome Thursday morning because of the Dallas Mavericks and the Dallas Stars, both of them winning their Game 5s to take a 3-2 series advantage. Got the entire morning squad, well, until Ryan gets here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt is back. We got Peyton. We're still live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Mavs by 30.
Feels like one of these things where, okay, like the Clippers have to make 23s to win.
Yep.
Like if they are not knocking down an absurd number of three-pointers, Dallas is winning the game. And look, when you go into a game and you tell me Maxi Kleber is going to knock down 5 threes and the Clippers are going to struggle to shoot, I would guess you're probably going to win by about 30 points. And that's what happened. This was, man,
even
I know
if Kyrie scores 14.
because, they were talking about it last night. It was, I think it was Jamal Crawford had said it, where it's like, this is regardless of the scoring, like, Kyrie's setting the tone for the game. Like, just all the hustle, like, to the ball. There was the one where he, like, kind of, like, tips it up in the air, like, poked it in the air, collected it, tossed it to Luka before. Russell Westbrook, by the way, I don't know why there wasn't more talking about Russell Westbrook throwing just a blatant shoulder right into Luka's chest on that layup attempt, where then they had to, like, scramble to pick up the ball.
Don't worry, Stephen A will call and get him suspended.
Good. Thank God. Somebody needs to. But that's it feels like as long as you stop them from knocking down 60% three-pointers on 30 attempts, Dallas is going to win this series. That's how it feels.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's I don't say it's obvious, but I mean, they are the better team. And we all thought they were the better team going into the series.
We've never been really worried in this series about the Clippers.
Now, after game 1, I mean, because they did not come to play. So after game 1, I was like, all right, maybe we're a little bit off here. Let's just tap the brakes on Mavs in 4 because it's out the window. But it's just like the Stars are showing that they're the better team right now, right? Even though they lost the first 2 games, they probably shouldn't have lost game 2. And it took a great performance from Logan Thompson to keep the Knights in game 3. And the Stars have really been the better team for about 4 of the games. And the Mavs, they're the better team. They're the better team than the Clippers. And especially with the Clippers not having a full strength Kawhi. And I think that's what that really showed last night. Like the series went long enough for like, all right, that now it's time for like everybody to kind of come to play. They did.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're telling me that Luka's going to shoot 2 of 8 from 3, Kyrie's going to shoot 1 of 7 from 3, PJ Washington's going to shoot 1 of 7 overall.
2 points.
Gafford is going to struggle, some more on the offensive end. Like, to me, I would think that would be more of a killer for them. But
this is not an impressive box score.
No, not across the board. It's not. Because it was outside of Luka last night putting up 35, nobody else in the entire game scores 15, period, on either side of the floor.
Jaden with 14.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm all about giving Jaden Hardy more minutes. But I'll tell you who I thought was really impressive last night and has been throughout the whole series is Derek Lively. Like, Lively to me is just, that is such an energy boost. He changes the game defensively so much. He gets those, he's an easy lob threat. I really like what Derek Lively's done this series, especially with Gafford not being as good as we were hoping.
Yeah, bad series for Gafford, but Lively got screwed with rookie treatment early on with that offensive foul. I don't think I've ever seen someone going up for a shot and get called for an offensive foul unless it's the Reggie Miller kick out with the legs. But Luka Doncic, he's the storyline number 1 with the ailments physically, respiratory, 35 points, 10 assists, 7 rebounds. What did y'all think about the way he decided to come out, his temperament throughout as well? As I texted you guys, when Luka makes shots, he smiles. When he doesn't make shots, he's going to be furious and throw the temper tantrums.
I'm happy here.
You were not going to see much of that last night when they were rolling them.
Well, even when he makes the shot, though, about half of them, he's still going to be mad because you're going to hear, and one! Where's the and one? About half to, and he'll shake his head going down the court. But I'm dying to see Luke in a pickup game. I want to know how these NBA players act in pickup games with fouls and refs. Call your own fouls.
Questions. Call your own fouls.
Call your own fouls. He'd get to the line 80 times.
80 times. Like, how many free throws does Luka shoot in a regular pickup game? That's all I'm dying to know, especially if you go and get his new nemesis out there on the floor. Hang on. This is a choppy moment.
His new nemesis. What did I write yesterday?
You sent it. There's no way you can't know this, what you sent.
I have no idea what
Luka's nemesis.
I have no idea what I sent yesterday.
The kid that's going to college.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Choppy here.
Yep. See, I had that planned out for College Kegger. So I was in College Kegger mode.
All right, we'll save it. We'll save it.
Okay.
We'll save it.
Yeah, you can't expect. We're more than 20 minutes after I sent it.
Oh,
you can't expect anything for me to know anything.
I thought you meant at 6:30 in the morning. I can't expect you to be with it.
No.
Let's talk about another thing that kind of went viral. The Clippers putting up the billboard to troll the Mavs, saying Dallas to Cancun. So I don't know whose decision that was, but that was the billboard outside Crypto.com. Dallas to Cancun. What this also signifies to me, and I know this is going to come back to bite me, just like 3 years ago when the Mavs went up 3-2 and then Kawhi took over. And who knows what'll happen because no way of playoffs are more bipolar than the NBA. You think, all right, backbreaker done, see you later. The only thing that applies for is the Denver Nuggets against the Lakers, when you know what is going to happen. This will signify the end of the Clippers. Like last night was almost a final nail in the coffin, and we'll save this for later on when they're eliminated or they're disbanded. Are we going to forget about this as like, maybe not an all-time disappointing team, but I remember exactly where I was when Jerry West was trending and everyone was going crazy what the great logo did in getting Paul George and Kawhi basically in the same day. This is over and done with now.
It's over.
Kawhi is broken. James is old. Paul George ain't that dude. This is done.
It's been over too. I mean, you can make the case.
A lot of people this year were picking them still. A lot of people had the Clippers in the finals.
Sure.
Not just Barkley.
Vegas had them with the second best odds that are in the playoffs.
I mean, they have 4 Hall of Famers on the team. Cool, right? Like, wow.
That's like the cow. I mean,
they're old.
I roll my eyes at that stuff because they're not. Time.
Well, it's like saying the '86 Celtics had like 8 Hall of Famers. I mean, they had Bill Walton.
Yeah,
who was a shell of himself, right? So it's like, okay, I get it.
Last year, the Cowboys had 2 Hall of Famers on their offensive line. Okay, whoop-de-doo.
And 1 at quarterback.
You couldn't run. You couldn't run the football.
So it's like, all right, great. You got 4 Hall of Famers. And I think a lot of people get fooled by that, even though they should be smarter than that.
Westbrook's 432 since game 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, anytime you
there's your Hall of Fame.
I don't know how or why anybody remotely comes close to him beyond the arc. If he gets the ball beyond the arc, just like go to crash the boards.
There was one point last night where the ball was getting like worked around the top, and you saw like everybody like moving with the ball, and it got to Westbrook, and I think it was Derrick Jones started, and it was like, oh no, go ahead, take it.
Actually, it's got to be worse than 432 now. That was just the graphic they showed last night in the moment.
It's probably more like close to 438.
My word.
I'm trying to think of who, because you're right. The idea of this
25% from the field in the series, 25% from 3, 60% from the free throw line.
I mean, what solid numbers?
11 of 43 in the from the field.
Meanwhile, Kyrie is at the 50-40-90 mark, and he's at 25-25-60.
What was the you remember the Kawhi watch Like when he signed with the Clippers, like it was like one of these things where like Toronto television was like nonstop on his vehicle. Like it was like the OJ Bronco chase or something like that. Like people were like, whoa, what's Kawhi going to do? We're all on Kawhi watch. Is he going to return to the Raptors? Is he going to prove to be truly low key, or is he going to be a diva and go to LA?
I mean, he is low key. He is dead inside.
It's a psycho.
Oh my God.
And people last night when I was like, I had tweeted about, there were a bunch of people like, yeah, that's Kawhi. Well, it's like, no, I know it's always been Kawhi, but like y'all got to understand, this is not a meme anymore. This man is truly psychotic.
He is dead inside. There's nothing
it's
there.
It's not just, oh, he's just stone faced, or oh, he's low key. No, he has no soul.
Yes.
Like this man is like, there's no emotion. It is legitimately terrifying how little he has any emotion.
He makes Gavin Dawson look like Steve Ballmer.
Yes.
It could be, imagine that you have Ballmer, because this is like the history of the world here on one team. To have the most outgoing, crazy lunatic and the least outgoing psycho on the same team.
Imagine their meeting. Imagine them at lunch.
I can't. I mean, Ballmer talks the entire time and Kawhi says nothing.
No, they focused on Kawhi like during like the big intro. Like I don't know whether it was the presser or some Clippers thing they were unveiling, and Kawhi's just sitting there like looking at Ballmer like, oh my gosh, he's going to eat me. He's going to chop me up like Hannibal Lecter and devour me. By the way, Russ is now 6 of 35 from the field since game 1.
A little better.
But last night started off real nice on the ice.
Heiskanen, Robertson, right between the dots. That shot blocked. Another try. More down on the power play. Dallas has the lead.
The curse of the snake has been broken.
It has been broken. My guy TK texted me, said, where is Sean Snake? And I was like, you're talking about like the Copperheads, right? Like we're talking about here. Because
you hope so.
May as well start a Snake Muse account. Like that's a very Mavs Muse.
Yeah.
Someone's tracking the snakes found in my yard and how it correlates to Stars wins.
So it's the Stars are 2-0 when Sean finds a Copperhead in his yard. And I was like, man, I got to find this out. You know, we need an update here. The people want to know. The people want to know. Was there a snake found in Sean's yard? Yes, there'll be one today. My voice cracked. There'll be one today for sure.
Yeah.
They're getting flushed out of their homes right now. All this rain.
Yeah.
All this rain happens, you'll find them.
Yeah.
And
will you step foot in your yard today?
He won't know. He shouldn't. He shouldn't.
Step foot in my yard. Well, I feel like I have protection. Tolo Joseph is still putting up the snake fence. And I feel like I can go outside and play when he's there. It's like having an adult in the yard and my protection. So he goes out and he walks everything, and I'm like, yeah, I can go outside for like 5 minutes. But the minute he leaves, I go back inside.
Go back outside. Yeah, go back inside.
I go back inside.
You're the little patter of Sean's feet right into the door.
Exactly.
But yeah, like that people wanted to know, did you find a snake? Because that's been the good luck charm.
Yeah. I had a rat snake the day before, but I could not lie. Just more proof that these jinxes are stupid. They don't exist. So the curse of the snake has been broken. I had Tolo's volunteering to drive by and throw them into my yard.
Just drop a king snake in the yard that'll eat all the copperheads.
Bob, what'd you think of the game?
It was great. It was entertaining. Let me go to moneypuck.com, pull this up for you, Sean. This tells me that 4 expected goals for the Stars, 2 for the Golden Knights.
If Fish had a hockey website 3 weeks ago, he would have already gotten all the subscriptions with as much as you would have referenced it.
Exactly, yeah, because he'll hear what I say and then it gets published over there. I know how that works. No, it was. I mean, it's felt like consistently, even the first couple games where. Like Dallas didn't play awful the first 2 games that they lost at the AAC. It felt like Vegas was in this like unsustainably fortunate position defensively the entire first 2 games, where it's just like, how is there a stick that just gets thrown up and like, you know, knocks the puck away? How are they right in this position to be here? And I think it's just, you're starting to see it's regressing to the mean a little bit. And like you guys were talking about at 5:45, it's like one of those things where Dallas and the level that they're playing at, it's playing out over the course of a 7-game series like it should, that the better team is ultimately going to come away
better
with this.
Team has been winning the last 3 games. The Stars were better probably in game 2 as well, even though they lost it. They're just, I mean, look, there's a reason why they're the 1 seed, and there's a reason why Vegas was essentially the 8 seed.
Yeah.
You know, I know they don't do like 1 in 8 in the NHL anymore, but you know, Vegas was not a lock for the playoffs. In the last 2 weeks of the season, they were there, but it's like there was still a lot some work for them to do, and the Stars are really showing that in this series, and now we're going on to a game 6 where they can wrap it up.
Awesome hump day evening.
Okay.
Except for the Rangers, but we don't need to talk about that right now. We do need to talk about Thursday, 6:40. That means it's the payload. We have the worst mom of the year. Someone is more jealous than Peyton Russell, and Wieners win again. The payload for the 6 a.m. club is next, but they're always winning over.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
app.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
Can you give me one reason why AM on the FM is better than the payload?
Because it's you doing it and not Peyton.
There we go. That's all I needed to hear.
I think that says everything.
I think that says everything too, and I think that's a great mic drop.
I gotta say, Friday was a much smoother technical experience than Thursday and Saturday for us on the draft. That's all I want to say.
Sometimes it be your own people, man. Sometimes it be your own people. He's got to go on the weekends. That's crazy. He's got to go on Saturday afternoon to diss me.
And this was really true yesterday. I don't know how much of the show that you heard.
None of it. He told me in the hallway.
None of it. I didn't hear any of it yesterday. I actually had to be a parrot yesterday. It was awful.
Yeah.
It sucks. I know.
Peyton had like his best show in a long time.
Really? Very good.
Yep. He was
Very good
sharp.
show.
His drops were there. He was attentive. And we had to attribute it to you not being here.
For real, I get him off his game.
Yeah,
I get him off his game. 100%. The reason I did that, by the way, the only reason why
parent?
No, through the that too. The only reason I threw Alec that bone at the end is because if you listen back, I spent the first minute of that just roasting Alec, like the first minute of that interview, and at the end of it, when he threw me the line, I was like, all right, let me build Alec up a little bit, since I made jokes about him having infected ears from getting his ears pierced at a shoddy tattoo place
recently.
Yeah, he didn't really have infected ears, but I just joked with him. I was like,
he's got diamonds now, man.
Yeah, he's got like 2 studs in his ear now.
Really?
Yeah, he's got diamonds. He's tatted up. Does he have the nose ring yet? I don't think he does.
I don't know. Septum piercing is right around the corner, I think.
You think so? Septum. You're going septum?
Not me, him.
Guys, we have the greatest promo in the history of our national pastime. Wieners, baby. $1 hot dog night. The Mets game on Tuesday night set a record in Citi Field. 44,269 wieners were sold. That just proves the point. No one wants expensive concessions. People, stadiums try and jack up the prices. Oh, well, people will just buy whatever we have here. Just give us the cheap food. That's all we want. Wieners, baby. And
are you aware of the beef rib at Hurtado?
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well, people want that. That's more expensive than a hot dog.
Well, Hurtado's different.
Yeah, the gourmet,
yeah, you want
specialty.
You want to grime it up at a game.
Yeah,
but I have a problem with ballpark hot dogs. At least the ones at the Globe recently. I'm trying to think where else I've had one, and maybe it was just nostalgia as a kid at Camden Yards or the Little League Park. By the way, what is current Little League food? Because I have dreams of going back to get Little League food in my hometown, of the steam hot dogs and whatever pizza they served. I don't know what it was. It was not Joe Corby. Did y'all have Joe Corby out here, Bobby?
No.
Okay. I don't think so.
But what is
Franks.
current Little League?
It
What'd you
depends
say?
We were ballpark Franks or whatever.
It depends on the park.
No, Joe Corby was the type of pizza.
Oh, well, then we definitely didn't have that. No, ours was like Sbarro or something.
It depends on the park. The best food in town, without question, is at Oak Grove Park in Grapevine. They've got a big grill outside. They fresh cook hamburgers and hot dogs.
Yeah.
But Saturdays, they bring in Chick-fil-A. That's the best food by far.
Well,
Chick-fil-A.
now I know where your Little League fees are going. That they're going to buy up Chick-fil-A catering.
I don't know about Little League, but so like last night we were at the field in Coppell. I was watching some more girls softball, high school softball. Our neighbors were playing in the playoffs at Marcus High School. Shout out to Marcus, who won, crushed Irving. But that was they had like, we went and by the concession stand, a bunch of candy. It was like the ballpark nachos, like the pull off the lid and heat it up, and then like the steamed hot dogs. So it was pretty basic.
But I've been disappointed in Globe dogs for a while.
I mean, like ballpark
Looks
hot dogs.
dead.
Their ballpark hot dogs are. I mean, half of them are furry.
Yeah,
they've been sitting there so long.
Yes.
But I do agree with you, Peyton. If you're gonna do hot dogs, they're going to the game is expensive enough.
Yeah.
$1 hot dog, $2 hot dog. You don't need $8.50 for a hot dog, right?
No.
You'll probably sell. Now you only need to sell obviously a fraction of the amount you do to make the same amount of money. I just wonder how much more you're going to get. Because the greatest, they really need to do this. If you can accomplish it, you get it free. The 9 dogs, 9 beers in a game.
Which is really tough nowadays. You got 2-hour ball games.
Right.
Really tough.
And 9 dogs, 9 beers.
1 for each inning. The whole challenge is a hot dog and a beer each inning. The 9 dogs, 9 beers. I mean, good luck. And you're right. In a 2-hour game, that's then near impossible to complete.
Yeah. Well, look, it's better than bobblehead night. It's better than replica rings or trophies. It's dollar hot dog night. Bobby, what were you saying?
I was just saying that this exact event at the Mets game, though, somebody got kicked out of the game because he was wearing a shirt where he was like registering how many hot dogs he had eaten, and it had become a bit. So fans around the ballpark kept throwing extra hot dogs at him. And so security was like, stop throwing hot dogs down here. And they kept doing it. So they had to kick him out of the game because he kept eating so many hot dogs.
They love throwing people out of Citi Field.
Yeah.
Ask the boxers.
It's the payload every Thursday, 6:40 at this time. All right, parents, this one's for you. RJ, you're a dad. Sean, you're a dad. Bobby, you're kind of a
yesterday
dad, right?
I was.
You were yesterday.
Yeah.
Are you guys strict parents?
Yes.
Do you guys lay down the law on your kids with mistakes? And I'll get to the story here in a little bit, but I just want to ask the general question. Text in 877-881-1053-2.
I don't know if it's probably too early to judge, but I plan on being. I consider myself to be more strict. Okay. Bobby says yes.
I am the strictest here by far, I would bet.
And look where it's got you.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, trying to undo 6 years of mistakes from grandma.
Bobby is the test. Bobby is the test case for strict doesn't work.
And
no, Bobby is the test case for fixing 6 years of grandma effing a kid up. Is what Bobby's the test case for.
And Choppy's a big no.
It depends on what it is, but I'm not strict. I embrace mistakes. I want them to make mistakes. Better to make mistakes now than when they're 30.
So I'll go through this list here. There's this mom here. She has kids, a 6-year-old and a 5-year-old, and I'll just go through some of the laws she lays down, the chores she has her kids do, and just see if it's over the top a little bit. Again, they're 5 and 6 years old. She allows her kids to watch TV once a week on Sundays. They can't eat any sweets whatsoever.
Is this Marion Chiafalo?
And if their toys are left out, she throws them in the trash.
Gosh! Where is this? Does it say city and state?
I think it's the UK.
Okay.
Is it UK?
In my opinion, all overboard. Choppy, I already know you're going to say she should be in jail.
I have no problem with the with the concept of these.
Okay. Throw the toys
The
in
first
the
two
trash?
the first two I don't have necessarily. I wouldn't do it, but I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
The third one is extreme.
The third one's very,
That's
very
scarring.
You can't shelter your kids. You have to let them experience the TV thing. Okay, it'll kill your brain, whatever. I get that, but like the sweets thing, like come on, let them have a little bit of soda, a little bit of sweets. Like don't kill Halloween for them. After 5 years old.
I was massively against my kids getting a phone, but I did a lot of research on it. It was like, all right, I have two choices. I can either let them not get a phone, either let them get a phone and subject them to all the issues that come with having a phone.
Yep.
Or I could not get them a phone and make them a social outcast.
Yes.
And that is not what you want for a teenager.
There's more?
So now we get to the chores list. Again, 5 and 6 years old. Here it is. In the morning, make breakfast. I guess it can be cereal. I don't think they're going to be cooking up some eggs or bacon or ham.
Mm-hmm.
Empty the dishwasher. Make the table. So I guess you're putting out napkins, plates, everything. Again, 5 and 6 years old. Then you load the dishwasher afterwards. You clean your own dishes. I'm a big, someone cooks, the other person clean. But again, these are kids here. In the afternoon, they make dinner. Make themselves dinner.
Okay.
And then tidy up the dishes again and clean the table off.
It sounds like
and then
she's
they're
just
vacuuming.
lazy.
They're vacuuming.
It sounds like something she's just lazy. Like make your own dinner. Make
She
your
says
own
this
breakfast.
is going to improve them, make them some of the best human beings in the world later on in life.
I wonder if
Teaching
she's
them young.
married. I guarantee
She is.
Oh,
she is. I saw the story. She is married.
Well, 5 and 6, what can they start doing?
I mean, when the kids were 5 and 6, they were not like doing the dishes in our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they should absolutely have chores to do.
What are your kids' chores at the house?
At my house, they don't really have any because they don't live with me.
Yeah.
So when I have them, I'm not going to be like, all right, you got chores. When I have them, we usually are just like playing baseball. At their house, I really don't know. I don't think they have a lot to do, which is I have a problem with that. Like, I can't really parent the way I want to parent. I don't really have them all the time, and I don't want to be the dad who like is just bitching at them all the time, and then they're gonna hate me. So it's like, all right, what do I do? But yeah, like I have no problem with the concept of no TV and no sweets
Your kids don't drink soda.
My kids don't drink soda.
But that's not from RJ. They don't want to.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Like they don't drink a lot of it naturally. No, for us, they've started picking up some stuff like putting dishes away or whatever. But for the most part, it's just cleaning their room.
Payload every Thursday here on 105.3 The Fan.
One other thing she says, when the kids are given sweets, they're supposed to say no thanks. They're not good for me, and they put them in the trash bin. So there you go. Get rid of the sweets.
Let me see what this woman looks like.
Like Kawhi Leonard.
As you expect.
She's not pretty. Art major.
Did you say Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah, just because she sounds like a psycho. Like him.
All right, last thing here. Look, I've told this, before. I'm kind of the jealous type. Bobby might be the jealous type too, but this is ridiculous here. A husband wants to divorce his wife because she breastfeeds their own child, the son. Says no man is allowed to be on my wife's boobs, and made this whole big deal about it. I don't think they're divorced yet, but he made a big deal about that, how he wants them divorced because he's like, no man should be on your boob.
I kind of remember something about this a while back of someone, maybe it was on like 90 Day Fiance or something. Someone was getting ticked off, being like, no, that's my woman, that's my wife, even for the child. What a lunatic. So go ahead, go buy the formula. Go buy all the formula.
Was it $60 a month now, or a week?
Yeah, Skip, I need you, bro. I need you. Starting Monday.
Oh, did he hook you up with formula?
Skip, come on, man, hook me up. But yeah, this guy, what a lunatic.
This is nuts.
Let's see if he actually goes through with it.
This is.
That's controlling. He might be Hispanic.
No, this is. I
could say that.
This is the RJ Choppy special.
What's that?
This is falling for something that's fake. There's no way this is real. This is because the only evidence we have here is a screenshot of a text conversation that was posted to Twitter. Nope.
What do the boobs look like? Can we at least get that?
I mean, I think that we need to.
What'd you say?
B cups.
B?
Yeah.
That's not worth divorcing over. So the look when you just share a screenshot of a text conversation of something this absurd, that to me is like anonymous Twitter user texted themselves or had somebody text them and was like, let's go viral off of this. This is not a real talking point.
It's the Payload every Thursday at this time. Better than AM on the FM here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a Stone Temple Pilots giveaway. We got a boxing controversy. Steroid use? It's going to wipe out the Ryan Garcia win. We got to get to the Tyson-Jake Paul rules. Is this going to make you believe it's an actual event? And RJ Choppy wants to do a big old college everything kegger. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But it can be easy to ignore.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
right here on The Fan.
Switch on defense. Powell picks up Doncic. Shot clock at 2. 3. Bullseye!
Finally got a 3 to go for Luka.
TNT with the call. Reggie Miller and Kevin Harlan. Luka scores 20 of his 35 in the second half. He also added 10 and 7. And the Dallas Mavericks let you go to sleep a little bit early if you wanted by beating down the Clippers by 30 to take a 3-2 series lead.
Trashed them.
Trashed them.
Absolutely trashed them.
I mean, that was a big margin of victory, and I can't believe this. What am I now? 5-1 in over-unders in the last 2 nights. 4-1.
Took the over.
4-1. Took the over. Now the unders have been rolling in the NBA. I took both. I'm sorry, the unders have been rolling. I took both overs last night. They both hit with quite ease, I might add. But yeah, think about me, the NBA guy. I mean, I college basketball I watch all day. Can't pick a game. And this, simple.
Well, are you going off of your gut, or you're following a system like everyone else does, a formula with numbers?
This is just gut. Yeah, I'm looking at the number. I'm just looking at gut.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I don't have a basketball system like I do for football.
Luka on what has been the key to the Mavs' defensive success, holding the Clips to 93.
I think we did a great job in a lot of games. I think 2 halves that we didn't play good defensively, but everybody's on the same page on defense. We're talking, we know what other players like to do, and we just watch a lot of film, we watch scouting, and we just focus. And I think the communication we have on defense is the key, and the energy.
All right, Mr. Vegas, you want to guess the line for tomorrow night where the Mavs can close this out at home?
The over-under or the point spread?
Spread.
6.5.
7.5.
Ooh.
Damn.
7.5. Your Dallas Mavericks are favored. Thank goodness this series in the East is over with. The Boston Celtics beat down the Miami Heat 118-84. Get out of here, Miami. Go away, Jimmy Butler. Tired of it.
All it took was the game 2. Yeah, the game 2 was enough to wake Boston up and go, okay, all right, let's not play with these guys. We'll finish them off here. And man, they absolutely throttled them yesterday. Those were 2 bad games. I mean, the Clippers Mavericks game didn't start off so bad. First half was fairly competitive, even though it was like a 10-point lead. But man, it got out of hand quick with the Dallas game in the second half. And then, I mean, the Celtics game was just never competitive.
Look at Derek White. You lose Porzingis, but have Derek White step up. Yeah. 38 points, and then last night 25 points.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think a lot of people thought that this is odd. The Celtics, they're going to get lucky because they're going to get the Cleveland-Orlando winner in the next round. So they'll give Porzingis a lot. I mean, the way the NBA schedule goes, I mean, that might take them to the end of May. And he might be able to get a good 2.5 to 3 weeks to heal and rest that calf before he has to come back. Because I do think they need him to win the whole thing.
We got a boxing controversy. Ryan Garcia tested positive for a banned substance. This was the dominant win he had over Devin Haney last month. A voluntary anti-doping association letter was sent to all parties saying urine samples were collected prior to the fight, but the results were not known until later. So Ryan Garcia went to social media, said, everyone knows I don't cheat, never taken a steroid. I don't even know where to get them. I barely take supplements. Big lies. I beat his ass.
All right.
I love the defense of, I don't even know where to get that stuff. Like where do you buy steroids? Like I like that's
so
just
great.
like he's not in circles that he could probably get them.
Just go to your locker room at your gym. Like any gym you want, just go ask. They're there. Like somebody's got them.
Look, the least surprising thing in the world is the statement Ryan Garcia tested positive for drugs. That's pretty expected.
Is he the most unhinged athlete in sports today?
I think he's the most genius.
Him and AB.
AB's not. I'm not counting him.
Yeah.
Someone competing. Why is he genius? And do you think this is an act?
Well, I tell you, he convinced the entire world that he was drinking and partying during training just so his odds would drop. And in the meantime, because he bet on himself.
But he said that after. He said that afterwards, though.
Yeah. He said what? That it was a lie?
No, he said in the post-fight presser, unless he admitted to it during and before, he said that drinking stuff after, so it had no effect on the betting.
Yeah, because I remember him saying like
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
he said in the post-fight presser.
Oh yeah, I remember all the talk going up to it was like, man, all he's been doing is drinking and partying. I mean, he may have actually.
He signed a contract on like camera on social where he was like, "Here's my agreement not to drink, not to party, not to do it." Like his team made him sign one, and then afterwards he was like, "Psych, I did it the whole time, y'all."
Which he didn't, but he didn't drink and party the whole time.
He acted like it. He sure acted like he was drinking and taking substances and everything else.
Talking about going up to this fight, we were talking about like him out in the woods, witnessing certain things.
Yeah, where he's like, "Oh my gosh, the Illuminati kidnapped me," and Clockwork Orange like made my eyes open, so I had to watch and stuff. He was crazy.
All right, so we apparently have a real fight in Arlington between Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. It's officially sanctioned. Okay. Results will go on their official records. Knockouts are allowed. 8 2-minute rounds. 14-ounce gloves. No headgear. July 20th. Bobby, we got to come up with it. Is that the day we fly out to training camp?
No, that's certainly not the day I will. I don't know when we're flying out to training camp yet. But if it's the night of that fight, no, I'll be in the next day.
You talked to all. Oh, we leave on the 24th.
I will be there the next day.
You said you were going to fly back from Oxnard to attend the last fight.
Yeah, well, the last fight. What was the last fight that we were here for? It was Jake Paul and who? Who's the last one before this that I was threatening to do this with? This is different. This is Tyson.
And
Tyson is going to, like I've said consistently, Tyson is going to, as long as he doesn't just take a payday to take a dive, which it's a little different. It's not like Floyd, where Floyd's got like, an undefeated record. Now, Floyd's wasn't an officially sanctioned fight, but it's not like, here's a sanctioned fight. You got an undefeated record, so there's no way Tyson will do it. I mean, he's got enough losses on his ledger that he could still probably take a dive. But, man, if this is really going on his record and there's real stuff involved in this, he is going to kick Jake Paul's ass.
I don't know if he's going to take a dive. He's 60 years old, though, so I have no idea. Like, he might get to him right away.
57.
Yeah, but he might get, if this thing goes more than like a couple of rounds, I mean, I don't know how long Mike has.
Yeah. They're saying Jake Paul's put on 40 pounds. Like a
40?
Like to fight higher towards Mike's weight class. Because Jake's fought at like 189 and Mike's been at like 225.
I'm 1,000% watching. No doubt about it.
Oh, yeah.
If I got access to tickets or to go, I would do that as well. I would do it. I wonder if we have. Chicolene does this. He buys up stuff from the station, so maybe we can go ahead and get tickets from in here.
You don't want to get that suite for this.
Why?
You're too far away. It's too high. Like I've been in a suite at a boxing match. Did you say it? It was Canelo versus the British dude, the lefty.
British Bulldog.
No, and we were in a suite, and it was like. It was pretty hard to see. You're pretty far away.
Yeah,
there.
when we went in Vegas, that last row, that was,
and that was at the MGM Arena. That was like a small venue.
Yeah,
and it was still very hard to see. Like if you're at a fight and you're not like really really close, you're better off just watching it at home.
How is the how strong, how pungent is your big cat urine?
I have not opened it yet because I knew rain was coming. I didn't want to wash it away, but I am doing it.
What about then? Fine, is a bet payoff? A dab for a whole show just under the lip. so it's right under your nose, just above the lip, and you got to do the whole show with that right under your nose.
Oh my god!
Gosh, how many times would you throw up?
I don't know how bad it smells. That's why I asked.
You'd have an 8-pack after that show from all the puking. Surprise! College kegger.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Well, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
You want me to start with Deion or you want to start with Lucas Nemesis?
Deion.
All right, Deion Sanders. Wow. I don't even know where to start here.
With Deion.
You want to talk about somebody who is unhinged, and that is Deion Sanders. Now, you remember the stuff that happened a couple days ago with Shedeur and former players, Xavier Smith and a couple of other players. One of them was within the FCS. And Shedeur's like, I don't even know this. I don't even remember him. It must have been mid. Deion decides to jump into the fray yesterday morning. Wakes up 9:17 a.m., May 1st. Folks don't hate you because they really don't know you. They admire you in a negative way. They realize they can't be you. They think like you. They can't talk like you or walk in your shoes. That bothers them. Always smile when you see them because that makes them admire you much more in a negative way. So Deion will go on. And one of the guys that complained and clapped back at him and defended one of his teammates, Deion screenshots his stats from last year. 8 solo tackles
of the kid who
of
left.
The kid.
Hey, that's more solo tackles than Deion had in his career.
Yeah, not one of his teammates. 8 tackles, 0 forced fumbles, and 0 interceptions, 4 passes defended. And Deion writes, "Lord Jesus." That's it. It's all he quote tweets there.
LAWD.
LAWD. So here, that's the issue with Deion, right? This is the issue with Deion. There are very few differences. Like he's a narcissist. Let's be fair, right? He's a narcissist.
Sure.
And that's what he does. Now, unfortunately, many greats have this flaw. Many greats are narcissists by default. You have to be to reach a certain level of success at certain things. But, dude, you messed up. You cut the guy, and you cut him in the wrong way, and now you're going to dig in here and refuse to admit that you cut him in the wrong way, and you cut all these guys the wrong way, and you wouldn't look him in the eye, and you made the coaches take them off the group chat.
I think the big question here is this still a draw? Because it was when Colorado began the year. Every single celebrity, The Rock, name them, doesn't matter, in the locker, it was the it story. It was the place to be in Boulder, Colorado. Have we made a U-turn, Bob?
Spring game, the attendance was way down.
Yeah, it's way down. It was
47,000 last year. It was 28 this year.
Yeah, I don't buy that for a second.
28,000. And look, here's the thing. At what point does Deion get bored with them getting bored with him? Because to me, it's like Deion needs eyeballs. He is primetime. Like, he needs the attention. And if he's not getting into Colorado anymore, what point does he say, all right, fine, then I'm done here. It doesn't matter how good things are. It doesn't matter what we're building. I need attention. I bet you a year from now, we're talking about Deion has a different job than Colorado. I bet this is year 2 is it for him in Colorado.
If that happens, this will line up as one of my top 3 misses. One of my top 3 all-time misses here on the show with Wentz and Brunson.
Do you believe?
Maybe you can tell him next year on Fridays. You can tell him. You can say, "Man, I missed on you at Colorado."
Tell who?
You can tell Deion on Fridays.
At 6:30.
6:30.
See, I can't tell if you're telling the truth because your eyes are so cruddy.
I know my eyes are red.
They're all big and glossed over.
I look like I should be on G-Bag. How red my eyes are.
Jaheim Ward is the kid that Deion went at with his stats. And Jaheim tweets back with a screenshot of Shiloh Sanders and says, "Damn, it's crazy. I got more pass deflections than your son, who had 3."
He doesn't claim Shiloh.
There's no, you can't recover from that. Deion can't say another word.
Damn.
You cannot.
What did he say again?
He said, so Deion said, he screenshotted this kid's stats. He said, "Lord Jesus." And Jaheim Ward said, "Damn, it's crazy. I got more pass deflections than your son."
Wow.
With a shot at Shiloh Sanders.
Okay,
you can't recover from that.
What's worse, the father-son combo right now of Deion Shador or LeVar and his boys? See, the big difference is we felt terrible for LaMelo and LeVar. People are hating Shador. Which one was more insufferable? Which one is worse? Which one was the worst look?
I think LeVar was right in the long run. Like LeVar proved to, like, he got
right about what? He said he beat Michael Jordan one-on-one.
Right, that was
LeVar would be Magic.
That was ridiculous. But he helped build a brand that, like, helped financially sustain his kids and things.
He screwed over his kids' shoe deals.
I don't know. See, I think in the long run, like, LeVar,
he had Nike,
LeVar
Bobby.
won.
He had Nike.
But I mean, they end up getting their deal anyway.
Was
it lesser? I don't know.
Here's the thing. I never hated LaMelo or LiAngelo, and who's the other one?
LeVar, LaMelo, Lonzo.
I
did hate Lonzo.
I never hated
Lonzo
any
at
of them.
UCLA was insufferable.
But they didn't do anything. Like that was a byproduct of their father. You know, Shador does his own stuff. He does his own stuff.
Let's continue with the kegger. You got a lot more stories, right?
I have a few more, yeah.
We'll continue with the college kegger, including Luka's nemesis coming back to haunt him. And we have a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway. We are commercial free in the expressway after this.
After we get you over to soda weight loss. You bummed about that?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We have a Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway as we are commercial free for the next 35 minutes. Back to the Dallas Stars Game 5 win last night. We'll do that at 8 o'clock here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have the Neighborhood Watch, everyone's local favorite segment of the week, coming up in just a few minutes after Choppy empties out the keg.
All right, let's get to a little bit more here. This is from little college. Let's stick with college football because we just did college football. The University of Houston has told the NFL to stick it. Woo, stick it. And I absolutely love this. They should be everyone's second favorite team this year. 100%, no doubt about it. Now,
Brian Broaddus allow that?
Yeah, if you didn't go there. Now, last year,
unless somebody else wants, never mind.
They unveiled the Love You Blue uniforms. Those are the Houston Oiler themed, inspired uniforms.
Beautiful. They're
great.
Beautiful uniforms.
Look at those bad boys.
Awesome.
They're just great. And it's not the University of Houston's color scheme. Now they do have red, but there's a little bit of red. But it's very, very reminiscent of the Bum Phillips Houston Oiler uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
They're tremendous. Well, the Tennessee Titans and the NFL own the trademark to the Love You Blue uniforms. All right, so they own the rights to it. The league sent a cease and desist letter to the university. It called the uniforms, quote, blatant copying of the Titans Oilers-inspired throwback jerseys.
Wow.
Which is kind of true. I mean, there's the Titans Oilers throwback jerseys.
Warren Moon, baby.
Warren Moon. Right, absolutely. The NFL threatened legal action if the Cougs do not halt the usage of the look. According to the Houston Chronicle, the university has told the NFL, the Tennessee Titans, go screw yourselves. We're not just using them in football next year. We're using them in all sports next year. Tillman Fertitta has got a big money down there, and he's going to help them out. But he says, we literally have a story we could show that the city uses it. This is not a reach. This is a layup. We have a very defensible position. They use the alternate blue for football, women's soccer, and golf. They're going to roll it out across the board after weighing legal options. They said they reviewed everything and came to the conclusion we're going to proceed. We're giving them 2 or 3 weeks to respond. We're waiting on a response if we even get one. Now, according to the Houston Cougars, they are using the most slightly different shade of blue that they were able to find. And it's got a little similar striping and a similar number font. They're featuring a script Houston instead of the old oil derrick on the helmet. So it's a little bit different there. And they've been working with an outside firm to design these new uniforms that are ever so slightly different. And I absolutely love this. They said we're not going to plan on using this.
What has been another similar college to pro sports team look? I'm trying to think of something else.
Georgia G is the same as the Green Bay G.
Yeah.
I don't know which one came first.
Isn't the Grambling G is similar to?
Grambling G is the same.
But how about a color scheme? I can't really think of one.
Pittsburgh and Iowa.
Pittsburgh and Iowa. But all the Pittsburgh teams have the same color scheme. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a really good question. But it's like
I'm looking at the Steelers, right? Oh no, that's college tape. I was like, all right, Steelers, like with a yellowed out Oregon. Are the Steelers going to be like, no? And vice versa. Phil and I can be like, Pittsburgh, no, you can't ever go all yellow.
Green Bay and North Dakota State are sort of similar.
Yeah.
Like color scheme for North Dakota State. It's a little off. The yellow's a little different.
You're just ticked off at the pros for being like, no, don't wear colors.
Yeah, well, no, I'm not even ticked off of that.
The problem with, like, for them, the problem, quote unquote, wasn't it like they specifically said what they were doing? Like it was an homage to the Oilers or whatever. So the NFL's like, well, you can't do that. Yeah. That's ours.
Here's my issue. The Tennessee Titans should not own those are Houston's fans' colors. They are not the Tennessee Titans' property. That is that
right, let me
color
ask you,
scheme belongs in Houston.
So when the Colts leave or they go to Cleveland
or the Browns or whatever.
Yeah, if the team leaves the city gets to keep the colors?
I would think that's how it should be.
You don't have a team.
Right, but like the Browns.
Like, what are you holding on to the colors for? Like, screw us, you left.
The Browns got a team back.
But
eventually.
But the Ravens did not take the colors. That was part of the agreement. The Cleveland had to be allowed to keep the name and the colors.
What are the Titans doing with it though? Like, I mean,
they changed.
They occasionally use a throwback, I think, but I mean,
right.
The Colts at least kept the name. It's like, all right, if you're gonna keep the name, you're gonna keep the name. Fine, keep the colors. If you're gonna change your logo, your team name, and everything,
what do you care?
What do you care? Give it back to the people that you stole it from.
Can I buy? I'm looking this up. Can I buy a Houston Oilers? Yeah, I can buy Oilers jersey. So that's what it is.
Yeah, right next year, Zeke 15.
The NFL shop doesn't want to, like, because they know anybody in Houston, instead of buying an Oilers jersey, they're worried about people buying, well, I want merch from the Houston Cougars then with this color scheme, because that's actual Houston. I guess that's what it's about. They still want to be able to sell their Warren Moon jerseys.
Let me introduce you to Kerr Kriisa. Kerr Kriisa, I think I'm pronouncing his name.
Doubt it.
He is a basketball player from Estonia. I don't know what goes on in Estonia, to be honest with you. I know it's on the Baltic. But other than that, I don't really know what goes on.
By the way, really quickly, Chris Beam from DallasCowboys.com just texted and said Arkansas did a Cowboys-themed uniform one year at AT&T Stadium.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas did a Cowboys.
But Jerry in Arkansas, that's probably why.
Jerry ain't going to sue. You're not going to sue Arkansas. You're not going to do that.
Yeah, they needed Calipari money.
Absolutely. So.
Well, never mind. Jerry gave that to them, too.
There's a player. He plays for West Virginia.
According to the internet.
And he's from Estonia. He is now committed to the University of Kentucky. He has been pursued on a couple of occasions. He was originally at like Arizona and then West Virginia and now Kentucky. And he is an agitator. He is someone that every fan base hates. He'll score. He'll talk, everything. Well, now it comes out, and this is just being revisited, a story that he got into an altercation when Estonia played Slovenia in international ball. And he got into a verbal spat with Luka. I don't know what the language barrier from Estonia to Slovenia is. Might be all the same. Who knows? But this quote is resurfacing where he said, it's pretty easy to get into his head.
Yes. I was looking at the confrontation, and this guy was like not backing down.
And Lucas, it looked like he was sizably bigger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, this kid's listed at 6'7".
No.
If that's the case, Lucas 7'1".
Yes.
There's no way this kid's 6'7".
Yeah.
But this is from the Slovenia-Estonia game from 2 years ago, and he said it's pretty easy to get into his head.
And what's the kid doing now?
He had just committed to Kentucky, and that's why all this is resurfacing. Yeah, because it's like Kentucky got the bad boy.
So this threw off my timelines yesterday. I was like, all right, Luka competed against this guy, and this kid is just going to Kentucky, and Luka's been in the NBA for a long time.
This is like his third or fourth school. Oh. So he's like 20, 21, but he's been playing,
Luka was playing on the Slovenian team when he was, 15?
Yeah. So there's an overlap there. Like this kid may be 5 years younger than him, but the Estonia basketball team can't be.
What if you're on the court with Luka?
Yeah.
What's your like? What are you jumping to first? Is like
Red Mill?
Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna go to conditioning?
Well, that's
or something
what
like that.
He got a Mavs fan thrown out for that.
Yeah, I'm pulling that stupid rock tape off his shoulder that doesn't work.
Are you going after rock tape?
Oh, it's just such a pseudoscience. I love it. Feels good, but
does it feel good?
Well, I think it gives you like a psychological look at me. I'm a badass. I got all this black tape all over.
I think it looks weird.
What else would you say to him?
I don't know. Now that I've read the GQ thing, I'd probably just be like, "Your car collection's whack, bro."
Yeah.
Just like something like that. Like,
yeah, it's hard to sun his car collection.
But
it's a good test case. That's something you shouldn't be insecure about. Am I able to get in your head talking trash about your cars, which are clearly awesome and show your vast wealth? Is that enough to get you off your game?
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. They really are.
I would probably start DMing him up and be like, "When you whine, cry, whine."
Did I foul you? Is this a foul?
Yeah.
Is this a foul? Can I guard you this close?
Is this a foul? Yeah. And then you get torched for 40.
That's it. There's the rest of the kegger.
There's RJ Choppy with a Thursday kegger here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being the total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Let's hook you up for listening. We got one today. We got one tomorrow. Enjoy.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see the Jubilee Tour with Live and Stone Temple Pilots at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
David tweeted us, shout out to the fan and the morning show for hooking me up with tickets to the Rangers game last night. So he was there to see zero offense, but he was still there with three others right there in Arlington for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. We'll have another one tomorrow. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
That's right. It is time for the Neighborhood Watch every Thursday at 7:40-ish. Somewhere around there, just whenever we're into the expressway. And our Facebook community group post of the week. Once again, we're going to dip into some RJ Choppy community drama. Chop, who is trying to hide anonymously in your Facebook group this week?
Well, it's interesting. We don't know. Another anonymous member.
Do you have suspicions?
Well, actually, they did identify themselves later in the post. Later in the post, they did identify themselves. I'm not going to out them, but yeah, they did. I will use no names here. They did identify themselves later on. Anonymous. Now, we are getting roofs put on because of the hail we had.
Getting what?
Roofs.
Oh, roofs.
Interesting. You don't say roof?
Roofs. Yeah, we're getting roofs put on. K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Doing my house in a couple of weeks.
Mine too, if I had one.
Boy, I got the check from the insurance company. It seems really cool to have that much money in my bank account. And then
it's going
right back out of there.
It's like Jerry talking about their cap.
Yeah.
Same thing.
So I get the roof put on, and now we have anonymous members posting complaints. Quote, just a friendly reminder.
Wait. Roofs are being put on.
Roofs are put on.
And people are about to complain?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Just a friendly reminder regarding construction contractors. There are posted legal hours of operation per the city of Fort Worth. No construction or erection or excavation.
Sorry?
What? Shall take place before 7 a.m. or after 8 p.m. during the week and before 9 a.m. or after 8 p.m. on the weekend.
Okay.
Our first poster.
Seems fair.
Seems fair. First poster comes to it.
Yeah.
Now,
don't be banging away, and I don't want to hear crap before. Weekday, was it what?
7 a.m.
Fine.
7 a.m. is fine to start.
Totally fair. Totally
and
fair.
8 p.m. is like later than I thought.
As a preemptive shot, though, is that Karen behavior?
Is it preemptive or has it been loud? Have they started?
Oh, they've started, and there's and a lot of the roofers will get up, especially during like the summer months. I mean, they're up.
And
there.
again, I'm not saying anything about capos. I'm just talking about I'm living in this right now. That's why I'm living, snakes in a plane in real life because construction next to me nonstop.
There's a million roofers in our neighborhood. So it's everyone. They're all doing this. They try to, if it's going to be hot, they try to get up there before the sun's up.
Of course.
They can. These roofers are up there. It's 120 degrees on that roof.
Yeah.
You don't want them up there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You want them to start at 5 a.m.
Now, they're building a house right next to me, and I have not been bothered by it one bit. I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
I don't know how roofing is different. If that's I don't know how.
It's because of your spacious property.
Yeah,
they're
right.
like, the next door neighbor is like a couple zip codes away.
So, one of the posters responded to this, and this guy will complain on anything. Now he's very entertaining on here, but he says,
"What's his age roughly?"
He's about I think he's about our age. He's late 30s to mid 40s.
So he's real bitter.
And he said,
our age. I thought you were going to say 60 or something.
Oh, no. He goes, I think the 7 a.m. start time can be overlooked during this time, that all of our roofs need to be placed. My neighbor's roof guy started before 7 a.m., made noise, but I'm okay with that.
Oh.
I need to get they need to get it done in one day. I think we should all have a little grace and not be complaining to the city during this roof run we all have. The only way the city would worry about it is if someone complained.
Oh, I got this guy all wrong. Never mind. He's cool. He's chill.
Yeah, here he was. I
thought you were labeling him as a malcontent.
No. He is. What he does is he will poke and stir the bear. Poke the bear, stir the pot. Right. Well, anonymous member comes back.
Does it say anonymous, or you just keep it?
It does say anonymous member.
What a chicken! Put your name on it. Put your name on it, Chris Ballard.
Here we go. Next one. Part of being a respectful neighbor is looking beyond yourself and realizing that not everyone works in 8 to 5. There are folks who work second and third shifts, so the extra uninterrupted sleep counts for something. And this guy comes back. Anonymous member, it is temporary. I have to get up early, and every time people make a noise late at night hurts my sleep, but I realize it's temporary, and I get over myself and realize I don't live in the country by myself, but you expected everyone to work around you is not being respectful to your neighbor, and I love how you complain and hide behind anonymous.
Yeah!
Woo!
It's true.
Yep.
Anonymous. Nobody complains in this room more than I do about their living conditions and surrounding area. But my name is on it. Sometimes I don't want to do like a Google review. Sometimes I don't want to do like a Yelp review with like my name on there and stuff. But no, if we're in the community group or if it's on Facebook, man, you got to put your anonymous. I've never seen an anonymous social media person except for Twitter, except for the cowards on Twitter. But Facebook and Instagram, your name is on there unless you're spamming or a troll or a bot.
Yeah, so occasionally I'll see in these community groups somebody will go anonymous, because you can set it that way within the group to go anonymous. Most of the time when somebody goes anonymous, it's for something like, hey, recommendations for a divorce lawyer, or my daughter's having that. It's where they don't want to be, that's fine. But if it's just, I want to bitch about my neighbors and not get any sort of heat or ostracized. No, if you're sitting here talking about tattling to the city, put your name on it.
Now, the person did eventually say, I am an original homeowner. I am not anonymous. Here's my name. Gave the name.
Oh.
Gave her name and
heady play.
Did she post her picture?
Or
no, she's on the Facebook group. She just posted as anonymous.
But did she post her name, say this is actually my name from an anonymous account? Is it still under anonymous, or did she go back in with her actual Facebook account to comment on it? Because if she went anonymous, that's just a smart play. That's attributed to somebody else who didn't do it.
You know what? She went through anonymous. She went through anonymous.
So we don't know.
Member.
This could be her trying to just blame somebody else and come up. Just like I could have gone in there and been like, I'm RJ Choppy. I live here, and it's me. I'm the one complaining.
So there you go. There's a little drama.
It's good. I like that. I do enjoy community drama. It's some of my favorite that we get. Okay, so right after the show today, taking the girls out of school early.
Jeez.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some strict parent.
They are all pumped about this. Well, that's different. That's not strict parenting, Chop. That's taking them away from the godless state is what I'm doing there. Okay. No, Kristen, we're still not certain if Kristen's going with us yet.
All right, explain why.
Because she's been under the weather for like the last 2 days, and so she's not totally sure. She was feeling a little bit better last night, but then it was starting to turn again, and so she's not totally sure. She's like, I'm not gonna know till probably you gotta go if I'm going or not. And so it's like, all right, cool. Well, I'm still taking the girls regardless.
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
That's right, honey. So we are going to load the girls up. We're driving to Midland, Texas. It's 4.5 hours, 5 hours if you drive like Choppy does. 4.5 hours to Midland, Texas.
Stop it.
We may make some pit stops. I think we're going to go through Stephenville. Maybe I'll stop, show the girls their future campus at Tarleton State University. May make a stop in Abilene. We got family out there.
Why? Why are you doing this?
Because I'm doing it for Keller
4.5 hours?
softball. The Keller badasses, okay? The Keller Indians, that's what I'm all about. And so I'm going out there. I said I was going to go to their next playoff game because I couldn't because of the NFL draft. They're like, well, you might be going out west if you're going to go with us. And I was like, that's fine. I'll do whatever it takes because I'm a real fan. I travel like Jared Sandler during college football season. I travel, okay?
You know what? You need to get one of those car flags, put the car flags in the window.
Yes.
That's what you need to do.
You are in for a 90-90. You know what that is?
No.
It's 93 degrees today as the high there, 13 degrees higher than Dallas, and you're in for 90% humidity as well.
I thought Midland was dry
I
heat.
figured that'd be dry heat too.
They better give you a t-shirt.
Mom will see you soon. They are giving me a t-shirt. They're giving me a t-shirt.
Don't wear that sweatshirt.
That's
90 and 90.
Pit stains, baby.
You know what I found was really interesting about this? I discovered this last night when I went to the Marcus High School softball playoff game. They kicked Irving's ass. No, it's
Hang on a second.
they literally did. They got
Hang on a
run ruled.
What time did that game start?
7.
Oh, we had a triple header of DFW sports. So your job?
It's amazing. They have cell phones, Sean. I don't know if you know this.
So you're watching both. You're watching the game at the Marcus game.
Yes, I am.
No, there's no way.
I watch.
Well, why no way?
I watch most of mine.
Why no way? But listen, broke boy, not getting any guacamole or queso. Tell me why I can't have a phone up with strong enough phone signal to reach to the baseball
There's
field.
no way you can actively. There's no way you can actively cheer for a team in front of you that you're watching at a game and watch. With,
I disagree.
I can watch. Look.
I watch
game.
almost every Cowboy game at my kids' baseball games.
Okay, so first off, it was run ruled. The game was over in an hour because after the 5th inning, they were up by 15 runs. They kicked their ass really fast. That's one thing. 2, whether watching on a cell phone or sitting at home in the middle of the Stars game, will understand equally what I'm watching, regardless of the 100% or 90% focus. I understand what I'm seeing just as much.
It's really not as hard as you think. Like if you're, especially like baseball is the easy one to do.
So you don't care about the announcers and the analysis, what they have to say. Like
I make my own opinion on what happened. I don't need to hear. I need to hear. I know what Troy Aikman's going to say.
Yeah,
they should punt. That's what Troy Aikman's going to say. They should punt. They should get the field goal here. Take the points.
There.
Yeah, Peyton needs it spoon-fed to him by analysts so that he can come in here and regurgitate it like a little baby bird.
But I have the sound on still. I still have the sound on.
That's what he is. But
how do you have the sound on while sitting in the bleachers?
Oh, you're that fan. You're going to annoy everyone around you.
It's very, very low. It's low enough for really I can hear. Now, Sarah got upset with me the other day on Sunday because she was like, stop. I could hear the Mavs stuff. Could you please just mute it during the commercials? And then, like, it was the Mavs.
The Mavs game? Mute it during the commercial? What do you mean?
On the phone.
At the game.
I was at Luca's game.
Yeah.
And she was like, can you just mute it during the commercials? And then, like.
Why don't you wear earpods?
Because then I can't talk to anybody around me, right? You know, then it's just too much.
So you're watching, you're listening, and you're talking. You're watching two things.
Let's be real.
All of it.
If my kid's not up, I really don't care.
Exactly.
But he was pitching in this game, so it's like, all right, I'm watching a lot of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could do it. It's not ideal.
So why did you get tossed last night at your house?
At the house?
Yeah.
Well, I was watching it in bed. The Mavs game. I was like, all right, I'm just watching in the bedroom. And she's trying to sleep, but she goes, I can't sleep with this TV and the noise on. And I was like, she's like, I'm gonna go in the other room. And I'm like, No, because then you're going to stay in the other room the entire time, and I like to touch your butt when we're sleeping. So I'll just go into the...
Someone else is touching you.
Yeah, and then... so I was like, I'll just go into the living room. And I was like, I'd rather stay here, though. She goes, no, you need to leave. I can't sleep with this. So I was like, all right, fine.
So
I came back in and I touched her butt.
11 a.m., I'll get on the road. And I'll start hauling it to Midland, and I'll get out there, have a couple hours before the game, knock out my prep email, sit down, watch the game at 6. That'll be over
tomorrow
by
to our show at the Firehouse.
No, wrong. Okay. So here's the thing. I reject this sentiment. I reject this sentiment because listen.
You reject the sentiment based on what?
Based on this.
The multiple times you've been late?
I only miss and am late when I have nothing going on the night before. Consistently, whenever you say, how many times have you said when I've gone to a playoff game or quick turnaround, you'll say you're going to be useless tomorrow, and my energy is always up because I'm keyed in, tapped in, and aware of it.
True.
So because of that, like, even if I get 3 hours sleep, I'll be extra cracked out on C4 energy or whatever else tomorrow because I'm gonna be ready and locked in. I'll be coming off the high of a killer win over whoever the hell they're playing, somebody from El Paso. I don't know. It's a meaningless school. It doesn't matter. It's essentially New Mexico. All right, like I mean that's El Paso is not even Texas.
Firehouse tour in Garland tomorrow morning. Stop on by if you can. 1301 North Jupiter Road. 1301 North Jupiter Road, and we're going to feed you with Palmer's Hot Chicken. We have a Zeke autographed helmet. Good thing it's not an autographed jersey. We have a Zach Martin autographed football. So stop by tomorrow if you can, 5:30 to 10 a.m. for the Firehouse tour.
So here's one of the interesting things about the neighborhood watch that I'm becoming more aware of. And Chop, you may already have an awareness of this, but Sean, I'm curious if you knew this. So I'm watching this game last night that Marcus is playing in, and there's a pitcher for this team for Marcus. Her name's Chloe Petit, and she is really, really good. She's a junior, whatever else.
Is she very small?
And it's short. It's Poteet, like mesquite Poteet.
Oh, okay.
So, and I mean, she's got this wild wind up. She like literally drops her head, like lowers it, and then pops up and throws or whatever. Here's the thing, she's really good. And I was like talking to one of the parents there, and I was like, so where's she going to school? And they're like, she hasn't really. Like she's been under recruited to this point. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And I started hearing the specifics of baseball. And you remember how we heard about Evan Carter? When Evan Carter got drafted, there was the talk of like, he didn't play in the select tournaments. He didn't play in like a lot of the all-star games and stuff like that. So that's why nobody knew who he was. Apparently, like with softball and baseball in the state, I had no idea. Like it is on the kids to do their own recruiting. Like you are supposed to email all the coaches. You're supposed to show up at all-star games. And they're talking about, they're like, if we go deep in the playoffs, and Chloe's pitching really well, like she has to roll right into all-star games where her body is going to be worn down from pitching the entire postseason, and she may have to take a break, or she may not be at the top of her game or whatever else.
Wow.
And I was like, so how do you, they're like, even the best players, they have to email coaching staffs on colleges and go, which tournament are you going to show up to? Where are you going to do? And they told me, they're like, one of the best players on this team here at Marcus is not playing college ball because her junior year, she got so turned off by the recruiting process of how it all worked that she was just like, I'm not going to play college ball. She's good enough to, and teams have even like approached her and said, hey, would you be? And she's like, nope, out. I'm done. I decided I was done with the recruiting. It is awful. Like the baseball and the softball players, it's not like football. Like they have to take their recruiting into their own hands.
You do have to email coach, from what I've heard. And I got a buddy who's a recruiter for one of these major college in Texas. And you know, he gets emails all the time from players. Now he's at a big enough program where it's like, I don't really pay attention to him. Like I know who I'm going after, and we basically get who we want anyway. But like, yeah, there's a lot of that has to go into it because there's so many. If you play high school baseball, 6A in DFW, you will find your way onto a JUCO or a college team of some kind. Like you're going to be, for the most part. Maybe not all of them, but the bottom half of the lineup, but like the top half. There's enough out there. There's a lot of JUCO out there, but it's supposed to be a grind because you got to email these coaches. And I think you could start emailing them in like 8th grade. And that's the whole process starts.
No, the whole way it was described to me was just like, yeah, this is your kind of, you know, it's you, your family, whoever else is involved, and you got to email these coaches and you got to show up to the right all-star games, and it is on you. It's not like football where if you're just a stud at 6A,
they'll figure it out.
Like they'll find you and you're good. It's like, no, I was like, so wait, like if she pitches like great all the way through the postseason, gets all the way through the state playoffs and they win, would that get her the attention? They're like, some, but not as much as showing up to the right all-star game where the right coach is. I'm like, holy cow. So I was blown away by that. And I'm sure there's a bunch of people on the fan text right now saying like, welcome to the new age or whatever it is. But Peyton Russell, former proud Mansfield High School alum, yes?
Yes, Mansfield.
Your old hood yesterday was rocking 2 different times. The U.S. Geological Survey was flooded with phone calls from Mansfield, Texas yesterday because we had 2 earthquakes in Mansfield on Wednesday. A 3.0 and a 3.2 scale earthquake were picked up shortly after 1 p.m. yesterday. The USGS map said the earthquakes were detected just over 4 miles southwest of Mansfield, which is located in southeastern Tarrant County. Both were about 5 kilometers deep. Come on, just speak to me in American. I don't even know what that means, according to the USGS. But Mansfield police told WFA there were no reports of injuries or damages, but they were receiving several calls of people asking if it was an earthquake. So have you had any experience? This is something that really kicked up in Irving a couple of years ago. You remember Irving? Because Irving's on a fault line. Yeah, and so there was a lot of talk. People were like, is it fracking? Is the fracking causing issues to where things were? Have you ever, in your time in North Texas, either of you felt an earthquake?
No.
I did in Oxnard, but not here.
When? What year?
Oh, it was whatever the Hard Knocks one was with Pac-Man. 08?
Like a significant one, or was it just like a little?
It was a 5, 4, 5 something.
We lived in Irving for a while. Lived in Las Colinas. Well, and it was still an apartment. And so we lived in Las Colinas for a little bit. And I remember there was one night where we actually saw there was like mixing bowls on top of the refrigerator, and they were like rattling. And that's as strong as anything I've come across. But this is becoming more common around North Texas. Yeah. Is like in some of these areas with the fault lines where you're having this.
I didn't feel it like in the. I was on the phone. I was doing an interview with the great Mike Taylor.
Well,
and I was pacing back and forth. And they say if you're walking, you don't feel it as much. And we're on the tennis courts. And this is before you had all those tents there. Like, it wasn't like that then. And all I remember is like I got like super dizzy and I almost fell over. Like after, like my equilibrium got knocked way out of whack. And I look around and everyone's kind of like just looking around and wondering what the heck that was. And it wasn't a major earthquake. Like I said, it was like a 4 or 5 pointer. But like everybody stopped what they were doing. And I was just sitting there doo-doo-doo on the phone as I'm walking. I'm not really paying attention. And I guess I didn't notice it in the moment, but all I remember is getting really, really dizzy.
So we also have, for the big Star Wars fans, a convention was announced this week. Coming to the Marriott Dallas Allen Hotel and Convention Center, June 27th through the 30th.
Kevin Hagelin.
Oh, yeah. Hagee's going to be out there. It says happening in a galaxy not far away at all. The first ever Rebel Scum Con is heading to North Texas this summer and is dedicated to Star Wars fans alike. Here's what I love. It's because you know what it is. They say, you rebel scum. That's the line in Star Wars.
Oh, my God. That's what you said.
Chop. The URL.
Oh, God.
Chubby. Here's the URL for the event. www.rebelscum.com.
Weren't you a Star Wars nerd?
I was never a nerd. I would go to the Star Wars first night. Okay. I would always go on opening night.
Did you dress up?
I never dressed up. Okay. There was always people there that were dressed up.
Well, you're going to have to if you're going to go to this. It says expect cosplay, ridiculous merchandise, and more. This is the oldest and largest independent Star Wars fan website hosting the convention. But yeah, that's the URL. That's what caught my eye on this story in the first place is I saw the URL. And you Rebel Scum, if you would like to go to Allen and hang out with Rebel Scum, you can. So that's June 27th through the 30th, rebelscum.com.
Send the Neighborhood Watch stories to Bobby Roberto Belt or RJ's anonymous Facebook group. Every Thursday, commercial free at this time. Are both series over after Game 5s last night? That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But it's Thursday. And you know what's going down at Hurtado.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Petrangelo to Stone through center. Stevenson a step. Stevenson's in. Stopped by Ottinger. What a save by Ottinger. He kicked the right pad out.
Is that the highlight of the series?
Oh, that save?
Yeah.
Oh, that was tremendous.
What is the number one highlight of Stars Knights so far as the Dallas Stars win their third straight game against the defending champs, first team to hold serve at home, and they're one win away from moving on to the next round?
It could
Is
be
it Sagan with the bloody nose? What's the shot? What's the play or the image of the series so far?
I think the few that jump into my head could be
Wyatt Johnston,
the Johnston game winner,
the overtime game winner.
Lose that game, you're down 0-3.
The one off the helmet. Was it the Don off the helmet? And then this. Those are the three that come to mind.
Ottinger is a wall. Well, you were just talking to me about a wall in the commercial break. Let me come up with something.
Big beautiful wall.
We're not paying for it. I caught a Mo Rivera earlier. That's what he has been in the third periods of these games. He stopped all 55 shots, and he did it again last night, including the extension. The extension right there, sticking out the right leg.
Yeah, it was a tremendous save, and that's a series saving save. Who knows what happens if that goal goes in? And how many times are you going to have basically a clean look like that with 3 minutes to go when you're trailing? The Stars were an absolute prevent form of defense, and to still be able to get that look for Vegas, I mean, they were not going to get a better look. There was not going to be a better chance there. I mean, he had a clean break, and Otter just stopped him, and that was potentially a series clincher and saver. I mean, who knows what happens if that goes in? You go to overtime, you get an unlucky, you get a bad penalty, whatever. That was tremendous.
And how many did you let out 2 of them in your living room or wherever you were watching? Bobby watching 9 different things apparently at a high school event. When the empty netter almost went in, and the commentator was like, "And the Stars get an empty!" And it was saved at the last second by Vegas.
I mean, there was one that was out
Then
there
went
by
wide
a foot.
left.
Yeah, one by a foot that he saved it just before it went across the goal line. And then the other one just missed. And then I don't know how the Stars missed a 3-on-0. They had a 3-on-0 break and they missed. That never happens. I mean, how do you miss that? But it was it should have been 5-2. That game really 6-2 when you count those empty netters. I mean, they should have been much higher and much more of a margin of victory in this one. They were that much better.
4-2 according to Money Puck. Is what it is. You can shake your head, Sean. The analytics.
I hope that website gets a virus.
Wrong. The analytics are going to take over.
It's a great website.
They've already taken over.
It did talk about how they're big on 5-on-5 numbers and how New York Rangers are like a mid-pack team on 5-on-5, so they could be ripe for an upset.
Yeah, the deserve to win-o-meter said Dallas 70% chance deserve to win this game.
Deserve to win-o-meter?
The deserve to win-o-meter. It's a series of simulations based on the analytics that say how likely is it this team wins. It says the Stars 70%, Sean.
The best part of this website, Sean, is that it looks like it was made in 1997. Yeah. It looks like this is how I envision Canada being with their internet. Just a little bit behind us.
Pete DeBoer on finally one team being able to get a home win.
Yeah, I think obviously critical. I mean, we're a good home team. We take pride in playing at home all year. I think we have the best crowds in the league here, as you saw tonight, and the building's electric. And, it's a little uncharacteristic of us to lose the first 2 at home. I'm not even sure we deserved to lose 2, but we did. But credit to our group. There wasn't a lot of believers at that point, and we went on the road into a tough environment and, kind of rolled up our sleeves and went to work. And, you look up and 6 days later, you got a 3-2 lead and a chance to close out the Stanley Cup champions. So work's not done yet. We've got some heavy lifting to do, but just proud of our group.
All right, yesterday I asked which Game 5 you felt more confident in. I said Mavs. Peyton said Stars pretty emphatically. We both looked like geniuses. Choppy, who did you say? Mavs or Stars?
I thought the Stars had a better chance. I thought the Mavs were going to lose.
Okay.
Last night without Kawhi.
I thought the Mavs were going to win by 30, and I thought the Stars would win this game pretty
By
easily.
one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Look more dominant than the actual score.
Yeah, I texted you guys.
I'm glad you said that. Yeah, you didn't check in with us at all yesterday.
I know. Parenting is hard. I don't think I'm going to do that anymore.
Man, it was like 12 o'clock. I'm like, I still haven't heard from Bobby. Let's go ahead and check in. All right, so since you called it perfectly, we're going to give you the first chance to answer this one.
Hit me.
Which series, if not both, do you consider the most over? Mavs and Stars both up 3-2. Which one do you feel the most confident? Now, get ready for the Jinxers. Get ready for everyone to get mad.
Shinks.
The Shinks that you Shinks
Settle
that.
down just a little bit.
Which one, if
Mavs.
any, are done?
Mavs.
Is done.
Yeah, it's Mavs, but it's funny. It feels like two similar series in the sense that, like, it takes the Clippers making 23s to beat the Mavericks. It took what felt like unsustainably great luck defensively for Vegas to beat Dallas in the first couple games.
Yeah, I had a lot of people complaining on this text chain I'm on and on social media. That ice was
Hood Rats?
No, not the Hood Rats. The ice was not great last night. It was very, very bouncy.
How do you see that?
I said that a lot last
Hockey
night, yeah.
people could see that.
Take me inside that observation.
I mean, I can't really use the words they were using, but they're like, ice is essy
up.
tonight. It's essy tonight. It sucks.
How do you know that, though?
The puck's bouncing, and it wasn't a puck that had been on the ice for 10 minutes without stoppage, and it's not frozen anymore, and it's now just rubber.
Playing faster than those greens at Las Colinas.
Hey, there you go.
Like, man.
Absolutely. I don't know. So everybody was complaining about the ice. Now, that was a problem at Reunion when they got to the finals, and it was like June, and it was 120 degrees outside, and the ice was melting. It shouldn't be the problem here yesterday. But I feel much better that the Mavs series is over. I think the Stars are clearly the better team, but Vegas is still good.
Yeah.
They have a home game here to get to Game 7. And, I don't know, there's something about them being a defending champs, and the Clippers are a team of known chokers. So I have no faith that the Clippers can come from 3-2 down. I still have a little bit of fear, even though the Stars have shown in 4 of the 5 games, even though they're only won 3 of them, they've shown they're the better team. Something about Vegas still does scare me.
Yeah, I mean, are the Clippers, to me, are they going to get 2 more games where they're just hitting an absurd number of threes? Are Paul George and James Harden going to be able to, in 4 separate games, shoot the lights out? To me, that's not possible. There's a better possibility of Vegas playing their style of hockey, but to me, it's both of these are done. But I don't think the Clippers have a shot.
Pepe?
Yeah, I mean, the Clippers, they look toast yesterday. That's what the 817 says. Clippers are toast.
Hey, you can't judge everything off just like the previous game.
Yeah, you said the Mavericks were toast yesterday.
And that the Stars are going to get swept. You're like, I'm a believer in momentum. So is your momentum defined as like just what happened the game before?
It wasn't just, the Mavs didn't just win. It was a beatdown. I mean, how do you come back? And you're going to Dallas too. How do you come back from that? How do you come back, down, you lost by 30. So I just think obviously momentum, sure. But I mean, the Mavs just looked like the clear better team. And there was no Kawhi. You get over that hump. You come back to Dallas. So I think the Mavericks have the edge.
So what? He thinks the Nationals will win today. He thinks the Stars will win the next game. The Mavericks will win the next game.
1-0.
Yeah,
30.
Whatever is the previous game winner, that's who Peyton's picking.
It felt like 30.
I think, yes, it did. I think Mavs Clippers is more over as well.
Yeah, I mean, the issue is Vegas are really, I mean, the Clippers are good too, but like they're without their best guy. And I mean, they're just got a team of chokers. Like Vegas still has.
And geezers.
Yeah, and Vegas still has, I think we all feel that Eichel's the best player on the ice, non-goalie.
Whatever that website says. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, Money Puck said that,
Yeah,
Sean.
so he's been, Petrangelo's a really good player.
We call him Petra, but yeah.
Petra.
Did you say Tarantula?
Petrangelo's a really good player, and Marchessault's really good. They got guys that have done it. They're in on everything. And I wonder what kind of changes Cassie's going to make now. Like, he made all these changes for yesterday's game. White Cloud, Colasar gone. They changed the goalie, which in a 2-2 series in Game 5, now you're going to switch out a goalie for a guy who hasn't played in 2 weeks? You're going to bring him in cold?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, you're begging for an easy, soft goal early on.
I mean, they won the cup last year playing like 4 different goalies the whole year. So
Yeah, but they stuck with Aiden Hill at the end, right?
Yeah.
I mean, did they not?
All right, we got some other NBA fans upset with the late start times.
Yeah. Knick fans, kick rocks. Sixer fans, stuff your complaints in a sack and burn them. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your little pity party about the late starts. The Knicks and Sixers have a 9 p.m. start tonight in Eastern, 9 Eastern. So local time, 9 o'clock. Oh, wow. You got a 9 o'clock start. One, call me when you get 4 in a week, and I'll care. All right, you guys are in the Eastern time zone. Now, you guys get screwed for Major League Baseball games. MLB World Series games start at 8:30. That's ridiculous, especially when they were 4-hour games. You get massively boosted for other sports. You get your hockey and NBA games to always, A, start on time. How about that? You never have an 8:50 start. When it says 7 o'clock, it starts at 7 o'clock. And B, they all start at 7 o'clock, a reasonable hour. Meanwhile, we get treated like we live in Hawaii. Okay? So, kick rocks. And as Phoenix said from Fast and Furious, go cry to your mama. Okay? That's what he said in Fast and Furious, not Fast and Furious, Fast and Furious, which was, Bobby, the 4th edition of the film series. Not 3, that was Tokyo Drift. But that's what he said. And let me tell you something. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. We start at 9 o'clock every night. Y'all can handle one night. How about you stop letting Knick fans into your building, Michael Rubin? How about you stop buying 2,000 tickets? You hear they did it? They had to buy 2,000 of their own tickets for Game 6 and giving them to first responders. Why? Because they didn't want Knick fan gobbling them up.
Wow. I'm stunned that Philadelphia would allow this. That invasion.
Yeah, it's a soft city. In general.
Yeah,
Philly,
that is a bad look.
From what I've heard, they've never embraced the Sixers the way they have some of the other teams. I don't know.
No, I mean, you can't, what? You're giving your icons 18-inch statues and doing all other sorts of things. I wouldn't buy into the Sixers either. One thing I did buy into, by the way, though, I forgot to mention to y'all recently, I did buy the 11-part box set or whatever of Fast and Furious.
What?
Yeah. Not for me, it was for Kristen. But I'm going to have to sit down and watch all of them.
She wanted to
She loves Fast and Furious, but she hasn't seen anything after number 6. And so
you can acknowledge her again for the first time.
The Paul Walker episodes.
Yeah.
7 was his last one. Spoiler alert.
Really?
Spoiler
yeah,
alert.
CNN spoiled that one for me.
You went and Lib. you went and bought all of that.
I did. They were just sitting there, and I was like, "She's wanted to watch these again." I was like, "I'll just buy."
Has she seen them all already?
She's seen all up to 6 or 7.
Did you at least spring for Blu-ray?
I just bought whatever was sitting.
And you know what's amazing? She can watch every single one of them by the time you get back from Midland.
It is about a round trip. So yeah,
are your girls excited to make this drive?
They are so thrilled.
Really?
Yeah, they love road trips.
Is Ubbs and Shaw and
it's I don't know.
Jason Statham.
There's a bunch of them.
Statham?
Ubbs and Shaw.
That was your
Statham impersonation.
What is that?
That is the weirdest British accent I've ever heard.
877-881-1053. Let's see if RJ can make up for that hideousness with some diamond calves on the home of the Rangers. Then Below the Belt is back right here on 105.3 The Fan. But are you back at that job that you cannot stand? Come on, go ahead and make the change. Make that shift. You've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for way too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, my computer
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333, with Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
2-2 the count, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Look out, the bat goes flying, and that's the ball game. Seager strikes out on the Finnegan splitter, and the Washington Nationals even this series at a game apiece, winning by the final score of 1-0.
Zero offense again.
Zero.
As Corey Seager, what a perfect way to end this game. Seager strikes out, losing the bat as well.
Mighty Corey has struck out.
Man, did they waste Andrew Heaney last night.
You ain't going to get many like that out of anybody. And when Andrew Heaney does something like that, where he goes 7 innings and just the 1 run, you've got to capitalize. Anytime, any game that you only allow 1 run, I do wonder what the win probability of a game is when you only allow 1 run. It's got to be dang close to 90%, because that's just the nature of the game. You've got to win that game. There's no excuse. It's not like the Nats are throwing prime Strasburg and Scherzer out there.
Man,
you got to win that game.
Every series is a struggle. Like, okay, maybe they can squeeze one out. Maybe they can win the series with the last game of it.
They are so boring now.
You got to
even last night. You get Heaney 7 innings. The night before, John Gray 8 innings. Everything like 15 innings with 1 run allowed from your starters should still probably look better than like 7 strikeouts and 15 innings. Like even when they're getting by, when they're playing well, it's like it's efficient. It's just it's not sexy at all. They don't play sexy baseball right now. It's boring.
You've got to just buy time. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to buy time until Josh Young gets better. They're trying to buy time.
Josh, this whole offense shouldn't just collapse without Josh
but
Young.
It does. Lineups get less deep, and it's not as nearly the extent. And plus, when you add the fact that Seager right now couldn't hit a bull in the butt with a shovel, you're struggling. What are you gonna do? You got no. So you basically have 2 guys, 2 of your best hitters. One is unavailable, and one is playing like he's unavailable.
I'm worried that we're overhyping Josh Young, and I'm worried that we're overrating his impact.
Did it fall apart like this last year when he was out for 6 weeks?
They struggled without him.
I know they struggled in general, but I don't remember them just not being able to hit the ball.
Am I crazy for thinking that he was basically an automatic out in the World Series?
In the playoffs, he did not have a good playoff run.
Although, you know what's really surprising? The month of October, I shouldn't have said that because I'm kind of giving something away. What do you think his average was for all the playoffs?
276.
It was 308. I'm shocked.
How many doubles? Home runs?
He had 4 doubles. This is for the whole month. Okay, this is for 2 games against Tampa, all the O's, Astros, and Arizona.
In the postseason, he had 8 extra base hits. His OPS was 867.
That's really.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
And he had 3 home runs, 8 runs batted in. I just remember different. Maybe I'm just thinking of the World Series. It was like, because I remember it was like, was it breaking balls? It's like throwing breaking balls is going to automatically strike out.
It was Tampa and Baltimore he raked against. So for the Houston and the Arizona series, he hit 267, and his OPS was a little over 700.
And 266 for the series.
Yeah, 266, 267 is not terrible in today's MLB, right? It's not terrible, but I just think when you have a guy like that that's out of the lineup, your lineup's obviously not as deep. It doesn't get as, you have more weaker hitters in it. And then when Seager is out, or not out, but not hitting, might as well be out. Now you're banking on Simeon and Adolis, and hey, here comes Nate Lowe, and that's tough. It's tough. These are still major league pitchers.
Don't get me wrong. I think Josh Young is a stud. I'm just worried. We're like, well, I mean, you're missing the MVP.
He's good. Yeah, I don't want to miss an all-star third baseman.
Yeah.
Like he's absolutely valuable. But to me, it's like it shouldn't be top 5 offense in the game to unable to have an extra base hit because Josh Young's out of the lineup.
Today, it's afternoon baseball on this radio station. So 1 o'clock pregame, 1:30 first pitch. Nathan Eovaldi's on the mound. Don't look at your computers. What's his ERA?
4.15.
3.12.
It's a 3. I was surprised, like you, Bobby, that it was a 3 with the recent struggles. 1-2 with a 3 ERA.
Wow.
You guessed it.
I know, but I'm trying to think because, like, what made you guys think that was? I'm trying to think. Maybe he had a. Yeah. What made you think it was higher?
Well, I mean, because
recent games.
Well, peripherally, his FIP is closer to like a 4. So it's probably just I'm sitting here thinking of how he's
He
pitched.
bounced back against the Reds, 6 innings, 1 earned, but before that, he gave up 3 and 5. He gave up 5 and 6. So I thought it was going to be a little bit higher than a 3. With the 2 previous starts against Atlanta and Houston, but it's against Atlanta and Houston, although Houston sucks.
Yeah, I mean his last 3 starts, so half of that's probably why I'm just thinking of the last 3. The last 3 starts, his ERA is a 4.67.
We had a special NBA surprise the other day with Mike Breen. Apparently, one of the great announcers. Choppy may not be able to participate.
I agree.
In this interview.
I agree.
Heard Below the Belt yesterday without Bobby, and he wants to wipe out Below the Belt today. So Kevin Harlan will join us in place of Below the Belt.
Are you gonna ask him?
Ask him
about his regular season energy.
I mean, I don't.
He'd probably listen. Let's not talk about this. We love Kevin Harlan.
He's my favorite.
I think Kevin's fantastic. I just think he's better in the playoffs.
He's my favorite.
Diamond Cast, what else you got?
Okay. The MLB writers
Skip Bayless
are beating the drum, trying to make the Houston Astros relevant. It's very, very odd. There is article after article. It's almost as if they are trying to will Houston into a hot streak.
It's the John Smoltz effect.
Yeah. There was an entire article written about how the Astros went to Mexico City over the weekend, symbolizing a fresh start for the Houston Astros. And all they had on their board was a simple message. Introductions, 3:45 p.m. Be on the field. No instructions of pregame. No, hey, BP this time. Just introductions at 3:45. That's it. And this entire article is talking about how the Astros, losers of 8 of 9, or have lost 18 of the first 25 games of the year. And they've, blah, 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 blah. Their bullpen is allowing 24 runs in 32 innings. And this whole Mexico City trip. See, they went to Mexico City and they won 3 in a row. Whoop-de-doo.
In your face, Chop.
They're back, baby. Now, granted, the rest of the division has completely let them off the hook, to the point where they're like 5 games back. But they lose last night to the Guardians in extras, 3-2. Major League Baseball writers are trying their damnedest to make sure that we don't forget the Houston Astros. It's very, very annoying.
It's the Crimson Tide effect. It's what everybody was trying to do with Alabama last year. It's the same thing. It's the, we're just going to assume they got it together.
But some teams deserve that treatment.
Not the Astros, not the way they've been playing.
They've been a dynasty.
Not the way that they've played,
They've been a near dynasty.
They are a perfect, if
the Cowboys started off 1-4, the same thing would be happening. What's the difference? I know it's America's team. The Astros aren't as big as the Cowboys, but the Astros are a big-time team in Major League Baseball.
But wouldn't we also say, everybody needs to stop pretending like the Cowboys are playing well nationally?
It would still be a humongous topic.
But it's still silly. It's just as silly. I'm not saying that it's unexpected. Yes. I'm not saying it's unexpected. I just think it's silly.
Do you want to bet on where they finish in the West?
Are we going to bet lion urine or whatever under the nose?
I have coyote urine on the way. We could do that.
Do you really get that too?
No.
All right, very nice.
Yeah.
Just go reach into your gully behind your house and grab one.
Yeah, my house is going to smell like the Katy Trail bathroom or wherever they have just, the troughs.
Mating season is going to be wild in your backyard.
I know.
Holy cow.
Coyote's gone wild, yeah.
Yeah, Coyote's gone wild. All right, so let's do this next one.
They won't finish better than 3rd.
Ooh.
Okay.
All right, let's bet it.
All right.
Did Major League Baseball change the ball again? It appears they did.
Still white and red, right, with stitching?
It is.
Okay.
In 2023 in April, 1 Major League Baseball team had 50 home runs, 4 had 40, 10 had 35, and 18 had 30. This year, 0 hit 50, 1 hit 40, 1 hit 35, and only 8 hit 30. home runs are so down. There were as many clubs that hit 35 home runs or more last year in April than hit 30, 35, and 40 combined this month, this first month. So why don't they just manufacture the baseball with a machine? So all of them are the same. And there's no complaints and there's no issue like, oh, is the ball juiced this year? Oh, is the ball tighter this year?
Yeah.
Stop having someone tie it like a shoelace. All right? You don't need someone out there needling, crocheting this baseball.
Do you know anyone who knits?
My sister. My sister can.
The wine collector.
The wine collector. She has a sewing machine. She sews and crochets and knits and does all the things.
Okay.
But can we just manufacture a baseball that is consistent every single week?
I feel like we've never gotten an answer on whether it's been doctored and all that stuff too.
Yeah, we never have.
They go after every pitcher.
Yeah.
Let me check your hands. Let me check your glove.
Right.
But they can change this thing, juice it up, deflate, all the things.
Yeah.
Is it possible home runs are down though just because the Rangers are hitting like they're hitting?
I mean, it could be. It could be.
Nice.
Like exit velocity is, down. I mean, it's just
Josh Young fixed the Major League Baseball home run problem.
Yeah, there you go. It's Josh Young. That's it. Nike is.
I cannot believe you're not touching the Trout audio you sent.
I will.
Not in this segment?
Oh, yeah. I can play it time.
Okay.
All right. Fine. We'll get to it right now. Stephen A. Smith.
Whatever you want to talk about the most, I just thought like you would want to talk about it.
I do. Stephen A. Smith went after Mike Trout. And
Good.
Stephen A. Smith, we love him, could not be more wrong.
Well, it's driving me crazy. And let me tell you this. Mike Trout is a sensational player when he's healthy. One of the greatest. He really, really is. And I'm a huge, huge fan. But I've grown disgusted with his lack of availability. It makes me question. I know he looks the part. What the hell are you doing to take care of yourself? Always injured. I mean, damn, it's baseball. I mean, what are we talking about here? It's not football. It's not boxing. It's not the UFC. You're not running up and down the court 94 feet basketball for 82 nights a year. It's baseball. Half the time y'all out standing out in the outfield, chewing on pumpkin seeds or something, waiting for a fly ball to come your way. How the hell is he always hurt?
What are you clapping for?
Because I'm glad that there's just anything counter to what Peyton and Choppy were whining about in the show text the other day.
About?
Oh, I'm gonna miss Trout so much. He's out again. I feel so bad for Trout. Just a bunch of Trout stands. It was pathetic.
You don't appreciate watching like a
He's
great,
good.
great player?
He's good. They were having a funeral over here for Trout being out for a month
because he was crying. He was in tears.
Injury.
He was in tears.
What I was gonna say is this is the most this time of year is the biggest nightmare for people like Nick Wright, Stephen A. Smith.
105 to fan.
Those that have to comment on baseball.
It is.
Well, I'm sorry. This isn't the biggest nightmare time of the year. My apologies.
July.
It's the baseball postseason.
Yeah.
When they get into the playoffs or when there's a story like this, that's why they're like, please let this happen on Wednesday with Chris Russo. Please let this happen. Please. Because Stephen A. Smith knows nothing about baseball. He'll go on a Yankee rant because they're the biggest team and he's not going to get shredded. I don't even know if people will take him seriously enough to kill him for the point that baseball players really don't have the right to get injured.
Yeah.
That's the biggest takeaway from that clip. It's baseball. How can you get hurt?
Right. Like
he knows nothing about it.
And I'll explain this. Like, they're very.
He at least admits he doesn't know anything about hockey. That's like that's something he doesn't hide. But they have to try to pretend they know a little bit about baseball.
Yeah. For the most part in baseball, you either go 0 or 60. Right, you're either standing still or you're in an all-out sprint.
Oh, I thought you were telling us Trout's games played.
Right. You're either standing still or you're in an all-out sprint. Whereas in basketball, like you jog up the floor. You jog, then just sprint. Like it's a gradual. There's no gradual in baseball. You either stopped or sprinting. And
Mike Trout's just not training.
Right.
He's not training in any offseason.
He's 6'2".
He doesn't want it bad enough.
He's an absolute. Look at his neck. His neck is the size of your thigh.
Yeah.
Just that. Smoltz said the same thing with us when he was on with us at the Invited Classic. He said, if you just redline your engine all the time, you're going to blow it out. Well, it's the same thing in baseball. You either are throwing max effort or you're running max effort. There's no kind of in between. You don't pace yourself. unless you're grounding the ball back to the pitcher.
Below the Belt is canceled for the second day in a row to talk about the Mavericks and the great Kevin Harlan joining Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you some money back on your property taxes, boys and girls, with Ownwell. That's right. Ownwell will help save you money on your property taxes and put that money back.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Tucker's in there again on Doncic. They'll double him with Westbrook. In the corner. Green, three, hit by Plumlee. It goes down. Plumlee the foul. Could be a 4-point play. Josh Green puts it in.
The great Kevin Harlan with the call. He will be joining us momentarily. Thanks to TC Tim Collins for hooking it up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, while Peyton tracks down Kevin. Shaquille O'Neal, very, very disappointed in the Clippers' effort and performance, getting waxed by 30 last night.
They had no energy, they had no fight, they had no enthusiasm, then they tried to play hero ball at the end by shooting those three. Like, Paul had a surge of scoring late, but it's too late by then. You can't be the go-to guy and have 5 points in the first half unless you're in foul trouble, and he definitely was not in foul trouble. So, that's why I'm not really never been on the Clippers bandwagon, because those two guys are too inconsistent for me. You can't go from 33 to 7 and 15 or whatever he had. Disappointed.
Always have to be careful in asking this question because we know the reality. So I'm going to ask, in your mind, is Paul George a Hall of Famer?
It's the NBA. Yes.
Yeah, based on the
That's
basketball.
not what I just prefaced everything so that you all didn't answer it that way. I just said, no,
he's not.
No, listen.
Again.
Not again. Is he, in your mind, a Hall of Famer? That's why I prefaced it.
No.
Again, yes, because you have to take that into account. You can't separate.
Yes, you can.
You can.
You can say, you can. That's our Eli Manning argument. You just weren't listening to it, and then you're trying to cover it.
No. The standard for
Do you think Paul George is a Hall of Famer in your mind? Ralph James Choppy is a sports fan.
Because the standard of basketball Hall of Fame has been set.
Oh, my God.
No, listen. And the Eli Manning standard has not been set. Because Jim Plunkett's not in the Hall of Fame. And he's got a
Do you think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer?
No. But the Pro Football Hall of Fame standard is different, and it's been set.
Okay, so fine. So for the rest of the time when we have this NBA discussion, you can never say that guy doesn't deserve to get in.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And
what?
I don't say that. And I've never said he doesn't deserve it. Like, Chris Webber is not he
So you don't think we can have a discussion about whether a guy deserves to be in? You're just going to say he's going to get in, so he is a Hall of Famer in your mind.
Right.
You can't say to yourself, that guy's not trash.
You're completely missing what I'm trying to say. The Basketball Hall of Fame has zero standard to it. We all agree on that.
That's what I said to start the segment.
Okay.
Yes.
So that is my threshold for the Hall of Fame. Football has a standard, right? And you hold guys to a standard there. That's different. I don't put Jim Plunkett has got 2 rings. He is not in the Hall. Is it Plunkett or Stable? I think it's
Plunkett.
He's not in. So Eli Manning is not guaranteed a spot just by having 2 rings. So the threshold is just different.
So we don't get to debate basketball Hall of Famers then, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because it's a meaningless acknowledgement.
Okay,
the basketball Hall of Fame,
let me rephrase it for you.
Would he make it in the NFL?
If there was a RJ Choppy NBA Hall of Fame, would you put Paul George in?
Yeah, if they had the NFL or Major League Baseball standards, then no.
Just the RJ Choppy.
Yours. Why are you just making it so difficult? Do you think he's a Hall of Fame-esque player in your mind?
Oh, yeah, in my mind. Well, no. I can't separate it. I refuse to separate it. Because the NBA
stick on your point.
has made that so meaningless.
Okay.
Meaningless.
Do you think
I have no frame of reference.
Do you think he will get in?
Yeah, he will get in, but I would not put him in. Like for me, for my standard, I would not. I don't look at Paul George. I think of Paul George at his very best is Robin. At his absolute best, he can't ever carry a team. He could never, and even there are times where he falls short of even being Robin. He's more like Alfred at times, and so to me, no, I would not put him in. But yeah, he will get in because they put all the slaps in the NBA. But no, I would not.
I don't know if he'll get in. I don't know. I don't think of him as good as Chris Webber. Chris Webber was on the fence for a long time. Paul George versus Tony Parker. Paul George versus Ginobili. I don't know. Paul George, very good. My answer is absolutely not.
Is he better than Chauncey?
Chauncey Billups to me is not a Hall of Famer. No way.
How many times has he finished top 5 in the MVP, Paul George?
I would say once.
Let's bring in the great Kevin Harlan on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Kevin. Thank you for joining the show. You can't be in Los Angeles.
I am. I'm heading to the airport and going home for about a day and a half, and then we'll either do the first game of Minnesota-Denver, or we'll do Game 7 of the Pacers and Milwaukee. So we're going to wait and see what happens tonight.
Kevin, do you think Paul George is a Hall of Famer?
Oh boy, I don't know. 9-time All-Star. Boy, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't know that I would say that. I know he's had success in his previous stops in Oklahoma City, and he began, of course, at the Pacers, and always considered among, one of the top. I'd have to see how many All-NBA teams he's made. Maybe 4, 5 of the 3 different teams.
6. Ooh.
So, I think he'll be under consideration. His international play for the country will be taken into consideration. And if you look at some of the people that have been put in playing-wise, they're pretty liberal. And I would think, I hate to say it. I think not hate to say it, but I think he would be definitely considered. Sure, he's pretty decorated. He just hasn't won a title.
How stunned were you by a 30-point blowout last night?
Well, very much. Jason came in last night, and we've got a pretty good relationship with him. Our crew does, and he's very honest. And usually he comes in there bouncing pretty good and feeling good about his game tonight and everything. And I think he felt like, gosh, in a swing game like this with Luka not 100%, and thinking that they got some momentum. I mean, the Clippers, and they've got the home court. It would be a tough game, and it was anything but. That atmosphere in that building for the Clippers is not great. Lakers, it's terrific. Clippers, it's just kind of And I would say that was certainly in favor of the Mavs. Doncic didn't look injured to me at all. I mean, I got to be honest. After watching him labor the other night or afternoon, I was stunned at how easily he was moving and the confidence with his shooting, not necessarily his threes early on. I think he was 0-5 to start from 3, but he really picked up. And, of course, the great security blanket there is Irving, because you never know when he's going to detonate and he's going to take off and do what he did the other day. I think coming back from 31 down to eventually take the lead in Game 4, I think that was significant. I think it gave them all the confidence they needed, regardless of location, of how they were going to handle that game. And they did. And the other thing I'd add is this. When Harden and some of those players begin to miss early, it happens with a lot of players. And I shouldn't pick on James. James has had a terrific series. Wasn't necessarily great last night. But sometimes when you miss your shots early, these guys can kind of think about it, and they can't get out of it. Luka just continues to fire up. He doesn't care. But some of these other guys, I think some others, it affects. And when you start missing early, now you kind of begin to say, the pressure builds a little bit, and you just wonder where their game is going to take them. And as it turned out for the Mavs, it played right into their hands, and they ran away.
Kevin Harlan joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Sometimes you get a different perspective being up close courtside. Can you tell watching this series that the Mavs are clearly the better team and it's just a matter of time? Or is it closer than that?
I think the Mavs, the way they finished, 16-2, and then they lost the 2 games at the end where they didn't play everybody. But when they had that run, I think they proved to themselves after the trade, and they finally started to kind of concentrate and focus on defense, that they could be as good as anyone, maybe not to the level of a champion Nugget team, but they're a unique team with how they're built. But if anyone was going to compete against them, I think the Mavs would have a very good shot. The West is so deep and young and has got a lot of good teams kind of congealing at the same time here. I'm speaking of Minnesota in particular, that road will be a little bit tougher. And I think that the next round, the Mavs, if they go on to win it, could see a very talented but young, with not a lot of playoff experience, Oklahoma City team, which we just saw sweep New Orleans. and they did it handily. And I thought New Orleans came in with some nice momentum, and after kind of a close game one, after that it was the Thunder just showing what had made them so great all season long. So they're going against some quality teams. There's no cakewalk into the conference finals, but I think I felt like if Harden and George Paul and Paul George were not right, and Paul has kind of been up and down, and Harden has been pretty consistent, but they're not getting a ton from anybody else, that the Mavs would be in good position. And sure enough, they are. And I think now the confidence is at an all-time high, and Luke is only going to get better with that knee. And again, didn't show any effects we saw, with Court said last night. I think they're ready to roll. I really do. I wish Hardaway were ready. He got injured the other day in a 5-on-5 practice and kind of went backwards and is getting back from that ankle. If they had Hardaway, I'd feel a heck of a lot better, just because off the bench, as we know, he can really have an impact.
Kevin, when we look at you talk about Luka Doncic and how he didn't look limited by the injury or anything else. When you've sat in these production meetings with Jason Kidd or Luka Doncic and you hear them, did you get any sense throughout this series so far? Was there any sense of pressing to you from the Mavericks? Like they're aware of what the Clippers have been to them historically and how they're still looking to get over that hump? Because that felt like early on, at least, like there may have been a little bit of pressing from Luka, I know, in game one, maybe in game two as well, where it's just like he's aware of this hump he needs to get over with the Clippers.
Well, I think you're always aware of that as an athlete. He's had his best season. This is sixth season. He's had his best year. He's in the conversation clearly for the MVP. I don't know that he'll get by Gilgeous-Alexander or Jokic, but he's right in there in that conversation. And the difference in any other year would be, I think, it'd be Doncic's year. And who knows, it may be closer than we think. But I think he's got such confidence in all parts of his game. When maybe any of us would consider him pressing, it's really him just trying to, they're crowding him clearly. Every time he gets the ball, there's a crowd around him. They're trying to limit, the way he can maneuver. But when they get rolling and they move with speed, and their pace is terrific. They're a top 10 pace team. And again, Kidd just said, the number one thing is we just got to play fast. We've got to play fast. And they did, and the Clippers couldn't handle it. I don't know how some of these other younger teams would, if they would, continue on. That would be a pretty good chore. But every series is different, and every team's makeup is different, and the way you would attack them is always going to vary from team to team and series to series. And that's what'll be interesting here in the next series. If they do win it and go against the Thunder, they'll have a team that is different than the way the Clippers are put together. Clippers pace, I think, is 20th. It's in the lower third of the league, so they play a slower game, and that might be by virtue of Harden and the way he wants to go, although he'll run with anybody, but I think they kind of like to set things up a little bit more. So how the Mavs respond to that will be interesting, and there may be some of that in the back of your mind. We got to get by this team, which is a team we've had been familiar with in the postseason. But I don't think much bothers Doncic. I got to be honest. We don't meet with him, by the way, just to be clear. We don't. But Jason gives us some pretty good insight into the team. And I just don't sense that they blink very often, quite frankly. Going back to the trade, the way they finished, and the way that Irving and Doncic have played, and Kyrie is I think he's an amazing player, and more so now than ever before. I think his compass is in the right direction. I just think there's just like everything about him right now, on and off the floor, just seems very comfortable and a good fit, and that he was going to make it fit regardless, with this chance to play with Doncic. And I think he respects Kidd. He grew up in New Jersey. He idolized Kidd growing up. I mean, that was his guy. And the New Jersey Nets were good at that time, and he followed him, and he's a fan. So I think there's just a lot there that's at play that builds into the kind of team that they are.
You are the man. Thank you for waking up with us. Continue to be the legend you are. We can't wait to keep watching with the playoffs. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, guys. Always fun. Take care. Thank you.
Great. Kevin Harlan, TNT on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Don't get your Zeke jerseys back out just yet. Below the Belt is next.
Let's get you healthy. Let's get you healthy at Soda Weight Loss. You've been struggling.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Sean and RJ, right here on The Fan.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. You have lost all right to complain about the Dallas Cowboys and the way they handle their offseason if you are one of the folks who buys a new Ezekiel Elliott jersey. That's my take. I'm sticking to that. Ezekiel Elliott is wearing number 15. And to me, it's if you say to yourself, that was the announcement yesterday, Zeke is switching to 15, Trey Lance is grabbing 19. We'll get to Trey Lance here in just a second. But Ezekiel Elliott, if you go buy one of the 15 jerseys, which I don't blame you, you can't say, well, this is all about branding. This is all they're worried about. Because if you go in there and say, I got to get the number 15 Zeke jersey, it feels a little bit like a hypocritical take because you're just as committed to the machine.
You can
Yeah,
still
support your team.
team and have that opinion of the way they run things.
I don't
be
think
a Zeke
so.
fan.
I don't think so because to me it's like if you're already going to be committed to it, like if you got your Zeke jersey or whatever else.
I don't believe in all the things that corporations do, but if they give me the best product, I'm still buying it.
Yeah, Bobby, this is a bad take, and I like to have all the bad takes reserved for myself, so I think you should just take this one back.
I'm not going to take it. I'm not going to take it back because to me I look at it as like it's different if they can walk away from a player and put a $6 million cap charge on there. They're paying $6 million this year for his old contract that they cut because they didn't want to negotiate down to a
They're going to make that up.
restructured contract.
Sales.
What a stupid ass take.
Maybe that's what it is. They're going to do that. Or how about where's my other drop? Stop being a damn
So
wuss.
do you let's see, we're gonna have back-to-back trap segments here where I corner you.
Hit me. I never trap myself.
Cowboy fans can't go to a game this year who are mad and furious with the offseason?
No. Because to me, you're talking about there's difference. Because if you're one of hold on. The complaint has been not, all they care about is ticket sales or whatever else.
The complaint is
one of the standard lines. One of the standard lines though is all they care about is merch sales. All they care about is the branding. This is diving head first. Right. This is diving head first into the branding machine. I don't have a problem with it. It's just it feels hypocritical to then go, I'm also going to go out and buy. I got the 21, but I need the 15. I need to go out there and do this.
You're giving them your money, and the
I don't
same
have a problem
thing is going. Let me finish because your point is stupid, and it is the same. It's under the same umbrella. So going to the stadium is also giving them your money, even though you're not happy with the way that they've been doing.
Again, I don't think you should. I'm not one of these ones going boycott the team or boycott that. You should absolutely, if you're a fan and you want to support them. It's just, to me, it's you can't use the tired trope of all they care about is jersey sales if you immediately go, all right, well, it is 15. Let me go get one of those. That's what I'm saying.
You still got to get through the fall. And you're still gonna be a fan.
I'm not saying don't support the team.
Yeah.
I'm not saying because I think if you're absolutely there, I'm talking about the line that Bassett comes in here and drops all the time of like all they care about are jersey sales. If you're one of those ones who says it's the branding and it's the jersey sales, and then you go, ooh, well, I got a 21, but he's gonna wear 15 next year. I wanna look up to date. I want to wear that 15.
I get it.
That's what I'm saying is that if you're kicking that line out as proof that the Cowboys don't care. Well, you embraced it. At the end of the day, you embraced it.
Do the Cowboys keep all their jersey sales, or is that part of revenue sharing too?
No, that's split up. Like league Cowboys goes into Zeke's pocket. Like Zeke gets a cut of that. That's why I bought my Calvin Ridley jersey years ago with the Falcons. Was just because he tweeted at Marcus Mosher and said, "You're stupid." And I said, I want to financially support your takes. And so I'm going to buy a Falcons jersey that I will never wear just to put $3.50 in your pocket to say that tweet was worth it. I would, that's worth a subscription to your Twitter account, essentially. Trey Lance, the fallout from this is that Trey Lance, big Scott Mitchell fan from the Detroit Lions, he's going to wear 19 in honor of Scott Mitchell next year. And Trey Lance,
Scott Mitchell, by the way, is tired of those jokes.
Which jokes?
About Scott Mitchell.
Do people make that joke?
Everyone references like Scott Mitchell as a bum.
When I hear number 19, I just think Scott Mitchell or John Jett.
What was his contract? I gotta look this up.
That's the only 19 I can ever think of. Whenever anybody says number 19, I don't think of Keyshawn Johnson. I think of Scott Mitchell for some reason.
Why are you interested in his contract?
Because I thought I got some crazy amount of money with Detroit. It was 3 years for 11. I thought it was more than that.
I think he made a Pro Bowl one year. Like in 95, that was the Herman Moore year where he set the record for catches or whatever it was. I mean, he wasn't a terrible quarterback, but regardless, I'll tell you what, he's going to throw Scott Mitchell will be a better player than Trey Lance was because Trey Lance can't get on the football field to show anything. Trey Lance, that is to me essentially the Cowboys decide not to pick up his 5th-year option on the same day that he switches to number 19. Trey Lance may have.
Which, how much would the option have been?
$22.3 million.
So I want to ask all the Tolos, would you have picked up the option on Trey Lance for $22 million at 877-881-1053? That's what I would love to know. Bobby, your answer is a quick yes?
Yes.
Real quick financial question. If they pick up the option, they trade him, does all that money come due to their cap?
No.
No,
it's because it's future. It's whatever's already been paid out by them and spread out over the cap, that gets accelerated. But a cap charge like future payments due, that would go towards whoever they traded.
Why would you have picked it up for $22 million to have him sit for a year? Unless you believe that Dak will be gone.
I'm just saying that you pick up the option because you can finagle whatever else in terms of if you're going to sign to an extension after that, you can massage that number easier with the $22 million already on the books rather than just straight out free agent.
Yeah.
And you will find somebody who will pay that. You'll find somebody who'll pay that if you decide to trade him or whatever else, and then you get something in return.
Why would someone pay him $22 million? He's thought of as a project bust.
But the idea is people will always gamble on trades. Somebody will take the shot. Some quarterback need a team, even if they send you a conditional 7th or whatever else it is, somebody will pay him to do that.
Why not? No, they'll let him get cut, released out there, and then pay him less than $22 million.
I mean, look, you already found one team to say, I'll give you a 4th-round pick for him. That's worth just as much or more as $22 million on the cap next year.
How many times was Sam Bradford traded for a high pick? Carson Wentz got a ton of chances.
Trent Richardson was traded for first-round picks twice.
Look at the market. Do we just ignore the quarterback market that just happened? Everyone got traded for a 6. So all those, that's old news.
Right. But draft cap, like getting traded. And by the way, yes, everybody just got traded for 6. Then you traded 2 rounds higher than that. Well, you needed a bunch of capital to replenish your team because you didn't care. And you're still going to sit on here and tell us how, he's been absolutely worth it. It's invaluable having his lack of game experience being shared within the quarterback room. You know how valuable that is to guys to have a guy who's played 500 snaps between high school, college, and pros, having that perspective in our quarterback meeting room.
That's the same argument that could be used. Like Bill Belichick never played it down in the NFL.
No, but if you're talking about him being a quarterback study and something like that, when the entire question about him is, what is he like between the years as a quarterback? Because nobody's ever seen it. That is not valuable.
Look at this drop in salary, this humongous gap. Geno makes 25. So you're fine with almost paying him Geno Smith money, even though who do you think is going to be the quarterback here in 2 years?
Nobody on the roster.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I was expecting you to say you think Dak will still be here. So then
I'm just so 50-50 on his future here at this point. And I don't trust that it's going to be any better this year, and I don't trust that they're going to get their financial house in order quick enough to address it.
So Geno makes 25, then it plummets down to Jordan Love at 13.5. So no one makes 20, low 20s a year in the National Football League or high teens.
So that means nobody this year had their 5th option.
Jordan Love was it. Well, I mean, none of them did.
This is Spotrac, by the
Lawrence.
way. Jordan Love 13.5, Minshew 12.5.
What was the Jordan?
Sam Darnold still alive? He's on here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought I was thinking Bradford because you mentioned him. Sam Darnold's at 10. So keep all that in mind before you say I just would have given Trey Lance 22, unless you believe that he is taking over after Dak this season.
No, but I'm saying that also.
And I don't believe other teams are trading for him at 22 either.
Darnold might be your week 1 starter.
In Minnesota?
There's talk that, if JJ's they're going to bring him along slowly.
But you know what I mean? If I'm another team, I'm waiting for him. I'm not going to trade for him and pay him 22.
Here's what I'll say. If you're gonna trade the 4th-round pick, you better pick it up. And if you're gonna dig in on this, if you're gonna dig in on the idea, you should have picked that up. You should have committed to picking that up. So my thing is that
conceptually, yes, but again, you don't want to pay $80 million to your quarterback.
When they made that trade last year, people were talking about the fact of they're probably not going to pick it up. I'm not surprised they didn't pick it up because that's been the discussion the whole time.
Just don't make the deal.
Don't trade a 4th-round pick for it.
Yeah,
that's stupid. It is one of the worst transactions they've made in the last decade. It is awful because you gave up significant, especially think about this football team. This team that over the last decade has put 5 players in the Pro Bowl from the 4th round, has consistently hit on 4th-round picks, and guys who they didn't put in the Pro Bowl who were still good players. Dorrance Armstrong just got paid. Dalton Schultz is a guy who's been a good player in the NFL. Like, those guys didn't even make the Pro Bowl, and they were 4th-round picks for Dallas. They have had success in that range.
Let's play some Will McClay from the KMC Masterpiece. I think Dane Brugler said that Marshawn Nealon was his favorite Cowboys pick in the draft. He had the Cowboys having the 10th best draft. Will McClay on KMC was asked, is Nealon someone that you're thinking about on the edge or in the middle to stop the run?
I think what he is right now is an edge player, being the big end or the open end as we describe them. The open end is more of the edge rusher. The big end is more of the guy that sets the edge and does some things in the run game. And we think he fits either role, as well as potentially being able to go inside and rush on nickel. I mean, the biggest thing is the motor, the physicality, but also the ability to finish when you get there. You look at his measurables, his height, weight, speed, arm length, all those things. There's some upside as a rusher, but what he is violent. He's very athletic, and he's got a unique way of playing off of and through contact.
I'm curious for you guys. I know that typically you guys hate the intangible talk.
I don't.
With Dak generally. Like you think it's overblown. Like it's the she's got a great personality argument. Do you look at motor similarly? Like if motor is the high point to you, do you go, because I don't. I think that it absolutely matters. But if motor is the lead thing that you hear about of like, well, obviously this stands out. Do you go, okay, well, that's not enough to stand out for me to feel great about that being your 2nd-round pick?
That's a good question.
I think motor is...
Or specifically, when you see the way this team played against Green Bay, do you go, well, they need more of that?
Yeah, I think motor can sometimes be confirmation bias. Like you like the player and you're like, because you can't tell. Your naked eye is not good enough, I don't believe, to tell.
I disagree. I think you can see, like, in terms of pursuit away from, like if the ball is not flowing your direction and you are, like, booking it to the other side of the field, I think that shows up. I think motor absolutely shows up on tape in that sense.
Yeah,
and plays
that,
where you kind
regard,
of, and plays where if you just kind of drop your arms and give up. Specifically, I know that's something that scouts think. They think in the trenches on offensive and defensive line, they think snap to snap, like effort shows up more there than it does anywhere else, because you can see if they're getting worn down by the physicality of it or not.
All right. Zach Wilchuk's favorite selection, of course, Connor Beebe. What is he going to do up front?
Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cooper Beebe. What are the traits that you saw in him that made you think he could play center?
Well, it's the fact that he played inside at guard. He showed the ability in the Big 12 to kick outside and play tackle. While that length is not ideal, but his ability to process, command a group, lead a group of offensive linemen, those are traits that mix in well with center, and he has done it before. So that's just an added thing to go in there and to be able to compete with the guys we have in there.
And then finally, do you understand why Jerry and Steven have gotten so many questions about the talent level and depth on this team? And do you ever hear Sean Tree say, run, Will, run?
Sure. I mean, I think that's what you guys do.
I didn't know he was going to answer. Just to be clear, the last part was a joke. This is him answering about Jerry and Steven.
Sure. I mean, I think that's what you guys do. You got to find something to talk about, and if it's not the splash names that everybody sees and these major contracts that people don't think you're doing anything, but we've continued to address it in the right way for us and adding people to it, and we'll continue to do that as we move through this process.
Do you look at this talent level then as being better if y'all are making the right moves thus far?
I think it's a better team. I think we've lost some pieces, and when you say better, you know what? I don't want to say better because we don't know till we get on the field. Everything is great on paper, but it's how you gel as a team. It's the locker room. It's the commitment to the process. It's the commitment of the older guys making the younger guys better and holding them accountable. That's when you get better, is when you have them in and you start building it. It's not done on paper right now.
It doesn't have to be. This is the one thing I'll say. I really love Will McClay. The only thing I would say back to Will, saying like Sure, if it's not the names y'all know and he's saying things like that. The problem is, like, it feels like there haven't been names, period. Like, you have lost so much more than you've put back on the roster that you feel like you need bodies that you just haven't even added so far.
Crosstalk with a KMC Masterpiece at 9:40. Let's celebrate the Mavs beatdown. Is it over for LA? That's next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course, a Steven.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To you by Window Nation, state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Chipping inside. Oh, it's picked up, pickpocketed right there by Irving. He goes behind the back. He goes in the power. He got it. He scores.
Did you see that?
He scores. What a play.
Kevin Harlan just joined us. I love the drama playing out behind the scenes here at 105.3 The Fan. Crosstalk with KMC is coming up at 9:40. Carter Freeman, who runs the video behind the scenes
When he's
for
on time.
the other shows, well, here you go. Tweeted Peyton and said, first you turn on the fan cam late, then you spell Kevin Harlan's name wrong.
Oh, no.
SMH. Peyton responded back, I'll see you at 10:03.
Carter getting here early today?
And that refers to what?
Carter coming in. You know, we always leave here somewhere between 9:56 and 10:08.
Yeah.
And when we leave at 9:56, we never see Carter. When we leave at 10:08, we never see him because he's still downstairs. We pass him more in the breezeway than we do saying goodbye up here. But I like Carter because I don't want to be on his bad side.
That was a good response, though.
You like that? Well, someone's got to hold him accountable.
How did you spell Kevin Harlan's name?
I put Ian instead
You
of
put
an
an E in. He did that in our text too. I should have. That was not just a typo. That was he's twice spelled it Ian.
Kevin needs a Twitter account though, because I can just type in @Kevin and then Harlan will pop up somewhere.
I thought when you said he spelled it wrong that he was going to put a D on the end. Harlan. That was my concern.
Mavs are up 3-2. Luka with 35. He scored 20 of those in the second half. What's the historical stat about Luka after a loss?
So, yeah, it's minimum 10 games. Most points per game following a playoff loss. Luka, number one all time, 35 points per game, 1 point ahead of the one and only Michael Jordan. The only problem with that stat is you have to lose 10 playoff games minimum.
Was this Luka's flu game last night?
I saw a lot of people posting about that.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I saw this is Luka's before the game.
I'm telling you,
this is a chance for Luka to have his flu game.
I don't think he was moving at full speed, especially early.
He looked like he was moving faster than full speed sometimes. There was a breakaway. I was like, hey, he doesn't move like that in a regular season game with a healthy knee.
So Gutty, big time Gutty performance, digging down deep with the respiratory and the knee.
Yeah. I wouldn't even call this the flu game. The flu game was a phony. This was legit. It was
a pizza game.
It was the pizza game. Paul Pierce eating the wheelchair, Michael Jordan eating the bad pizza. It's nothing compared to
Pierce pooped himself.
By the way, we have not talked about it yet. That big controversy with the and one that Luka got where he went up, gathered the ball again, and then shot, and the Clippers were like, no, that is not continuation of the shot. BS, but the explanation came back and said, I don't understand how that is continuation of the shot.
I agree.
Even by the description the refs gave.
Reggie was like, that's not they may have a case here. I don't understand how it's continuation because once you lose the ball, that to me is when the shot took place. I don't know. I could be way off on that. Obviously,
yeah, I would have thought that was 2 shots.
Of the movements?
Because I would have thought that was 2 shots because the ball came out and then he grabbed it again and threw it up and he wasn't fouled after that.
Speaking of replay, the NBA said Maxi's clutch 4-point play should not have counted.
Yeah.
So we're talking about this.
I hate when they do this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't you hate?
I thought you liked the transparency of the pool report.
I like
that you, Bobby?
I love it.
Yeah.
You don't like
I like transparency, but like, if I'm a Knick fan, what does that do for me? Like that?
Who cares?
Yeah, I know, but
who cares what it does? So would you rather the NFL and be like, look at my hands waving?
You didn't see nothing. You didn't see nothing.
Like the NFL lies to us and insults our intelligence. So which one would you prefer?
I do not like when they lie.
You just don't like people when they admit mistakes, admit fault. They take accountability for it.
My assumption is so that
he's like, shut up, NBA. Don't admit anything.
Yeah. No. Like,
go put another guy in the Hall of Fame.
I'd much rather them do this than say the call was right.
Right.
My preference would be for them to just say nothing. I can't do anything about it anyway. I'm not changing the game. I feel like you're just twisting the knife.
The NFL has to huddle for 2 days and go, how do we make this sound like this is the rule we've had all along?
I don't care.
How many lawyers can we bring in to look at the rule and tell us, well, technically it's this. Okay, cool. They got to huddle for 2 days. So that I do appreciate the transparency of the NBA to say, yeah, we screwed the call up. Sorry. And we'll try to be better. But yeah, that was screwed up.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up with the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Again, we will crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Props to the Dallas Stars. Man, I don't know if Bassett can be questioning home ice advantage anymore at the AAC. That place was rocking last night. And what resolve here to get the Game 5 win after being down 0-2, and you're 1 win away from knocking out the defending champs. The Sagan incident. I know you and I disagreed a little bit about, I don't know the hockey rules like that, but I was really surprised that the punishment for Sagan getting backhanded in the face was not more extreme. How's that supposed to work? And how did you feel about it? And he just threw that's how we should be talking about. Forget Luka and what he was dealing with. Sagan got punched in the nose and went right back.
He drew blood. I mean, that's the thing. He drew blood. Should have been a major.
It was dripping.
Yeah.
On the ice.
Yeah, I mean, like the ESPN broadcast was like, that's not a major. Like they call it a major. You're supposed to, because this is like, I love the process they did on both of those, by the way. Call it the most strict penalty you can to allow for review. I think that's fantastic officiating. Like they should, they do this in like college football or whatever, call it a targeting, go to review, and then review whether it's targeting or not.
Yeah, except they're really bad at reviewing.
They're very bad at it in college. But in this case, I think they got both of them right. Clearly, when Sagan went at the player from Vegas, it was a whiff. I mean, he whiffed on the headshot. Now, he got him a little bit, but it was a whiff.
Sold that.
It was a whiff. Because it's like, you can see his eyes were tearing. So he got hit somewhere, but it was much more of a whiff. It was not a major, and they knocked it down to 2.
Did Sagan get as much time for that as him getting punched in the face?
Yeah, it was 2 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, it was 2 minutes. Now and with Petrangelo, I think the initial thought,
Petra, that's what we call him.
The initial thought was when he got him with his stick, and that would have been the major. But since he just basically punched him, backhanded him, he did the old Aaron Burr, on the duel. Callahan and whoever the rules official that they have for the NHL and the ESPN broadcast, they were like, not a major, easily a 2 minute. And the review, I'll give them credit. The NHL reviews are very fast. They were over and done with in no time. They're like, nope, not a major. I don't know what they said on the Stars broadcast.
They said it should have been definitely more.
I mean, I would not have had a problem with a double minor.
Should have been a harsher penalty.
I would not have had a problem with a double minor, but a major, probably not.
Petrangelo, he stops. Here's the problem. It all happens so fast, but when you slow it down, he stops, almost seems annoyed, turns around and goes, and like swing. Yeah. Like it was not, it all happened very fast, but it's like come to a complete stop, turn around, look at him and go, I'm going to punch you in the face now.
Yeah.
And just, I mean, for a year after all the Jamie Benn stuff that happened last year, to me, it's like, that seems pretty direct. I don't understand how that's not a major, but I also, they don't explain majors versus minors on Money Puck, so I can't get a description as to why that is. But it seems to me that should be more than high sticking, go into the box. Like it seems like it should be more than that kind of a penalty.
The Arizona Coyotes are getting called out and laughed at for being cheap. ESPN published an article talking about how they eventually got sold to the Utah Jazz owner, and they would try to stay at lesser hotels than the collective bargaining agreement stipulates.
This is wild.
Ownership tried cutting corners when they could, like removing the printer and copying machine from the coach's room. Multiple sources said the Coyotes were either late paying their hotel bills or sometimes just crossed out the total and paid a different amount.
That is the most wild part of the story. The audacity of just taking your bill. Here's a bill,
I didn't
Bobby.
know you could do this.
I'm going to hand you a bill, and you're going to hand me the bill, and you're going to look at it, and you're like, oh, $12,000. Okay. I'm going to cross out the $12,000, and I'm going to put $8,995. And
isn't that what it feels like? Isn't that what insurance companies do?
That's debt settlement right there. Like, I can't pay you the full. This is what I offer. This is my offer to you. And you're going to take it or you're going to leave it?
No, this is, it's a wonder. Like, it's crazy that this franchise was like, we should move to Salt Lake City. Like, things need to change here.
It's a wonder that they were evicted from their stadium and had to go play in a 5,000-seat college facility for 3 years.
That barn got rocking, those 5,000 seaters.
You know what? The players, actually, in this article, the players did say the first year they went there, they actually kind of liked it. They liked the novelty of it. It was kind of cool. It was like small, it got loud, 5,000 people, very intimate. But then after that, they were like, all right, let's get back to a real arena.
By the way, the Oilers finished off the Kings last night. So Edmonton advances in 5.
I think, I was talking to a few of my friends last night, the winner of this Stars series, we think is going to go to the Cup. But Edmonton, obviously,
the winner of this series.
Of this one, the Stars Vegas.
You feel stronger about the Stars second round or Mavs? Because you have been very confident that the Mavs will go through the Thunder.
Stars second round will be Vancouver.
Colorado. It's Colorado.
It's Colorado, right? Yeah.
It's tough.
The Rockies.
That's tough. I feel better about the Mavs.
But you said you think the winner of this goes to the Cup.
Yeah, I do think they're good. I think they'll win it, but
easier.
Yeah, I think beating Oklahoma City, a team that has never done anything before, and that I think that's much easier.
We talked before about okay, does the Rangers move the needle for the Cowboys at all? If the Rangers, Mavericks, and Stars were all to win titles in the same 8-month span, do you think that bugs them at all?
Probably not. I've been wrong about anything else that would motivate them. So why would I think that would?
Do
you?
No, I don't. I think they're bugged as it is. Like, as much as it bugs them to lose, I don't think they're bugged by other teams winning.
I think they're bugged by they're bugged by the media attention.
Yeah.
And what's being said.
It's interesting you say that, though, because I remember seeing a documentary on the 2004 Red Sox, and they credit the Patriots for forcing them to do more.
Well, that just means that team was stupid.
And the other teams in town kind of all coincidentally all got good around the same time. They fed off each other. Maybe it is something. I don't know.
Let's head on out to Arlington, where the KMC Masterpiece is set up at the Globe for some afternoon baseball in the home of the World Series champs. That's next on Sean and RJ. But guess who?
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Is Kevin Hagan there? He's usually the last one.
I'm here.
Oh,
the host has let me in. To be fair, I also just showed up on the Zoom. I've been here at the ballpark, but I just showed up on the Zoom.
How's it going, Sean?
It's going well. Why do you ask?
Hey, I was listening to y'all's show driving to Arlington today.
Thank you.
Well.
And I think Will McClay gave us great advice. He said, stop talking about us.
He did not say that.
Until we play a game.
He didn't say
We
that.
That's what I
come
heard,
up with
too.
topics and all of these things.
Oh, Steven!
So I suggest, as a station, we have the Stars, the Mavs, and the world champion Texas Rangers.
Yeah.
I think that we should talk about them every segment until they play a preseason game, and then that's one segment a week for their preseason game.
Do you think it will take half a baseball season for the Rangers to score cumulatively what the Cowboys scored against the Packers?
Mike, I agree with you, though. I heard that edginess.
I just want him to score as many as Dak throws interceptions in a playoff game. What? No, Dak's the best ever.
Yes.
Okay, what's up, Sean?
I heard that edginess too, Mike, and I'm like, okay, Will, like, you put your name on it too, so you took your little shot. You guys got to come up with things to talk about.
I love Will.
And I get you having to defend the organization, but okay, you took your little shot, and then your second follow-up comment, you stepped in it and you said, yeah, we're better. So that's now Jerry. Did Steven?
And then he backtracked.
He did backtrack that.
And then
he
he
did a good
backtracked.
job. He did. It was a good answer to the question, and yeah, I mean, luckily we get paid money to talk about sports, and here predominantly Cowboys. And Will McClay's salary is way up there compared to other general managers or assistant general managers in this industry in Dallas-Fort Worth because the Cowboys are talked about so much, and the NFL is talked about so much.
But if the Cowboys are not as good as last year, and it's a super high regular season bar, I just hope Will McClay and Jerry and all them remember that, since they're so bold in saying, no, we're better than last year. So let's just remember that if all of us end up being right or they end up being right. Receipts.
Yeah, because this wouldn't be the first. Like, there's been examples where,
because we have to admit that we're wrong because we have a microphone every single day.
Like, there's been times where, like, you are a 1 seed and you get knocked out early, and then the next year you come back as a 4 seed and you win the Super Bowl. Like, there's examples of teams losing players and coming back and winning, and that doesn't mean you're a better team. You got more fortune, you had a better draw, whatever. That isn't going to be. That's not the case. I mean, they couldn't have asked for a better draw last year.
Let's not talk about them. We have plenty of them.
That's right. Let's go.
Where are you guys, by the way, Corey Majors?
We're at Globe Life Field, where it is weather day inside the stadium.
What does that mean? I saw that too.
The news, I think, is
this is where the governments. They're going to show how the governments make weather. I think.
So they are. I don't know about the government part, but they are doing a show down there where they create weather, and then they're like, I don't know, man. So there's weather day going on here. Also, the Rangers are playing after our show today.
I think I've seen Joe Rogan talk about that. He says governments spend billions of dollars, and they've created things that can create storms and stuff, especially at times during wartime or stuff like that.
I believe that, though.
Do you think Finfrock's in on that at all?
David Finfrock?
Yeah.
Finfrock's been out of it for 10 years.
The other Finfrock.
Oh, that's what you think.
Steve.
There's got to be another Finfrock somewhere, Chop. I don't know, but you're
Probably.
right. That David Finfrock's the guy that we know growing up around here. We'll dive into some stars immediately to start the show today. And Mavs, man, like that was one of those last night. I told Kevin and Reggie, Mike, I don't think I told you yesterday. I was like, probably not making it past the third quarter. And I was like, I don't know if I can. I was already tired. I was like, I don't expect it to be a blowout, but I expect the Mavs to have it handled pretty easily by the third quarter. And it was a blowout by the third quarter, and I felt I could go to sleep easy last night. So I didn't see the fourth.
That's how my son did it, but I was like, did you not just see the Mavericks last game? Like, they came back from 31. This is the NBA. But luckily, the Clippers never threatened.
Yeah, it was one of those. It was a fun night, man. Fun night for sports, except for Kevin.
Oh, it was a great night for me.
Kevin made us yesterday. He forced us to pick between the Stars and the Mavericks to win.
Like, and that predicting or wanting?
Yeah,
predicting,
and that ultimately was the reason the Rangers lost yesterday.
See, I think I've riled some people up, and it's probably going to get worse right now because I'd absolutely make this deal again on Friday. You have to take a Rangers loss, but you get double playoff wins. And some people were like, how dare you? And I was like, this is a logical trade. You do that every day.
What about a world where all three teams win? Like, why can't you just predict that?
But that's not the parameters that I've set up.
What made you come up with that scenario?
Just because I wanted to see.
He's a sadist.
How many carryover fans? That is not cool. I didn't say Satanist. That's a good point. That's a good point. I just wanted to see how many carryover fans we had. Like, how many Metroplex fans are like, I'm more or less fans the same of all teams, or how many like just diehard Rangers fans like, no way I would trade a Rangers loss for 2 playoff wins.
I think when the Rangers don't score and have those types of offensive games, they can like be treated like Mike wants to treat the Cowboys. It just not be talked about for a day like today. Like,
I feel bad for Andrew Heaney though, because he pitched really well.
Now, look, I wonder.
And he didn't want to make that deal. He's an Oklahoma City Thunder fan, so he went out and tried to ruin the deal.
Heaney is?
Yeah, he's a big NBA fan, but a big Oklahoma City Thunder fan. But that's where he grew up.
Yeah, I wanted to argue with Bobby this morning.
He's not like a Lakers fan.
argue. Let's go. I've been waiting for arguments.
Didn't grow up.
I thought about it a little, and I think you're right. The word boring ticked me off when you said it this morning, and I was like, were they boring during the World Series, or was it just the playoffs is exciting baseball? And then I started thinking about that brand of baseball was fun. Like, that was, they're hitting home runs, they're driving doubles, they're scoring runs, pitching's great, everything's fun during that playoff run. And like, we've seen teams that are boring even during their championship runs, like Spurs are boring teams during championship. Yeah, but that wasn't a boring brand, and this hasn't carried over. So, Bobby, I wanted to be like, that word's offensive to me, but right now, 1-0 games aren't fun at all.
No, and not getting extra base hits in like half your games also isn't fun. It's just even when they're pitching well, it's not a fun baseball team to watch right now.
They had the bases loaded with no outs.
Yeah, but only twice.
Twice! And they couldn't score a run.
Am I hearing, is this Peyton's music or is that Globe music?
That's Globe
I'm a sucker for you, Sean.
Is that what this is?
Sucker for you.
Yeah. Who sings this? One of the Jonases?
The Joe Bros.
Yeah. Or it's the whole brothers?
Yeah, it's all of them. All 3 of them.
All right. Good for them.
There was a moment last night where Simeon.
This better be about the Jonas
Brothers. No, it's not about the Jonas Brothers. Simeon,
what about the Joneses?
Was on first, Mike, and I don't know if you saw this.
They're not brothers.
And Seager drives one to like center field, and it just goes a little to left center field. And on the way back, Simeon kind of gives this like, they can. That would have been, if Seager was really healthy and strong right now, that probably would have been out. And it looked, they kind of had this look on Simeon's face, like, oh God.
We will discuss the Rangers during Baseball Nuggets, and I think all of these are valid questions on. I don't think this is the offense, but what if it's the offense?
Well, it can't be, because Seager's
what they are all year.
Seager's going to hit eventually. You know that. Like, he doesn't. His career shows that he either hits or he gets hurt. That's basically what he does, right?
What if he is hurt?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that he is, because doesn't his history show that when he's hurt he doesn't play as much? Like, that's,
I don't know. I agree with
I don't know.
that.
Luka plays through injuries.
Yeah, Luka does play through injuries, but I mean, when you have Seager who can't, as my dad would say, hit a bull in the ass with a shovel, and Young.
Is that a common expression?
I've never heard that.
I don't know.
I have no idea. You know, we're big farming people in the Chobby family, apparently.
Yeah, you worked on one,
You've never
right,
been
for a
on a
girl?
farm in your life.
I have worked on a farm for 2 weeks.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This is switching the topic back to basketball. Russell Westbrook. Has there ever been a player in the history of sports
who plays like
that
a linebacker?
didn't lose his athleticism? Russell Westbrook literally has, at 35 years old, 95% of his athleticism he had 8 years ago. Like, he's lost a little, but has there ever been a player in the history of sports to not, like, have a major injury? I get, like, that can happen to Penny Hardaway or whatever, but I've never seen a person still have the athleticism to move that fast, jump that high, do all those things, and yet turn into arguably the worst basketball player in the league that went from the MVP, did not have a major injury, just decided, I'm going to be arguably now the worst basketball player in the league.
It's like he has zero skill.
It's weird.
You know what I
isn't
mean?
it?
Like, he has zero touch, zero skill. It's just a fullback dive on every single play, or a running back dive for the athleticism, and there's no change of gears whatsoever.
Every jump shot he's taken over the last 5 years feels like there's no way that's going in.
Yeah.
Every
and yet
single
he used
one.
to be good at it. Not great three-point shooter. He was okay. But in the mid-range, he was a killer. He would he'd go 1,000 miles an hour, stop on the dime, pull up from 15 feet, and nail it 70% of the time. Now it's 7%.
Like your skill and your touch usually remain, but you lose, the athleticism. And you still got the athleticism, and the skill and the touch are like, it's gone.
I mean, the athleticism clearly is not like quite what it once was, but I mean, he's still more athletic than 90% of people out there.
It'd be like LeBron. Like LeBron has the longest career in the history of the NBA. Prime, I would go with Jordan, but the greatest, longest career ever is LeBron James. But LeBron still can make shots every once in a while, and he makes a lot of them. But it's just weird to me watching Russell Westbrook.
He got better. Corey, what's so funny?
Kevin was over here dancing, and I think he was dancing and looking at himself in the Zoom.
I was looking to see if Bobby was going to continue our chat.
Oh, y'all were okay.
What are you guys writing on this chat?
I was telling him he needs to go check out rebelscum.com. The Star Wars convention that's coming to town in
But
Allen
it
that we talked
looks
about.
like
It looks
the
like
way
something
you
else.
Capitalized it.
Yeah,
It looks
capitalized
like
it.
it's something different.
I don't know what you mean. I just said check out rebelscum.com.
Looks like my 11-year-old's favorite word.
Oh my gosh.
Are you going to the Star Wars thing?
I have not planned to because we're doing community ball on May the 4th.
We're doing My Possibilities Hipster Community Ball
This is the end of
on
June.
Saturday night.
I thought it would be right now.
Why would
I think it'd be on May the 4th be with you.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
Ridiculous.
Okay, then maybe, unless...
What does June have to do with Star Wars?
June!
I don't know. That's when the moon rises in Tatooine or something, right, Kevin?
They have 2 moons.
Mike, when are you getting on TV again?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
And all next week.
Yeah, I'll be in Kansas
How are you going to
City
talk
for May the
around how
4th.
boring the offense is for 9 innings, Mike?
I don't know. I'll call up Babe and ask how he does cowboy.
The KMC masterpiece is next, followed by Rangers baseball. We'll see you tomorrow at the Firehouse Tour in Garland. Nice job, Michael. We're out.
We have you. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if any of Corey and Mike clapping in unison got caught on the Twitch, on the fan cam. We are live.
Are you saying nobody caught the clap?
I don't.
There's plenty. We're clapping to the cheerleader song.
Yeah, man.
We're gonna, golly.
Hey,
we're at
a
Globe Life
cheerleader today.
Field.
We're cheerleaders for the Mavs and the Stars.
That's right. We're at Globe Life Field. We'll lead you into Rangers baseball pregame starting at 1 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the Rangers in just a little bit, but Game 5 Mania. Plus, my question to go along with this is 877-881-1053. Are these late night playoff start times weighing on you at all? But first, let's go to cut number 4, because I admit this play made me very nervous.
Petrangelo to Stone through center. Stevenson a step. Stevenson's in. Stopped by Ottinger. What a save by Ottinger. He kicked the right pad out.
I'm going to marry his right leg.
Man, doing the splits on a break, on a one-on-one, where the one-on-one break-off was really impressive. That was a hell of a
Was
stop.
that his right leg?
Wasn't it?
I thought it was left leg.
Oh.
I thought it was. Oh no, I'm thinking of the one that slipped through. That was on the left leg.
You know, this is the save of the century. We're calling it.
And good job on you, Ottinger, doing your stretching before the game, because he had to really get that pad all the way down to get that. That shot had no lift on it at all.
So it wasn't just the spread; it was how down on the ice you got.
Go back and watch that highlight. His entire pad is flat across there, and hockey people might be like, "Hey, dumbasses! Like that happens all the time." No, man, he laid that down perfectly, because again, the puck was not rising by any means.
Yeah, it was. I feel like listening to hockey people that you try to go high on Ottinger in those situations because he's great low. So who shot it again? The highlight. I'm sorry.
It's a good question.
Vegas Maroon dude. You know, whatever his name
Vegas
is.
guy.
Stevenson or something.
Stevenson.
I feel like he went against the scouting report in that situation, but I could be totally wrong.
Do you think that's because, like, I know it was a one-on-one, but it wasn't like a breakaway one-on-one.
Yeah.
He had just broke loose of the defender like half a second and maybe didn't have time to like go top shelf.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm obviously not a former hockey player, but it was an unbelievable save. And in that moment, you're like, we're going to overtime, or at least you're going to be tied. And with a few minutes left to try to score, but Ottinger saved the day. And then also, I just thought early in the game, I'm like, man, Aiden Hillbilly, we're going to score 12 today. But
it was, what was it?
It was 2-1 pretty quick.
Yeah, and it was within like 4 or 5 shots, I think, that we had scored really quickly.
It was very early in the game that I thought Butch Cassidy was sitting there going, that was a terrible decision, guys.
All right, let me ask you something then to go along with this. Did you get overly excited or then disappointed when the Stars didn't get either of their empty net goals? Because you had just almost seen the game get tied. Then, in the next minute and a half, you almost had 2 empty netters, including the puck that looked like it was going in slow motion.
Yeah, Jamie
as
Benn.
all the Golden Knights were skating down.
Did he
there.
bounce that off the wall, too? Like, he gave that
like
a
he was
wall
just trying
shot?
to poke it out, right?
Well, and most of them are, but they kind of they do it, like, expertly. You know, us, we just sit in a wall and be like, I don't know. But Jamie Benn's like, I think right here is about where the angle needs to be on it. It'll fall in there. Yeah, him and Hintz. That the Jamie Benn was the one where I was sitting there going, oh, please! And it didn't happen.
Jess goes, did something bad happen? And I was like, no, we're okay.
Adrian was like, what is going on right now? You keep making so many noises. And I'm like, well, you know, this is an exciting time for them to get it in the net.
So the Stars have now, just the look on Mike's face, the Stars have now won 3 in a row. They have been excellent on the road. They definitely have won 3 in a row, and they have definitely been excellent on the road. Do you now view this as they got it? Or are you like, hey, they're in control, but they don't got it?
Yeah, I think that's listening to DeBoer this morning. As I was driving in, Sean and RJ were playing some audio from him, and he pointed out, he was like, you know, we didn't expect to lose the first 2 games like we lost them.
Yeah.
He actually, the way I was listening to him, he almost sounded like we've already got this thing wrapped up and we're ready to like move on from the series.
Oh, man.
He didn't say that,
Yeah.
Kevin. He just had this like and now we've done this and everything's this and we get to go do this. And so, yeah, I think that they are in this mentality of we're closing this series out as quickly as possible. We don't want to let them have any because the puck bounces a certain way and it's wrong for you.
Yeah.
The old Mighty Ducks theory, Kevin, a quarter of an inch and I would have made it a quarter of an inch the other way and it would have missed it completely.
You can look at yesterday's game as a great example of that.
Especially that one off the bar too. And so, like, that's where I think the Stars team, Kevin or Mike, I was just telling Kevin, it wasn't just the kids that showed up yesterday. The whole team did. Like, everybody showed up and did every step of their job. It was awesome. It was nice to see.
Man, and we were talking about this off air. I feel like Dodonov has heard all of the criticisms of his regular season. And
He's a
like,
Tolo.
Yeah, what's that?
I said he's a Tolo.
Mm-hmm. Did you know
Dodonov?
that? Yeah, Dodonov's a Tolo.
Yeah.
I've just assumed everybody was a Tolo, but
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Every person that's come through here today has been a Tolo.
That's
for sure.
true. Do you root for him more
As
in
a
that
Tolo because he's a
instance?
Tolo, yeah.
Or are you just like, I'm just rooting for the Stars anyway?
Well, for sure. I will say we don't go to Stars training camp.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if anybody does. But
Golly,
I don't
man.
know. I've never heard of,
It's just the way you phrase it. It didn't sound like you honestly don't know it. It sounds like you're like, probably not.
we go to the Nard and we go to spring training in Surprise.
Oxnard.
So we get to talk to players.
I've never called it the Nard.
In settings before the season starts. And when we have a good interview and the person is engaging and seems to care about us as people, then we care more about them.
Yes.
If we do an interview and it seems like the person was a Nimrod, then we're like, we're not really rooting. I don't care he plays for the Rangers or Cowboys or whatever. He doesn't seem to be a very nice guy. So it's not that you're rooting against him as in I want him to fail, but you'd feel like, man, I didn't have a connection with him at all. In fact, I had a negative connection with him, so I'm not really rooting for him, but he is on my team, so I hope my team does well.
Couple of things also. One, Duchesne gets his goal.
He did.
Brian Ray hops on with us yesterday. He immediately texted me and was like, who got that goal?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, good job, man.
Did you respond? Not Pavelski.
No, we'll get to that. The other thing, too, is like now I think this series, you've seen it, the Stars look a lot more comfortable passing the puck across the ice as opposed to earlier in the series. It looked like they were trying to keep things tight and just make sure they didn't lose the puck too much. But now they're really stretching the ice. They're pushing the puck up, and defensively they're working more in the neutral zone. They're doing a lot of work there.
Oh my God!
That I think is really paying off. Not allowing the Knights to get past them and closer to Otter.
You asked the question about how confident we are. You said confident.
Oh yeah,
I'm confident too, but I'm going to ask you the question now, Kevin. You are playing the defending champs. I get they didn't have a great regular season, and they have a weird team in the playoffs because it's not really their regular season team. How much? I know this is Rudy T in basketball.
No,
but
I
how
think
much
this
do you
is
go,
the thing.
Don't underestimate the heart of a champion, and they are going back to Vegas, and I know you won both of them there, but they also won both here, and then you were able to defend your home ice in Game 5.
I think that's definitely a thing. There's a couple of things that have me confident. Is one of the things that DeBoer and at least one other Stars player were talking about is taking the Golden Knights' aggressiveness and using it against them. And that's one of the things that Cassidy said, like, hey, we might have got caught up a couple of times, like, I got to get that hit. And you got the hit, but it didn't necessarily work for you in the flow of the game. And I think the Stars...
Like when they punched Sagan in the nose and bloodied him up,
man,
and they said, I don't even know if that's a penalty.
Yes,
that was ridiculous.
I can't believe that. I went back and
That's
watched
awesome.
that like
you can
4
punch
times.
a dude in the nose, and they're like, you got to sit out for 2 minutes.
You're
man.
really not supposed to. And I can't believe that they're like, yeah, that's a minor.
The hit that Sagan put on, was it Stevenson again there? The one that when he lands, basically he hits the glass.
Oh, yeah. We
and
thought
then,
maybe he did a
swung around
dive.
and maybe his elbow hit him. The whole Knights team was up on him like that. And I was like, oh, wow, that's very quick. And I was waiting. When Sagan got punched in the nose, did it seem like it took an hour for any other Dallas Stars player to get over to him and be like, hey, dude, are you okay? Oh, crap, you're bleeding.
Well, that's a good point. That works against my idea for Game 6. But the other thing I was going to, and also I did not think that Sagan hit was that bad. You can call it homerism if you want. I think if you go back and watch it, it's not like his whole body or his head ran into the glass. Like, he got pushed into the glass, but I didn't think it was egregious at all.
I do think it took the Stars a little bit to get into the series. Like, you're starting to see them now being not necessarily matching the physicality, because I still think the Knights are the more physical team.
Sure.
But being physical along with the way the game is being played. And so I'm starting to see that a lot better, and it's not getting drawn off sides to do it. It's one of those things where this is just part of what we do. Every time Heiskanen is up against somebody, he lays on them as he goes into the board, and that's what you're supposed to be doing. Just wear them down throughout the entire series, and now you're starting to see that pay off for the Stars.
And that's why I like the Stars in Game 6. I'm not dismissing at all, Mike, what you're saying about you're the defending champions until you lose, but the series results are now reflecting who I think the better team is and who it looks like has skated better. I think it's looked like the Stars have skated better. Now they have the lead. I think they close it on Friday.
I don't think I'm going to have time to do this, but I'm going on the Rangers road trip, and I don't know the schedule. I know the Stars have home ice advantage. The Rangers play the Rockies next weekend.
Dude.
Thursday's a day off, then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But I'm like, is there a possibility that I could go into...
I think you're just going to miss it. I think they would maybe... It depends. Since Colorado's already wrapped up, if they wrap up on Friday, now I do think you've got a shot to catch one of those games. If it goes 7, I think you're just going to miss it. I think.
Should I get a suite for the Rangers?
Hell yeah!
And just be like, hey, let's play a day game here.
Yes.
I don't even know what the schedule is in Colorado.
Yeah, you get a suite
let's
for the
day game it up. Let's call the Rockies up and say, do you really want to play a night baseball game with a Avalanche night playoff game? Let's move this sucker to 1 p.m., and let's sweet it up, Texas Rangers, and let's go root on our Stars.
I like this idea. And then you can correspond with us.
Yeah.
He'll forget we exist the second he steps to that sweet door. Now,
like, this is so beautiful.
I'll text you.
Appreciate it, Mike. The other game last night, and I want to focus in on perhaps the most unbelievable play of the game. I know you're probably thinking, oh, this is that Kyrie behind the back drive, or this is a Luka play. No. I want to take you to cut 7. I thought this was the most unbelievable play of the game.
Tucker is in there again on Bancic. They'll double him with Westbrook. In the corner, Green 3, hit by Plumlee. It goes down. Plumlee the foul. Could be a 4-point play. Josh Green puts it in.
And it would be a 4-point play, but...
And he made the free throw.
He did. The Mavericks had led by 25. They were still comfortably ahead at 16, but you'd already seen the back-to-back Paul George threes close it down. I thought this was the most unbelievable play because those were the first points of the game by Josh Green, and some of his other shots did not look so good.
What was amazing is, I don't know, a minute or 2 minutes before, he had a wide-open 3 in the other corner, and he's like, this backboard's in the way. And just slammed it against the side of the backboard. And I was like, how the crap do you miss that bad? And then Plumlee pile drives you into the bench.
He did.
And you swish it on the next one? Like, that makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
0 sense in shooting a basketball. That I get, you're going to miss some, you're going to make some. But when you miss by feet and then you throw the perfect swish in with a 7-footer pile driving you into the stands, I'm like, how in the world did this happen? But it happened.
That's why it's the most unbelievable play of the game. I don't know.
Like, I don't know why was Plumlee also like, Plumlee, did you forget the scouting report or not see 1 minute ago what Josh Green just did with
you don't need to go hard.
shot?
It happened earlier too with Maxey. Maxey had hit like 2 or 3 in a row, and then he goes up there and hits the side of the backboard, and I was like, the hell just happened there?
Yeah.
It's weird to me because I guess maybe I'm just used to seeing other teams just in that corner 3 against the Mavs over and over and never doing that, but that was wild. These are NBA players, Kevin. That's supposed to happen in like a high school game.
Look, I get it, and I got nervous because Jason Kidd had said that Luka would probably need to be managed. And then, I don't know, maybe they were managing him. It looked like
to sit out the last 5 minutes.
Well, okay.
And the last 7 seconds of the third quarter.
Yeah.
Was there any part of you that thought, I realize the NBA could be crazy, maybe 2 or 3 minutes earlier they take him out? Or
Oh, no, I like that he kept him in until like, okay, we're down to 5 minutes and we're up by approximately 30. Now it's the Hardy party.
Yes.
Dude, he almost scored 40 in 5 minutes.
He did score a lot.
I know we're going to do thank you letters here in a little bit. Derek Jones Jr. had a great game last night. He's
block party.
I don't know. You're paying him what, $1 billion? What?
$3 million.
That's it?
I don't know what. He's a free agent.
I'm loving everything that he's contributing right now, man. And you know what? That's part of what I say. The the three keys to success for athletes. One of them is contract season is always a big deal, but what he's providing out there is fantastic.
Did they figure out, and maybe this is where we're out of time, but did they figure out the Hardy floater thing that they let him have 3 times in a row? Because then we were just blocking. Oh, sorry to say Hardy.
Yes.
Harden. They were just blocking the crap out of that shot.
Yeah.
At one point, I think it was Derek Jones Jr., because at the time I was like, was that an unbelievable pass? Like, was that a Luka pass? And then they see the replay, and you just see it swatted, but it goes perfectly into the corner to like an open Clipper. But they just did a great job when Hardy got into the paint on really making it difficult after probably the first 6 minutes of the game, because there's a lot of Zubac and man, I was like, how the crap is this happening again?
We can go ahead.
Maybe, Kevin, it was they let him do it in the last game so they could see what he does when he's comfortable, and they're like, here's how we make him uncomfortable in the next one.
Let's lose game 4.
It's weird, but
you go back to those keys of the game that we talked about. Holy cow, they hit so many of them. Yes, they did score more points and stop more.
Easy
but
baskets.
I thought their defense was great. I thought above the rim, they were dominating. And did you see Lively and Gafford, 44 minutes? I thought Lively looked really
because they had the lead. The key is after the first quarter.
Minutes apiece? No, total.
Oh,
44 minutes
holy
total.
crap. I never saw them in the court together.
And Luka and others
time.
pushed the ball a little bit to try to get easy looks within the first 5 seconds of the possession. And did it work every time? It didn't work every time, but it worked enough. And then also, Brian Broaddus did text me. I have to get this in, and I agreed with him. When there was about, 8 minutes or 9 minutes left, and they're like, hey, Derek Jones Jr., you be the point guard and dribble up. And immediately it's stolen for a dunk. And it was like, let's never try this again.
Yeah.
Either Kyrie or Luka dribbles the ball up the court, because then P.J. Washington did it earlier in the game, and he got ripped for an uncontested. And you're like, I get it, man. I love these role players. But let's not try to have them dribble the ball up the court.
Although that was a quarter of your turnovers. They only turned the ball over 8 times yesterday. We said maybe 11 if you can get to that spot, and they're like, that's still too high. Phenomenal effort from the Mavericks, and that second half was, and for us, that second half already. Or about midway through the third quarter, it was just an ass kicking straight on.
I agree.
Well, good job by you guys by calling out. I'm just talking
about right now. We're doing great. I'm proud
of
us.
That is true.
There's a lot of kids here.
What?
There are, because it's
weather day. Yeah, man, they're making weather happen in here.
I need to learn about it.
Hannah Winger?
Sounds all right to me.
I think that's her. She's out there doing some stuff
what
right
if I
now.
went down there and said, do you guys know what red rain is?
I would love to hear that
What's
on
the difference
air.
between red and green rain? And I put a microphone in front of a kid.
I bet one kid will be like, oh, come to me. I got the answer. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live from Globe Life Field. We got plenty more Mavs stars coming up, but also let's power rank those MLB power rankings coming at you next right here on the Fan.
You can hear Kevin, Corey, and Mike.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Chipping inside. Oh, it's picked up. Pickpocketed right there by Irving. He goes behind the back. He goes in the pocket. He got it. He scores!
Did you see that?
He scores! What a play!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Globe Life Field, and it is weather day, so they're simulating all kinds of stuff. And Corey, did you tell me that one of the weather people's last name is Rainey?
Yeah, so it's CBS, I believe, is CBS weather, and her name is Brittany Rainey, and that just seems like
makes sense.
When we watched Dexter, didn't they have a guy named Stormy Skies or something like that?
I think that's right.
And I just was like, was she born to be a weather person? Absolutely. Brittany Rainey. That's amazing.
Now,
back to you, Mike.
We're celebrating double playoff wins all day long. Stars go up in their series 3-2. Mavs go up in their series 3-2. But we're at Globe Life Field, so I wanted to, if you guys don't mind.
I do.
Okay, Mike, if you don't mind, power rank the MLB power rankings.
I'll say Rangers are number one because in the last two games, our starting pitcher went 8 innings in 1 run and then 7 innings in 1 run. And I bet there's no team in all of baseball in the last 2 days that have had 2 starters go 15 innings and only give up 2 runs.
So surely we went 2-0, right?
Yes.
No, we didn't. That's not true.
No,
you know that's not true.
We just ran out of innings yesterday as the Cowboys unfortunately ran out of time in the playoff.
What part of this offense that had bases loaded with no outs twice? What's more egregious? Bases loaded with no outs twice and scoring 0 runs, or the Stars having a 3-on-none advantage and not even hitting the net?
Oh, hold on. What about the Luka Kyrie 2-on-1 where basically Westbrook tackled him like a safety?
Man,
and went through his chest.
I thought he got smashed into the floor at first.
Yeah.
Luka, and I was like, okay, he's going to be okay.
Or you can just go with Kevin's 2 options.
Okay, so I was watching the Rangers going, they're going to get at least 1 run. And then when they did it the next time they got to go, they're going to get at least 1 run. There's no way that they're going to do this back-to-back. But you're really ruining my baseball nuggets right now.
Okay,
but
let's skip ahead.
Okay.
Do you have power rankings of baseball nuggets? Because I have other stuff. Okay.
No, I'm just saying I was going to really talk about the offense and the concerns at this point.
Let's stick with power rankings then. Who is the worst team in all of the baseball?
The one that cheated the World Series in 1919.
The Houston Astros.
That I don't believe the Houston Astros existed in 1919.
The Chicago White Sox.
The Chicago White Sox
right, but
is correct. That is definitely correct.
1842.
That's when Columbus came here.
That is not right either, and I don't believe
that.
they had organized professional baseball then.
And then I also think he did the Buckeye thing or something.
I don't know what that means.
Good.
That's Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah.
Where the Buckeye happens.
Who do you think is the next worst team in baseball? The White Sox are the worst.
The Houston
The
Astros.
team we're about to play next in hockey.
The Colorado
Rockies. That is correct. So Colorado is the next to worst team. Who is the best team, or do you want to predict where you think the Rangers are?
The best team. I'll guess without looking at standings, which I need to, would be the Dodgers. But I know Cleveland's 20-10 off the top of my head. I know they're playing great, but there's just no way they're going to give them the number 1 seed.
And by the way, Corey, do you think we should heed this advice? Could you guys stop talking so much? I'm trying to learn about the weather.
This might have not been the best day to come to the ballpark.
And Mike desperately wants to go down there.
I do too, they have like frozen water ice or something.
Yeah, look
it's
what they're
making
doing right
smoke.
now.
This is amazing.
They're dumping a big bucket
At no
of
point,
water.
look at this.
It just went smoky everywhere.
At no point ever at Duncanville when I was in grade school or high school was science ever this fun.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have done better in school?
Yes.
Dude, yes. I will. Mike, you're
I had
you're not wrong.
biology after lunch. I
All
fell
the
asleep
science
half
classes
the
I had
time.
in high school, I was like, I did good because I just did the work. But when I got to college and took physics, that changed everything for me because everything was a project, and it was a fun project of how everything works. All right, Kevin, I'll do my best to not focus on the smoke that is billowing around the stadium right now. How are they going to get that out of the field today? How are they going to get the rain out of here?
I don't even think they're going to play.
They are going to play. I don't think, man, that would be a weird.
I do like during weather day they have the roof closed.
That would be a weird bit.
That's how you control the weather.
All right. Okay. Do you want to, if you give me power rankings, I can give you an amazing follow-up baseball B story.
I'll go Dodgers, but I'm probably
I'll
going
go
to be
Braves.
All right. Let's see if you're correct. The Braves are correct. Now that you've been shamed, Mike, do you want to put the Dodgers at number 2?
Can I check the standings real quick?
No, you cannot. You have 5 seconds.
No, I'll put the Orioles.
That is correct!
Yes! Because my guy Grayson Rodriguez is screwing over my fantasy team by going on the injured list.
Hold on. So that's why they're so high on the list?
No, I know Gunnar Henderson is the number 1 hottest card in all of sports right now, and so we even without Jackson Holiday helping them early in the year, they just look tremendous. Their talent. Colton Cowser is going to be, I don't know if they've already named it, but he's going to be AL Rookie of the Month. So they have the best rookie, they have the best player in the American League.
His cards have been looking good, too.
Yeah, so I just look at it and go Baltimore, and then I would go LA, but it's up to you, Corey.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide between LA and Cleveland, and I'm going to go.
One of those is correct.
I think they disrespect Cleveland and their
For
plus
sure.
46 run differential right now, so I'll go Dodgers.
Dodgers are number 3.
Yeah, that's
then do you go
disrespectful.
Cleveland 4?
Yeah, I
Let me
think
ask
so.
you this.
Or Yankees at 20 wins.
One of those is correct.
Oh, well, good, because I was going to throw Philly in there.
Okay.
I will go Yankees. They're gonna. This is ESPN.
Yes.
Yeah. Guess where they're located? Northeast. Yankees.
Bristol? The Yankees is correct. They're number 4.
Yeah. If ESPN was in Cleveland, I think they'd have a better.
I don't
chance.
think they're going to give Cleveland the love. I think they're going to give Philly the love.
Yeah, I do too.
Philly 5?
Yep.
Philadelphia is number 5. Do we finally get some Cleveland love? Are you ready to throw in the Rangers because you love them so much?
At this point, I'd have to say Cleveland.
Cleveland is, in fact, number 6.
They're really good, man. They've developed pitching. They don't even have Gavin Williams, who was supposed to be a pretty big piece of their puzzle in their rotation, but they've been hitting the ball great. They're averaging more runs than the Rangers are averaging. Seattle has to be ahead of the Rangers. Milwaukee, probably, you're right.
Milwaukee is not number 7. It's Seattle.
It is Seattle.
Then the Cubs.
Okay.
Then the Rangers. Then the Brewers.
All right.
Interesting. Milwaukee.
Are you complaining about the Rangers being too high?
I feel like they're giving the Rangers more respect.
And they were 9 last week, too.
I'm complaining about the Cubs. The Cubs have 10 less runs differential than Milwaukee. Milwaukee's in first place in their division. So I'm complaining about that right now.
Okay. It's just half a game, and remember, it's power rankings. They probably go, we don't want to just do standings.
Yeah, it's probably
That's probably
So I
fair.
wonder how much they go, I'll do this and this, and like, oh, I can't do that. That's too much in line with where records are right now.
Fine.
Now, I want to thank Ruben for this next story.
Wait, can I ask real quick?
Yes.
Is
This next story's
Houston in
great.
the bottom 5?
Houston is no, they're number 22.
Okay.
And they had them at 22 last week, too.
All right.
So they're like, hey, they'll turn it around. So you remember we told the story yesterday about the thousands of bees in the net, and then the beekeeper went up there in the beekeeper suit, and I think got to throw out the first pitch.
Because he killed all the bees.
I don't know if he killed them all.
Maybe he attracted the queen.
Could be.
And then he and the queen
No, stop that.
got all the rest of the bees to go away.
Stop what
What
you're
are you doing? What are you saying?
So the beekeeper, Matt Hilton, is now featured on a Tops Now 1-of-1 autograph card with kind of a honeycomb border. How amazing is this?
I wasn't on Topps. I wasn't on Topps because nobody for the Rangers did anything. I always wait for Topps now. And like Wyatt Langford, I just bought his
the inside the park
home run card, and I didn't look for the beekeeper card.
Now, what you would love, Corey, this is the part you would love.
He looks like he is enjoying that moment so much.
He still has his beekeeper
He's
suit
the
on.
most handsome beekeeper in the world.
He is handsome.
I think all beekeepers are attractive.
But on the bottom of it, it says, "Be afraid, be very afraid."
Dude, that is genius. Who did this? Is Topps?
Topps now.
Topps, I'm so proud of them for this. This is it's bigger than like, hey, let's just focus on our sports game. Like this is fun. They're incorporating fun. I love this.
And underneath his name, he autographed it. He wrote "Bee Specialist," so he's given you some added value.
That card is worth what?
Right now, it's memorable.
It's one of one.
The tough thing will be like, who's the big liberal who ran for president and didn't get it? He lost to Bernie. They had a Bernie card that was pretty popular. And at the moment in time, they're like, oh, Bernie Sanders, this is my guy. And so they sold a lot of those cards. People wanted to rebuy it. Now, people are like, yeah, he's just an old man.
But
like,
it's a 1-of-1.
I don't need
is
him
that going to get
sitting
pulled out of a pack, or do you have to buy it?
No. For Topps now, they'll sell it like directly.
So right now, you can buy
other versions of the B card.
Card number 145 in the Topps now. You can buy that card for $9.
And that's just for the regular card.
Just the regular card, not numbered. And then after, in 4 hours, in 24 minutes, it goes away, and then they print however many people bought.
Yeah.
So like Wyatt Langford's opening day card on Topps now, they printed a little over 15,000 of those because there was.
You think they're going to print 15,000 of these?
I bet it gets close to 10,000.
I could see that.
Impressive.
Just because of the pop culture and just it being funny, and people are like, for $10, that's funny to have.
Absolutely.
You know?
KNC Masterpiece right here live at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Now we can talk about the Rangers offense.
Do we have to?
Here's the deal. Like, we're really going to start asking real questions on when or if they're going to turn it around. All right, let's talk about Men's T Clinic. If you need to turn
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-2 the count. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Look out. The bat goes flying, and that's the ball game. Seager strikes out on the Finnegan splitter, and the Washington Nationals even this series at a game apiece, winning by the final score of 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, and now it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bashik.
So, Kevin, the offense.
Man, our offense looks terrible right now. I was just having a conversation with that gentleman. He goes, have you ever seen that in a baseball game where you get the bases loaded twice with no outs and score nothing? And I said, I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I'll tell you what, the Diamondbacks got pretty darn close in Game 5.
That is a good point. I liked being on that
bases,
side of it
yeah,
a lot more than last night.
I feel like they might have had the bases loaded almost every inning in Game 5 for the first 5 innings and got nothing out of it. And I know they didn't, but this is the real conversation, Corey. Most likely the Rangers are a good offense if you look at the history of the players in the offense. But you start wondering, if not now, when? If you're not going, if you go a whole month and you started off hot to start the season off, but you've cooled off to a below average offensive team for a good time now, not for 5 days, but for most of April.
Yeah.
Not you were one of the worst. I don't want people to think they were one of the worst, but average at best, offensively at best. Well, you go, well, that'll be their worst month of the year. I'll throw it back to you, Corey. Do you think that April will be, and I know we're in May already. Do you think that just April will be their worst month of the season as an offensive team, or do you think this might be a team that struggles offensively?
I think it will be until Corey Seager is healthy. This team is in this place. And that is because, Marcus Simeon's getting on base occasionally. He's getting on base enough. But when he's on, Corey Seager, we rely upon to drive him in. And so that until that happens or Josh Young comes back, that's the only thing I can see, because that kills innings. It kills innings if Corey Seager isn't providing the type of danger that he typically is.
And unfortunately, Adolis had bases loaded 2 times to come through and wasn't able to come
that's
through.
That's the thing that I'm saying here is, like, Adolis, I think Adolis, whenever the spotlight is the brightest, yes, I want him at the plate. Adolis Garcia, when I want a home run, yes, I want it at the plate, because that dude's going up there and it feels like he's swinging as hard as he can to put one out. Corey Seager, I know he swings as hard as he can with that perfect swing of his, but he also gets on base. Like, he's one that keeps innings going.
How about this? Batting averages can still change pretty quickly. I'm on game logs for Corey Seager right now. On the 19th of April at Atlanta, 301 batting average.
Okay.
At the end of May 1st, 227.
And,
Holy
Kevin,
cow.
that
He's
301 was
gone
from a lot of singles, right?
301.
So he dropped 75 points?
748 OPS after the first game. And if I wanted to go back to make it, I don't want to say worse, but to just make it a little bit more extreme, at the end of the Detroit series, at Detroit, he was batting 304 with a 761 OPS. Now, the OPS is really low for Corey Seager, not for league average. That's above average. So you go from at 418 to 5-1, and you go 304, 761 to now 227 with a 615 OPS.
And that feeds into, and I want to ask Jared about this later as well, because I know he said breakout guys. I think it was Langford and Seager for the Rangers this month. Bruce Bochy said he thinks it's about time for Corey Seager to go off, and I hope that is the case. But I still worry, like Corey just made reference to, that he is not 100%, and that feels really tough to overcome.
And Mike, I'm having a hard time with this. I don't know when. I still think he's recovering from injury. That's just my personal thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
So,
and Bochy didn't say that.
And Bochy didn't. He was like, I feel like he's almost there.
Yeah.
And when he says almost there, that's what I think is okay. He's almost there out of his recovery, like completely. But Mike, I'm concerned about his confidence. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll just, once he's completely healthy, the confidence will be back. But I'm concerned that this dip that he's having in this weird spot in the season could be a problem for his confidence.
I guess because he has so much major league experience, I'm not worried about that. What worries me more is yesterday when he pops the ball off the bat, it has no carry.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
So you saw it too, that moment
like
when
he hit the ball to
Simeon
center field, and he's hit some balls where off the bat, we're used to, our Ranger brain is used to, he has squared that ball up. It's either getting out of the ballpark or it's going to be a rocket off the wall. And then it's like, that's 20 feet short of the wall and an easy play.
Yeah.
And
that's where the confidence part I'm afraid of is that he's used to that same thing we're used to.
And I didn't know where you guys were going to go, but you're specifically talking about Corey Seager because he is your best player.
Yes.
And he's the guy struggling the most. I just gave you the numbers from Detroit to now, 304 to 227. But if you look at, now, Adolis Garcia overall is having great numbers for the season. 294 batting average, 930 OPS. Obviously, yesterday, they found his, in that movie with Tom Selleck, his Shuto.
Mr. Baseball?
Yeah. They were going into that up and in part of the strike zone. It's a strike.
And he loves it.
And when it is 95 or above, he has a hard time getting to that pitch.
Yep.
And so yesterday,
but he sees it real close, like you were describing.
Peppering that spot, and he just couldn't get to it. But Jonah Heim struggling.
Wyatt Langford, Evan Carter, Marcus Simeon, Josh Young's not here. Like, you're right. Sorry to jump in there, but
it's everybody. It's not just Corey Seager.
And I don't want to pick on him.
You can
it's
handle
a lot of people.
A guy in a slump. You can maybe even handle 3 guys in a slump in a good lineup. But when almost everybody is slumping, Josh Smith isn't and Adolis Garcia aren't for the season. Nate Lowe's barely been here. Right now, if he gets 4 hits today, he might go to a 500 batting average. If he goes 0 for 4, he might be batting 200. Like his batting average.
But his immediate appearance has been good.
314 right now with an 844 to start the year, but he has so few at bats, it can change tremendously in a 2-day situation.
I guess, Mike, I start with Seager because I feel like he's the post that puts the show 10 up. Like he's the one, he's the main post.
Yeah.
And then everything else goes off of him. And that goes around the discussion of why is he hitting number 2? Because he's your best hitter. You know, why do you have certain guys in the lineup to protect other guys from other things? That's Corey Seager's where it all starts. Everything else, you're right. Everybody else is kind of falling off from that.
I don't know where Seattle's going to finish record-wise. Obviously, nobody knows. And the Rangers, once again, are getting to that. Are they going to go below 500? We had that conversation to start the week off. You know, I think it's a good discussion because Kansas City's better than the Texas Rangers in 2024. We'll see when they leave on this homestand. Right now, they're 4-4. If they win today, they have a winning homestand.
Yep.
I'm not saying that's the best in the world. Even yesterday, you gave a great question to Bochy, and you gave a great question to Bochy because I said, hey, 15-15, looking at the schedule, looking at where you're at, injury-wise, all these things, and he's like, well, obviously we have higher standards than being 500 in a 30-game stretch. But 16-14, he can see where it's like, hey, it's not bad, but it's also not. Ultimately, our goal is to just be 16-14. Ultimately, it's not their goal to have a 9-game homestand and go 5-4. I don't know where Seattle's going to be, but Seattle can look at last year and go, we were better than the Rangers and we were better than the Astros. What killed us was the first 2 months of the season. We played so below our standard, I'm talking about the Mariners in 2023, that then we played better than them the last 4 months of the season. But it didn't matter. In a way, it didn't matter because they missed the playoffs by 1 game. And the Rangers are not playing nearly as bad as Seattle in 2023. But, dude, when you get Gray and Heaney to give you 15 innings and two runs, and it's 1 run apiece, so it wasn't 2 in one game and 0 in another.
But the biggest thing, 15 innings.
Yeah.
15 innings from those two starts.
That's not going to happen a lot, I don't think. In my opinion, I don't think it's going to happen a lot.
Your bullpen is so fresh, so clean. And they're so good.
Yes.
Talking about, those two guys. Outcast,
yep.
yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So fresh, so clean.
They are outstanding this year. Yes, you had your hiccup with Leclerc to start the year. I don't know if that's fixed for 5 months because we thought Will Smith fixed things and then it wasn't fixed, and then you thought maybe Chapman fixed it, then it wasn't fixed, and then somehow you had the miracle situation in the playoffs where it got fixed when you needed it to be fixed.
Absolutely.
I look at this offense, and at some point they're going to have to carry this team. They just are. You are getting so many good starts. Evaldi's today. Evaldi last time struggled in the first inning, walking 3, and then dominated. And I'm hoping Evaldi has another dominant start. But at this point, and the pitchers are not going to feel this yet, but you have to work on this psychologically. You do not want your pitching staff going, we cannot give up a run.
Yes.
If we do, we're going to lose. That leads to bad pitching. Just like when an offense has a bad pitching staff and they go, we have to score 8 runs to win these games. It causes bad offense based off of one side of your team is not doing well, and so the other one feels more pressure to perform. I don't think the Rangers are at that. It's only 30 games, but they are going to have to start some point putting up the runs that are expected from this offense.
That's really interesting the way you said that, Mike, because last night I was watching Heaney, and he was asked the question from Evan Grant, which it did take Evan a long time to ask the question. But he was asked, hey, you only gave up 1 run. Do you feel, or, you only gave up 1 run. Do you feel like it was kind of a wasted effort? In a way, it was to summarize the question.
I understand.
And Andrew Heaney never answered the question. He talked about his game and how he pitched and all these other things, but he never once went out of his way to say, but yeah, I didn't need a run from the offense, or I needed. He never did that. He just said, no, man, I'm glad I was able to do this for the last 3 games. I've produced, I've done my job, and I thought that was a smart job. So what you just said, you don't want them to be in that place.
Hopefully the Rangers, there's only 132 games to turn it around.
We got plenty of time.
But
do we?
The Stars and Mavs both won Game 5s, and that's what Kevin wanted.
That's all he wanted yesterday.
Somehow he has a relationship with, we can say, an angel or a demon or God.
I want you
Satan,
guys to answer this question
and somehow
honestly.
He's able to pull this off.
Answer this question honestly. Rangers lose their next 2 games, but the Stars and Mavericks both win on Friday. Do you make that deal?
I want you to answer this question honestly.
Yeah, I want you to.
All 3 teams win all the games.
That would be great.
There you go.
All right. And now I'm going to ask you this question. If the Rangers paid you money, how would you answer that question?
We're the KNC Masterpiece. That's a tougher question right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Especially games he's going to be specifically
That's a good point.
calling.
That is a very good point.
Well, my radio partner really wanted the Rangers to lose this one.
Because it'll guarantee other wins. So
somehow he has a relationship with somebody who determines these things.
Coming up next, DFW Sports Thank You Notes, 877-881-1053. Who gets a tip of the cap after a pair of playoff wins and a tremendous pitching start? We'll do that next, live from Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field on Weather Day as they're running all kinds of weather-based experiments behind us on the field.
They're seeing how much kids' ears can handle the loudness of the place.
One of those little like trash can things flew up like 50 feet in the air. It was awesome.
Okay.
It's time for DFW Sports Thank You Notes. So who gets a tip of your cap? 877-881-1053, FrankelFirm.com text line after a pair of playoff wins and a tremendous pitching start. Now, Corey, I want to give you credit for that last part because you were shouting out Heaney. I get a feeling this will probably be dominated by mostly Mavs and Stars Thank You Notes.
Go ahead, Mike.
I'm going to do one that I don't think you're going to do.
Okay.
The Mavs coaching staff.
Okay.
I think that they had those, we've ragged on them, and rightfully so at times. But I'll go with Jason Kidd because he is the head coach. And then his staff on down. To take that tough loss after being down by 31, taking the lead, and then giving up 3 uncontested layups to lose the game in the end, I thought the adjustments were tremendous. And then the energy and effort in the first quarter was tremendous by every Maverick who touched the floor throughout the whole game. So I want to say thank you, Mavs, for the first time in 5 games really having a good first quarter, and then it carried on through the game.
Jared Dudley did the halftime interview, by the way.
Oh, did
last night. And Adrian, I looked at Adrian, I said, it was with Leslie. And I said, Adrian, who is that? And she goes, well, it doesn't look like Jason Kidd, but doesn't the coach do these interviews? And I was like, yeah, that's Jared Dudley. So there you go.
How did you guys feel coming out of that first quarter where they actually hit that 25 number on the head? I think you had a 1-point lead. How did you feel coming out of that quarter because of the effort you just talked about and the fact that you didn't get run in that quarter?
I felt good. Could it have been better? Well, to start the game, nobody could miss, neither the Mavs nor LA.
Can I give a thank you letter to that?
To Mike?
No, to what he just said. Nobody could miss. and it is, like we said, you have to just kind of keep up with them. And I texted Reggie at some point last night and was like, dude, this tempo is perfect for the Mavericks. Because I don't think that and Mavericks are one of the fastest playing teams in the league. Kevin Harlan said that with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton this morning. And I was like, man, like this Mavs team, this tempo that they're playing at, they were just going back and forth. But nobody was extending a lead.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is actually good for the Mavericks right now because, A, Luka's getting into a rhythm. He's finding easy baskets at the bucket right now. And so I wasn't concerned about the defense. It's just that I was like, nobody's separating by 20 points, and that's better for the Mavs because the longer that gets into the game, I think the better the Mavs are because their defense on the back end of the game is where they really lock things up.
From the 214, whoever said Kleba needed a game, y'all called it. Man, just look at the first half. Maxi Kleba made 4 3-pointers. The rest of the players in the game combined for 4 3-pointers. It was, and I think, were they all in the second quarter? I feel like all of his...
It probably is.
At least in the first half.
There was one in the third quarter.
No, I mean in the first half.
Okay.
All 4 of his threes I thought were in the second quarter, but you're right about that.
The third quarter of the first half, yeah.
Sure.
I thought that was I thought it was incredible, and what I just threw out that I feel like a lot of Mavs fans will agree with, if Maxey is hitting the corner or like kind of side three, you could win the championship.
Well, and that's what I was texting y'all last night. If he's making those threes, you can't lose that game. Like, that's a game you have to go, like, oh, man, all our guys are hot. We have to win this one.
I ended up not watching Channel 21. I ended up watching the TNT broadcast. I've never heard Jamal Crawford on a game. He was with Reggie Miller. I thought Jamal Crawford was amazing.
Yeah?
I thought he was amazing. I think that he's one of those people. I think Candace Parker is amazing on the pre and post or halftime situation. I could see her when Charles Barkley supposedly retires after next year, I believe.
Right.
I could see Candace Parker taking that seat. And it might not be as funny, but I think your education level is going to be unbelievable with Candace Parker there. I thought Jamal Crawford said so many bright things and things that you're just like, I love basketball. I've been watching it forever, and there's some really good people who do it. I think that Jamal Crawford is the next where you're going to be like, I want to listen to what he has to say because he's educating me more. There was a lob to Gafford.
He might have the longest history of education in the NBA, too, as old as he was when he was done.
And Paul George kind of undercuts Gafford, and there's a foul. And he said, Kyrie Irving caused that foul because he can't leave Kyrie in the corner too early, so he's a little bit late on his help, and he gets underneath Gafford, and he's explaining why there was a foul there. Why did Paul George, by accident, from behind, kind of undercut Gafford? And he explains because he cannot leave Kyrie Irving in the weak side corner early to stop the lob. So the lob is up. Now he has to come just a hair late. And we talked about that corner three. Yes, Kleba then making it is like, hey, can we stop the lob? Because if we do, we're going to leave Kleba open again. And then when Kyrie Irving's in the corner on this set, now it's like we definitely can't leave the corner if Kyrie's going to be the one in the corner. And so Paul George is late to the action, picks up a foul on Gafford. It wasn't like, but I just thought Jamal Crawford, I just like to send out a thank you letter.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be one of those future guys that when he's on a national broadcast, he's going to give you a lot of education on the game.
Yeah, that's great, too. And you know, we did discuss at length Maxey needing to hit those in order to open up things because of the way the Mavericks change things up sometimes whenever they have Maxey on the court. And, you know, having him on the court, he needs to be a threat from three. But that changes the way that the other team's going to approach.
Like we said, Plumlee saw Josh Green throwing off the side of the backboard, and he's like, I better close out on him next time a lot harder.
And it was just so weird because even if it was a better shooter, the way he closed down the pursuit and hit him, I'm like, in what universe did you think this defensive strategy was going to work without tackling someone else to the ground?
Like Luka did a great job on one of James Harden's misses. Who can you believe he only had 7 points? Harden in that whole game.
I can.
Can I give you a stat?
Yeah.
Okay, this is
feels like he falls apart in these kinds of games.
Okay, this is the rare negative thank you note. Thank you note to James Harden for being historic. James Harden now has the record for most NBA playoff games with 10-plus shot attempts while making 2 or less. Wow. He's done that 10 times. where he's had at least 10 shots and made no more than 2.
I just thought it was amazing, one, how bad he played. I just didn't expect that. And then two,
coming off the last one,
how great the Mavs were in closing out Harden and making sure not to get in the way of his kind of kick out and jumping forward. It is not easy to do, but we saw Luka. Josh Green has struggled with this in the series, even though he's getting limited minutes. There's just guys were doing a great job on making it a difficult shot on Harden, and he missed almost all of them, and then not fouling him on that follow-through that he has that he knows can draw 3 free throws pretty easily.
Can I throw something out about that I noticed last night that I thought was really impressive? How many, I know there's a couple possessions where you're like, just grab the damn rebound and let's move on with it. But how many times did you see the shot clock go off while the ball was in the air, or like right after they were trying to get a shot? Because, and it wasn't like a old style Luka, hold the ball. They were trying, but they couldn't get any space creation.
I know that this is probably every NBA team, but it feels like the Mavs, Corey, are one of these that are extreme. When their shots going in, man, their effort on defense improves tremendously.
Yeah, I can see that for sure, because I think we can win this game because our shot's going in. But that's where I'm reverse on it. And if I'm the coach, I'm preaching, do that defensive effort first, because that makes the cheap points, and that opens up the court for you to get those shots going in kind of plays. I would like to switch gears a little bit. And I want to go on record. I'm going to write an I'm sorry letter real quick to Andrew Heaney, because I had given up hope on him, and I probably was a little too down on him. But the effort last night, I appreciate a lot, man. I can't deny what he did last night. So, Kevin, I wanted to write that I'm sorry note real quick. But Dodonov.
we might as a Metroplex collective need to send that one.
First off, he hits a shot off of Thompson's face, and it was so bad that I guess that Butch Cassidy was like, I got to take this guy out.
Yeah, Benny Hill.
Yeah, he was like, I got to get him out and put Benny Hillbilly in, as Mike said yesterday.
Aiden.
And then Hill didn't do any better, but man, the line that I love so much was, he was shot out of a cannon 60 feet to get to that puck, and he puts it in. And it was, man, like his effort level is just phenomenal. It's keeping the Stars in these games, putting them up at times. And I really appreciate the Donna.
How mad were you guys that the refs call? It doesn't matter because the Stars won. But no thank you to the ref. And I don't know the rules well enough. And they were trying to explain it on the national broadcast. And I'm like, you can even see this former ref going, yeah, probably not a penalty. When Joe Pa takes the angle and the Knights guy knocks him into the goalie, and they're like,
I don't know if that is the nickname that we want for Pavelski.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Captain America's probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go with that one. Okay. Back to you, though, Mike. Go back to what.
That nickname's already been used.
Yeah, probably not the best legacy. Okay. So.
Yeah. But what did you guys think of that penalty call?
Look, it was that one and the Sagan one. Not the Sagan punch, but the Sagan into the boards that I thought.
That was soft. That was weak.
Exactly. Soft is a good word for it.
It was weak. I didn't really love that one that much. And then, as Mike was saying, they do have their version of the referee guy in the booth. That he's like trying to explain it all.
Oh, yeah, like the rules expert.
Yeah. And he's like, look, man, like here's this. And there was a long part of his discussion that it sounded like, man, he thinks this shouldn't be what are you when Mike took something off my beard? What was it?
I don't know.
Was like fuzzy?
Lint?
Yeah.
See, but from my perspective,
it just looked like
all I saw was him caressing your face. So like I appreciate that, but just when I looked, it just like he's like, "Hello, Corey."
Yeah. No, it was one of those where I was like, man, the way this former referee is describing it right now, he thinks they shouldn't, but he's like, but I understand, it's a call. And so that's where they left that last night. And then Ottinger, man, like Ottinger's save with 1 and 49 seconds left in the game.
That was the split down
to stone somebody that way was absolutely amazing, man. That saved the game late.
Agreed. Do you throw out thank you notes to the Stars for both physical and mental toughness? Because I have to imagine losing the first 2 games at home, that's probably a lot of weight to be carrying through the rest of the season. And then physically, Vegas clearly still the more physical team, but I don't think the Stars have looked like physically outmatched as much anymore.
Yeah, they've always said it's not a series until somebody wins at home. Like,
no, that is not how the saying goes.
I'm pretty sure that's how this series is going.
I will say I feel like the Stars are controlling the puck so much in the last 3 games, if not 4.
I think it's 4, but I hear you.
Because I feel like they outplayed them for so long in Game 2, but it just didn't matter scoreboard-wise. I think the Knights, in my opinion, remember, small hockey opinion fan here. I'm starting to love the game, but it feels like the Knights are like, let's stop playing hockey and just smash them into the boards because we can't control the puck anyways. So let's get in a shot or two, and maybe that will get the Stars off of their game. Maybe they'll want to fight with us instead of play hockey.
They're focused.
And I feel like the Stars did a great job yesterday where I was like, that really wasn't necessary, but the dude's just getting a shot in because he's like, I can't get the puck anyway.
Well, they're finishing their checks. Like, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to finish your checks for sure. And the Stars are too, though. That's where I think the difference for me is it seemed like the Stars were so focused on puck early in the series, and then they were like, we have to do all these other things too. This is the things we've done throughout the year. That we really have to do. So that's the thing that I'm seeing from the Stars I'm really appreciating right now is they're finishing those checks and they're doing those little details that pay off throughout an entire series.
From Constable Scott, shout out to Ben and Robo, man. If I can add on to that, shout out to the power play. Like we talked about that in the first 2 games back in Dallas, maybe a disappointing disparity on the special teams, but I know Vegas scored a power play goal last night as well. You have started to see a lot more assertiveness from the Stars on special teams, and I'm here for it.
And then lastly, I want to thank Carter for sitting down, sitting down and watching that game with me last night. And being very no, we're not worthy. Because when he sat down, we were talking, and he was like, "Dad, I really like number 14." He was like, "I really like Jamie Benn. I like number 14." And I was like, "I really like Jamie Benn too." I said, "But we pissed him off once."
Yeah, that's true.
And he was like, "Hold on, what do you mean you pissed him off?" And I told him the whole story about how we were talking about shirts, and he threw a big roll of tape into a big pile of stuff, and then later on that night, he snapped a stick over the goal because he was so mad. And I looked over at you and I said, "Kevin, I think we pissed off Jamie Benn." And you were like, "Yeah, I think we did too." And Carter was like, "That's a hilarious story." So I appreciate Carter for hanging out and watching the game with me last night.
Absolutely, man. You know what I really love is like you're seeing the ballpark fill up. A lot of people for the game. Still, folks hanging out doing the weather thing.
Is there weather stuff still happening?
I think
they
might
cleaned
have
it up.
finished
They're
it
cleaning
up.
it up down there. Yeah.
But there's still a lot of people who are here from the weather thing. But then also folks are riding high on the Stars. Folks are riding high on the Mavs. Got a chance to close out both series on Friday.
It feels like we won both series, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's where I am right now mentally. We talked about it. Now, they can't be there. They can't be there. I am there. I am like, okay, this is it. We talked about, Bochy even said yesterday, I play Game 5s like it's Game 7 because the percentages, it's in your favor.
I am more inclined to think that was Vegas's last stand than the Clippers' last stand. But, I mean, the Clippers did just get their doors blown off. So, okay, great.
Yeah.
And now it's elimination Harden time, and usually he is trying to find as many strippers as possible.
Yeah, he loves the brown note.
And by the way, South
during those games.
By the way, the hockey percentage for winning Game 5 when it's 2-2 is really high as well. We talked about it. I think basketball is 81.7%. Whoever wins Game 5 when it's 2-2 wins the series. Hockey, it's 79%. So still an overwhelming percentage say that you should be able to take these series.
Because we're here at the Globe, it makes me think of the devastation walking out of this building after the Altuve home run in Game 5 and thinking, how did we have a 2-0 lead coming back home?
You know
and now
what,
we're
though?
down 3-2, and now we're going to lose this, and the Astros are going to do it again, and the Rangers pull it off. Now we're in the opposite side of this.
But you love being on this side.
Everything feels like, the percentages are in our advantage. You're going to win one of the next 2 games, and for the Mavs, I really do feel like, let's win Game 6. Let's not go back to L.A. and chance that. For the Stars, they could go to Vegas and lose, but you feel great that the next game, the Game 7, is home.
Yeah.
And you're just like, I'm thinking about this going, I remember the devastation being here, and yet coming out on top. And now I feel like there's no way these two teams can lose this up 3-2. And yet I just saw the
it can happen. Yeah,
accomplish that in the ALCS.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live at Globe Life Field. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they just negate the biggest win of their entire career? We'll do that next right here on the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brewing.
We've got a new rivalry in town from Revolver Brewing. Coming out of Granbury, Texas, we've got Blood and Honey at 7% ABV and Blood and Honey Light coming in at 4.5% ABV. It's time to choose your side. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Switch on defense. Powell picks up Doncic. Shot clock at 2. 3. Bullseye!
Finally got a 3 to go for Luka. Oh, thanks, Reggie. I'm so hungry. Hey, Reggie. I can tell Reggie's not a Luka fan.
Yeah, finally.
Miller?
Yeah.
Did you see what Nick Young said? Nick Young tweeted out, "Oh, they're already starting to cheat for Luka," and I was like, "What?" And then that's when I saw Dalton Trigg's tweet was, "Oh yeah, it's cheating whenever they're not shooting 73% from 3." Okay, I get it now.
Good point. Good point. We're live at Globe Life Field. Lots of folks celebrating Weather Day. We'll lead you right into Rangers pregame at 1 o'clock. But right now, it's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Or I have no idea what Mike's about to say.
So my buddy this morning said, you know what? I don't want eggs. And I don't want bacon. And I don't want cereal or toast.
Is this story going to be about Mike?
I've already heard the story, so yeah, it's absolutely about his life.
So he takes some pulled pork that he made the other night and made tacos out of it, and then found himself with a brioche bun and some barbecue sauce.
You just have brioche buns hanging around?
I bought them the other day.
Okay, all right.
And then at 8:30 in the morning, this person called Mike Bassick made himself a pulled pork barbecue sandwich on a brioche buttered bun, and I thought, this is so wrong, it's right.
Uh-huh.
So
Did you sit down and like appreciate eating it?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
And so I'm just wondering, is it okay to make yourself a barbecue sandwich at 8:30 in the morning for breakfast?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Especially in Texas, right?
Oh, my God.
Corey, are you okay?
Can you breathe?
No, something's going on.
So anyways, that's my,
That is-
what is this segment called?
My buddy's an idiot.
My buddy's an idiot.
Come on. My buddy's an idiot. He doesn't know the name of the segment.
buddy's an idiot
Thank you
'cause he's a
letters.
genius.
We have Masterpiece of the Week. We have a lot of segments. Better, which we never do.
Yeah, we should do that.
But you remember that one? The ones we
It was
actively
his
do.
favorite segment.
Okay.
He always used to say whenever we weren't on the show, whenever we were a night show, he was like, that better segment. That's a good segment. on the
So,
station."
and then you took your shirts off at 9.
That's
It was-
true.
And Mike would participate, and then the
Yeah.
pants off 10.
Yeah. And so, anyways, I just like to say I made a barbecue sandwich for breakfast this morning, and I think I'm going to do it more often.
You think you're going to do it again?
Yeah.
Corey, I know we're on air. Do you like the gold mask better?
Or the silver
or
one?
the silver mask better?
I like the silver one. I'll be honest.
Okay.
Adrian would probably say gold. She's a fan of gold. But yeah, no,
maybe I'll
Mike.
get both.
For anybody out there that's like, hey, you only can eat breakfast stuff at breakfast time. That's a lie. You can eat breakfast stuff anytime. I think you can eat dinner stuff anytime too. I'm a fan of that. I will wake up and I'll look in the fridge and be like, I don't feel like making eggs today. I have leftover, leftover fried chicken is fantastic too. Like cold
you eat it
fried
cold?
chicken. It's
Okay,
so
yeah.
good. But yeah, like leftover food, great decision, Mike. Barbecue sandwich, glorious.
Now, I think we have
That's
to.
my thank you letter.
Oh my God! I think we have to throw.
Now more football nuggets.
But that's not this segment.
Yeah, they told us to stop talking about him until the season starts.
Maybe we should. Let's talk about Ryan Garcia, who picked up the biggest win of his career, boxing, over Devin Haney. I think it's 2 weeks ago. And now, per the Voluntary Anti-Doping Association, they sent a letter out that he tested positive for a banned substance, Ostarine. Now, Ryan Garcia had a really weird way of attacking this argument. He said, I get the first part. He's like, Jesus, they're always trying to take me down. But then he started doing the bits and like showing herbal supplements and being like, yeah, I'm addicted to steroids. Haha, give me some help. And he just kept tweeting all of these things. And I thought, I don't know if now is the time to go on the offensive.
I don't know. You said he tested positive?
That's per the Anti-Doping Association.
Well, yeah, he's trying to get out in front of this, Kevin. That's what it sounds like. He's trying to get out in front and be like, it's a mockery. I'm going to make a mockery. It's a circus of their whole like testing policy. I don't know. I don't know how that goes. Like, if the test is a test, it's real and legitimate. They got to make decisions based on that.
And he made a ton of money betting on himself in that fight.
Hasn't he had some like issues
what happens
lately, dude?
What
Like,
happens 2 weeks later after he's paid out? Like, I'm not going back to, I mean, I hate saying this, but I'm not going back to Vegas going, hey, you gave me $1,000 because the guy won that night.
And he won, like, I think a couple million.
Well, maybe they can go back to him. That's easier.
Yeah.
But if I was in Vegas that night and placed a $1,000 bet and then turned the ticket in at night, but then if you lost and you bet $10,000, you're like, give me my money back.
I agree.
I didn't lose.
That's a great question. I'm not entirely sure how that works on the paper tickets. Like on the app, I'm sure they could figure it out, but on the paper tickets, I'm not sure. But Corey, to your other point, yes, he does a lot of bits, and I mean, Devin Haney's a really good fighter, but I think that was part of the reason that Garcia was such a massive underdog heading into that fight, because people are like, yo, is he okay though for real?
Yeah, I felt like there were some moments that I heard that it sounded like he was on some drugs. And doing podcasts and saying things that you're just like, he's put himself in danger right now. Now, am I wrong about that? I don't want to be, Kevin, I don't want to be putting something out there that's not real. Am I wrong about something that happened recently where he was saying some things where people were concerned?
Yes.
He was on? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They were concerned for a variety of reasons. And now I think he has up to like a week to request that they test the B sample as well. And obviously, if that comes back positive, well, you're screwed.
The B sample?
Yes.
The guy who...
No. Still for... Not the beekeeper guy at the baseball game. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He just peeked over his cubicle just to tell me he cut his burger diagonally because he knows it pisses me off. I feel you on that. I work with multiple people who say that same thing.
It makes more burger. Annika Sorenstam agreed with me. So, Kevin, just deal with it, bro.
It is amazing how your brain works, that if you give it the plus sign, either way, just one cut though, not both, that you see it as a straight cut. But if you just turn it a little bit, it does look like a diagonal cut to our brains.
Yeah, it's a straight line diagonally, and that's what I love about it, on a circle.
Look, I got a pretty good idea of how Corey's brain works. Mike, I still remain fascinated by your brain to this day.
We're still trying to figure you out, buddy.
I'm glad.
Yeah. It's a conundrum.
I have another
Is that the right
conundrum.
word?
Yes, because I have another conundrum.
Okay.
I wanted to read this story about how Ronda Rousey is an idiot.
Before you do.
I might not be able to.
From the 214, my buddy's an idiot. He tried to make me choose to have the Rangers lose so that other teams could win. And
yet here we are.
Yeah, we've won 2 now.
You're
and
welcome.
we could have had 3 wins if everybody would have just gone into yesterday going, hey, 3 wins would be great.
That was not the deal
But
I
there's
offered.
Kevin offering bad deals.
At least it was just for a day.
Yeah.
Because Jerry's on record as saying he might have made a deal in like 1994 or 95. All I need is one more. And that deal has stuck.
And I'm sure Kevin won't try to force that on us again because the Stars and Mavs and Rangers
Look,
don't play on the same day any other time coming up. Like Friday or Sunday.
The Rangers lost today and tomorrow.
Why do you do
if
this?
it meant both the Mavs and Stars close out their series, on Friday.
That's
Serie A.
not, no.
I don't think so, because you've left the window open for me to win Game 7. The deal is they don't win Game 6, so I'm okay. Let's win these
You
2.
said earlier you don't want to go back to LA for Game 7.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah. He's got a really good point there.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mike actually has a good point. I really don't want a
Does he?
Game 7. I don't want to have to play a Game 7.
So you're
but
not going to sacrifice 2 regular season games for playoff series wins?
You know what's crazy, Kevin, is Sunday is the same thing. So here's what you should, on Friday, you should present what you did yesterday. Because the Rangers play in Kansas City.
Yeah.
And then the Stars and Mavs both play that night at, 8:30 and 9. It's the most ridiculous times. And then they play again on Sunday. Quick turnaround, but they play again on Sunday.
Friday doesn't work out well for the Game 6s. They did a great job. The NHL and the NBA said, Dallas fans, we're not going to overlap you by much.
Yeah.
This one, they're like, you have a choice to make.
Yeah, I hope you have a picture-in-picture. Good luck, guys.
Because you can't watch 2 things at the same time.
I obviously disagree with you on that.
I'm dead serious. You can keep transferring your eyes, but you can't have peripheral vision and be like, oh yeah.
Nobody has peripheral vision?
No, you have it, but your brain will focus on one of them.
Corey, here's my conundrum. I want to read a quote from Joe Rogan about how terrible of a person Ronda Rousey is. There's a lot of kids around too, and there's a lot of edited words.
Man, most of these kids aren't paying attention, though.
Okay.
Hey, kids, are y'all paying attention right now?
Hey, how's it going with your lunch?
Not a single one of them looked.
They didn't even look.
Yeah,
Ronda
the parents
Rousey,
did.
she said, I don't understand why everyone turned on me. I can't believe it. And she's the worst. And treated Nate Wood like garbage.
And she broke up with the guy in Entourage.
Turtle.
Yeah, Turtle.
In that awful movie. Now,
Mark Cuban had a big role in that.
So did
and
Gronk.
that's why that movie sucks.
I think there's a lot of.
There's a lot of reasons that movie sucks.
The show was fantastic.
I agree. So Joe Rogan came out and goes, let me let you in on something, Rhonda, if you're listening. The people behind the scenes, camera people, audio people, the people you can push around, and the people you can bully, and the people you can talk down to, they can't stand your F and A. Everybody behind the scenes had to put a mic on Ronda Rousey, couldn't stand her. I said, why? They said, because she's a B to us from the moment she sat down to the moment she got up. Like, it's our fault we have to do this interview. She's miserable, mean, and we can't stand her. Those people couldn't stand Ronda, so don't sit here and tell me you're the victim. The poor guy sitting behind the camera doing his job, getting S-ed on by you, and you're the mean, and you're the victim? Get out of here with that.
Wow. He doesn't like Ronda Rousey, it sounds
Well, guess
like.
what? Most people don't. Pro wrestling community doesn't like her. She's fallen out of favor with the MMA community. Joe Rogan doesn't like her. A lot of people don't like her.
You want to put Kevin in another really tough spot? My buddy's an idiot. He's wishing for the Rangers to go below 500 for the first time with under Bruce Bochy. It'll be the first time.
No. Always about history.
I don't want that to happen. But if you're presented with the scenario, Rangers lose the next two for Stars and Mavs to win tomorrow night, you take it.
Okay, let me ask you this. The end of Bochy's career, he was never under 500 as a manager.
Okay, well, that's
and then you're
not
like,
true.
well, no, I mean for the Rangers.
Oh, okay.
The end of his career with the Rangers, he's never gone below 500. You're willing to risk that?
Yes. I don't think at his Hall of Fame induction they're going to go, I don't know.
I will.
He won 4 World Series, but remember that one time he dipped below 500?
He's already saying that we're never winning again.
God dog it.
Like, okay, he has
5
4.
World Series.
Why can't he have
6,
more?
8 World Series.
Yeah, man.
It worked out for LeBron. He kept saying not one, not two.
Not two.
Well, he should have stopped there.
Yeah, he really should have.
Should have just said 2.
My buddy picked Corey Seager to hit a home run today.
Hey, yeah, are we just going to keep that confidential?
I was just saying, this is my buddy in general.
And Sandler run, by the way, the Seager pick is the fans' pick.
Okay, all right.
But guess what? They're probably not all listening right now because they're doing a job, but it's like a media thing. You'll see it on Twitter where Jared lists it all. As I have the 4th pick today, I'm just going to keep picking the 4 guys that have already been taken and seeing when Jared goes insane.
And didn't it? Yeah.
Don't you think that's a good idea?
I love trying to make Jared mad because he seems so even keel, right? But he's fiery.
Yeah. Seager's off the board from the fans. Emily Jones just picked Adolis Garcia, so my first 2 picks will be Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia. When they ask me, I'm up.
And Jared's going to be here in like an hour.
Yeah.
So
you think he'll notice by then? He's probably listening.
Yes.
Who do you think hates you more, him or Derek Holland?
Well, I know they both love me.
Yeah.
Sure, but they both might hate you too.
It just matters in the moment. Like when I was really ragging on Derek's golf game when he finished second to last and he only beat Larry the Cable Guy. And I was like, what happened to you? And then he's like, oh, I got it all figured out now. I got it fixed. And I was like, well, I don't know. Like, you have a whole year, I guess, until we'll see if that's true or not.
I did on Instagram.
Will they invite him back?
On Instagram, I told him, I said, hey, please win it all next year. He said, I'll do my best.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Globe Life Field. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Now that we're past the NFL draft, what games are you most looking forward to in 2024? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Oh, I'm having so much.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
We're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Live Field in Arlington. Going to lead you into Rangers pregame. Starts at 1 o'clock. Also right here on The Fan. And now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Here we go! Oh, this is my guy Alec back there. All right, I have a football question for you. Cowboys never make the playoffs ever again, but the Stars and the Mavs both win the championship this year. So you have the World Series trophy, the Stanley Cup, and the NBA Finals trophy in your town at the same time. They can all win as many championships as they want, but the Cowboys never make the playoffs again. I'm putting it back on you since you've been giving me all this bad Ranger mojo.
I think I might take it.
Yes!
Because I don't think the Cowboys are going to win anyway. So whether or not they make
Corey,
the playoffs doesn't matter.
Before you answer, Corey, remember Jerry already made a deal with a person that is.
We don't know that.
Has stood up since he made the deal that he said he made, that he would never ask for another Super Bowl again if he could just get one without Jimmy. And he got it very quickly, and they haven't even come close to coming back. So just remember, they're probably never even going to make the Super Bowl.
Mike.
Come on. You have all 3 championships all
at
the
my
same
lifetime.
time.
Yeah, and I was right. That was my childhood prime right there too.
It's a good football question.
But they're never playing the play. They're
never even make the playoffs.
See,
they
but
kind of Chicago bear you, even though they've had a better history somewhat.
That's as
because
close
they made
as
the
I feel
Super
like
Bowl
I'm
with
getting.
Rex Grossman.
That's as close as I feel like I'm getting to the Super Bowl for a while. So I need the playoffs. Like that is my Super Bowl
What's
right
the
now.
point? They're just going to play their worst football ever.
Can't I just look at the playoff game as like that was the Super Bowl?
All right. What game are you looking forward to this year? Kevin.
Good question.
So 50-50. I don't know what I'd take.
There are a lot of people that agree and disagree, so it's a weird. The Cowboys, Kevin, are enigmatic. It's like just throw a pebble into the ocean. You know, that's what it is. You're gonna sometimes the pebble's gonna float, sometimes it won't.
People are really passionate about this. Screw the Cowboys. I'm all in for 3 championships at 1. Right before that, that's a stupid question. We need the Super Bowl. Man, people are no. Cowboys are king, and so is football. From the 214, yes, 1,000%. From the 214, I'd take it. And then, I kind of wish I would have said it just like that. But you
mark that for us.
You get the idea. So
obviously for Reggie.
NFL.com put out a list of the top games to watch this year, and #1 on the list. I don't know if this is what I would say is
Cowboys,
#1.
Packers.
I think the Cowboys are pretty high on this list. #1 is Baltimore and Pittsburgh.
What?
I don't get that either because #2 is Kansas City and San Francisco. And I'm way more interested in that game than the #1
Baltimore and Pittsburgh is intriguing. What date is that? I'm sorry. Can you scroll back all the way to it,
That
Kevin?
just sounds like a 9-6.
I mean, they played twice.
You're right. But I need to know the date of that game specifically, and here's why. When will Russell Wilson be quarterback? You think most of the season, and then Justin Fields is the backup?
Probably.
And then when they say, okay, we're done with Russell Wilson, they go ahead and let Fields play. I'm intrigued by a Pittsburgh Steelers team playing against the Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, especially if Justin Fields is at the helm. A lot of people may have given up on Justin Fields already. I'm interested to see what he does with the Steelers organization.
What does Bears-Packers do for you? Because since '92, the Bears are 15-50 against the Packers, and you'd have Caleb against
How many of those
Jordan
games
Love.
were Aaron Rodgers owning the Bears?
Oh my God, so many of them.
I'm in on this. Jordan Love is. I'm trying to decide if he's terrifying or if he just had a good run there at the end of the season last year, because you started to see some really good qualities from him. That's everybody's trying to figure out who they're going to take it in fantasy football right now at quarterback too. Because if you don't get Mahomes, do you get the right guy? Jordan Love could be one of those sneaky picks.
I can see that.
I'm very interested in that, and I'm also interested to see if Caleb Williams surpasses everything we think a rookie should do. And especially against the Green Bay Packers and that.
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you think that's possible for him this year, seeing as what you just saw from C.J. Stroud?
Well, and the weapons they just gave him. Like these are, it's not like those receivers are just run-of-the-mill receivers. They're fantastic receivers. Even the rookie they just threw into the mix. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on the number 1 overall pick, too, to be that successful. And that's a team that was kind of right in that place of, are they garbage? Or do they just need one more thing? And if, it's going to be crazy if Justin Fields is successful in Pittsburgh and the Bears are successful, then what was the problem all along?
Win-win.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly what the answer is going to be there.
Number 7 on the list is Washington against Dallas. Are you going to be more interested in that game knowing you get double looks at most likely Jaden Daniels? That definitely interests me more instead of you're just running out whatever spare quarterback.
I just hope
Let's see what this kid has.
Daniels.
Yeah,
like,
that's a fair point. That's a very fair point.
That quarterback with Dan Quinn over there. But he's going to have safeties lined up at defensive tackle, so I think they're going to be okay ultimately.
I'm interested in Jaden Daniels' career. I mean,
have you invested any money in his cards yet?
There's not really cards to invest in.
The college cards.
But I don't think I am. Washington's history is they'll screw it up. Now they have new ownership and everything like that. It just look if it's an average team, if Washington's an average team, I know the Cowboys will probably put up 40 points.
Yeah, I think
so.
That's probably fair.
It's just the good teams that we put up about 17 and lose, and then we talk about, gosh, I can't believe we lost.
And then Will McClay gets upset with us. The Atlanta Falcons against the Minnesota Vikings. Now, I realize
I'm not interested at all.
You're not interested in Atlanta taking all the quarterbacks in Minnesota, including Kirk Cousins, and Minnesota saying, the hell with it, we're taking J.J. McCarthy. I kind of want to see it.
My biggest interest there is
I
to
don't
see
want to watch Mac Jones play football again.
My biggest interest there is to see what happens with Justin Jefferson. Because Justin Jefferson, again, this goes to fantasy. Justin Jefferson has been a number 1 pick in fantasy football. And he's one of those guys that people are like, yeah, I can just trust Justin Jefferson. Even if you're doing daily, you're like, yeah, I'll grab that receiver right there. And so is he the same with J.J. McCarthy? Do they run anything close to that? So that's where
Who
my
will have a
interest
better
lies.
career, Kirk Cousins or J.J. McCarthy?
Kirk Cousins.
Corey?
think so.
We define better career as playoff success.
Okay.
I'm gonna give J.J. McCarthy that because I don't know what his playoff success is gonna be yet.
Now, Mike, they did in fact switch the number of Ezekiel Elliott.
Heck yeah.
He has potentially
15
predicted
carries a game, or is it 15 touchdowns?
It's 15 carries. He is going to wear number 15, and he wore that last year with the Patriots, and Trey Lance has switched to number 19 to accommodate that jersey move. So as you've kind of hinted at, that's in fact the way it played out. Now, I do have a super positive Cowboys story for
Broadus
you.
did bring this up. Isn't that a waste of money to get number 15? Like,
Yes.
he's going to be a Cowboy for 1 year,
Yes.
most likely, and then retire.
I agree.
Like, so you're going to want the jersey that he was the worst at? Like, if you have a 21, I get it. There were some years that Zeke was really good, but he's not going to be good in 15, and most likely he's going to have to retire after this year.
I agree with you there. Another positive story for the Cowboys, or this is a positive one. Brian Anger, their punter, won the 11th annual Reliant Home Run Derby. The Cowboys raised $105,000 for the Salvation Army, and then another $40,000 for other charities. So Cowboys putting in some really nice work right there.
And then I know we need to go to break, but Bobby Belt said this, and I don't think he's right about this. He bought a Calvin Ridley jersey one time thinking that money goes to Calvin Ridley. I do know in baseball we sign an MLBPA contract. And then at the beginning of the next year in spring training, you get a check. And if you were there for all year, all 6 months, you get a full share. You don't get money based off of your jersey sales. Like, let's just say Corey Seager sells more jerseys. You're signing away your name, image, and likeness, your NIL, to Major League Baseball so they can put you on video games, and they can put you on jerseys, and they can put you in commercials. Now, when you have an El Bombi jersey that has no Texas Ranger logo on it, El Bombi's getting a percentage of that sale. He's not getting a percentage of his jersey sale.
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Oh, that is
in your face, Kevin.
Because you don't want guys.
Well, I was just thinking about Marvin Harrison Jr. I guess has been hesitant to sign
because he's going to roll out his own line
deal.
of jerseys.
Yeah.
And so we were talking about that in terms of cards, in terms of a lot of different
Topps.
things.
The reason Topps can make cards of all the MLB players is all the MLB players have signed that deal.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm just like, unless it's different in the NFL, but that would be, to me, really unfair. But players seem to don't care about players in the NFL.
Or fairness.
That would be really unfair, to the offensive linemen. God bless you, Tyler Guyton. I hope you have a great career. There are not going to be many people buying number 60 jerseys.
That's probably fair.
So it's kind of this way of, like, we get it. Dak, you're going to make $60 million a year before you even have endorsements, but this all goes into a pile, and we share it with all the NFL players for the video games. It's not like the Cowboys get more money because people choose the Cowboys in Madden more than they choose the Falcons.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, I know you have too, Corey. I'm getting a kick out of all the people walking by during the broadcast and either videoing or yelling Tolo or whatever the case might be.
Want to talk.
That is super cool. Coming up next, since they won a big playoff game last night in emphatic fashion, what say we go back to the Mavs? Let's do it next live from Globe Life Field on 105 through the Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to be Masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Only telling truths right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Globe Life Field. And let's go back to the Mavs. There's a variety of things to talk about from last night. But if we can, I would really love to focus in on the defense across the board. Interior, and look, I get it. The Mavericks defense probably wasn't as bad as it seemed when the Clippers were just raining threes in game 1 and 4, but thought the defense looked phenomenal last evening.
I want to go back to that in just a second, Kevin.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out, Mike, how unserious the Nationals are. Their players are out there running routes and throwing Nerf footballs to each other. There's a baseball field, Kevin. They're trying to play football on a baseball field.
That's a good point.
Back to the conversation about the defense, though. Defense wins championships, as I've always said.
I think everybody is surprised. I couldn't sleep after those big wins. I don't know, it felt good. I also felt sad for Bishop Lynch. They got hammered in the 7th inning. It was 2-2, and then they gave up a lot of runs and lost. So
sorry, buddy.
Unfortunately, their season's over.
Yeah, Brian Adams starts today.
They got a bad draw. So Brian Adams lasted longer than Bishop Lynch.
Against Woodrow Wilson starts today.
Congratulations, St. Thomas. Nobody from there's listening. They're in Houston. But,
the Odyssey app goes everywhere, Mike.
I think Danny Green, I know he was on, and Sam Mitchell were on NBA TV last night, and they were really talking about the defense of the Mavs. Yes, offensively, and Danny Green brought up, hey, you have to be disappointed if you're the Clippers in your offensive execution, but you also have to give the Mavs credit. It's both in last night's game. But I think the Mavs, we've been watching it. Nobody's watching. The national people are not watching regular season Mavs basketball games the last 20-plus games of the year. And we've noticed this energy and effort on the defensive end. But then when a team makes 18 of 29, you go, well, then the defense stinks. And you're like, dude, they're making some really good shots. And at times, yes, the defensive effort, I think because Luka gets so down when his offense isn't going well, there's a whole nother side you can't affect. And last night, because his offense was going well, he was super engaged defensively. The team was making a lot of shots. And so that offense, because the offense was good, the defense was completely and totally engaged the whole game.
And the point he's making about the tough threes when those fall, and you're talking about how insane those numbers are, you're like, they're making them at this clip. When you give them early threes in a game, their confidence goes up. They're feeling where the basket is. It's just the same as Missoula running out there and blocking that shot and saying, nobody's getting this three. If you're not letting them get those threes early in a game, it's not going to go down when you're like, how in the world did he make that later in a game?
I want you to think about this. With 5 minutes left to go in the third quarter, the Clippers had 50 points.
Yeah.
If you were at 50 with 5 minutes left to go in the second quarter, I would be like, yeah, I could probably see that. In the third quarter, so you've played 31 minutes, Mike, and they had only scored 50 points. And that was in the midst of the Mavericks' huge run that put the game away.
It was really fun to watch. When my wife woke up this morning, she said, did the Mavs win? And I said, yes. And she said, oh, it sounded like a boring game because I said they won by 30. I was like, I don't feel like they're boring when we win by 30.
Agreed.
You know, if the Rangers win today 10-0, first of all, it'd be the first time in a long time they scored double-digit runs. But I don't think I would be bored with the Rangers scoring 10 runs today and winning by a lot. But when it's the opposite way, it does feel like a boring game. And if you're not a fan of either of the teams, it is a boring game.
Yeah, and watching the Mavericks fill up the bucket was fun. Maxey hitting threes, other guys doing some things. I thought the moment that the game was over for me, Kevin, was I think it was Kyrie's steal, and then he throws it up court.
Was it the half-court lob?
Yeah.
That was amazing.
The half-court lob to Gafford.
Yeah,
he
was literally at half-court. It was amazing.
I was like, this is over now. Like, that's when I was like, he just, you return the favor to the big man.
That was the first half.
Yeah.
Was it the second half?
That was the second half.
It was the second half.
He makes a big play on one end.
No, it was the first half. That half-court lob, I'm 99% sure that was a halftime highlight.
Okay. That's fine. That's what I knew it was.
I'll honestly bet you right now $20 before you look it up.
Right now. Here we go. I guess we'll
Do you want to bet?
No, I'll back down.
I had more topics.
Okay, keep going, Corey. Keep going. Keep going.
But that was when I felt like the game was over. All right, that's when I was like, "That's it right there." They're doing the things that we're looking up court. It's all the things on the court. You know, we're taking advantage of the full court there. So that was a big factor. But when Mike Breen jumped on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton the other day, he got on and he said, you know, the biggest thing for us is the Mavericks have turned into an incredible defensive team. The rest of the country is taking notice too. He said they're not just serviceable. They're not just there. They are an incredible defensive team. They completely changed their identity from everything they've been. I mean, even in our own Mavericks history, during their run to the championship, they played very good defense. I mean, like very good defense, especially the last 5 minutes of games. But they have turned into a team that can lock you down now, and that's something that they weren't before.
I think in 2011, what happened was those were such known names, and it was an old team.
Yeah.
Jason Kidd, Tyson Chandler,
Sean
Marion. Those were your three main defensive weapons, but those were all known players and had been around for a long time. Sean Marion was out of his prime. Jason Kidd was out of his prime. They'd already hit the peak of their career and were headed downward in their career, but still very valuable pieces. And then Tyson Chandler had been in the league for about 8 or 9 years at that point too. So I think right now people are like, wait, who's Daniel Gafford? Because he wasn't a lottery pick.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been in the league for a long time.
Derek Jones Jr.
Hey, Mike.
I'm right.
I know Forgiveness Friday is tomorrow.
He won't be here tomorrow.
I know. That's what I need to tell him now. There was 1:16 seconds left in the second quarter. You were right.
Yes.
I'm glad
because
I didn't
I
make
remember
that bet.
the Mavericks on the television were going left to right when he made that.
That's
and then
true.
I knew that the second half was right to left.
Yeah, I really thought it was in the third quarter, but good call there.
So, but
did y'all hear anything I said in the last like 2.5 minutes?
Yeah, we were talking about the defense, and I'm giving you the topic of a lot of these guys. P.J. Washington was a lottery pick, but a later lottery pick. Derek Jones Jr. wasn't, who's having a major impact defensively. Daniel Gafford. Derek Lively didn't have a great career at Duke. It was 1 year, and he's making a major impact as a 20-year-old.
He really is.
So these guys aren't future Hall of Famers or borderline Hall of Famers that are making this impact. So I think a lot of people nationally are like, wait, so who's on the Mavs besides Luka and Kyrie, and what are they doing? And when did they get P.J. Washington? Like, if you're kind of more of a casual NBA fan and you pick it up for playoffs.
I was going to throw out, I think the only one I can remember is Tim Legler talking about how for the last 2 months the Mavericks have been on point defensively. But, like, nationally, when you were mentioning, that's like the only person I can think of offhand.
Can I now throw out a new topic for the Mavs and Clippers? Is Kawhi Leonard the most miserable human being watching an NBA basketball game for his team?
I saw Bobby's tweet
if they're winning
about
or losing.
that.
He just sits there and he shows no emotion at all when their guys hit a three-pointer. Like, is his knee hurt? I don't think it's hurt this bad. He literally can't stand up and give his guys fives or clap for them or try to help them out.
He's like Lance Berkman.
Yeah.
He is. He's miserable.
I don't know that he's miserable. I think that's just who he is. I think that he's just like I was telling you, Kevin, the other day, Mike. I don't know that you were in that day. There was the Patrick Beverley who was on a podcast, and they said, hey, when he came to the Clippers, he said, all right, Kawhi, whenever this happens, you're going to need to switch off to this guy. And he said, why? And he said, well, we don't want this guy defending this guy. And he goes, then why is he on the court? And like I just think that's like his focus is. Like, why is that guy on the court if you don't want him?
You're going to have unbelievable depth and talent on your team.
And so I think that's where, he's just, very emotionless anyway. And I just don't think that he's one of those that gets caught up in that part of the game. He's just a very talented athlete.
He is.
And I know he's not playing in this series, and he dominated us in Game 6 and Game 7 when they were in this situation a few years ago.
You think he's done then? He ain't playing
I don't think he's playing this series. The
Corey
way
said you called that after Game 4?
Since I was watching the national broadcast, they pretty much said, in a way, they're just not going to play him anytime soon because the swelling in his knee keeps popping back up, and they just don't want to because they still see a future with Kawhi Leonard as the Clipper leader. They don't want to mess with any of the future of the Clippers, Kawhi, just to maybe get him back in this series and maybe have an impact. And so I was like, man, Kawhi, according to watching TNT last night, they're not even considering Kawhi playing Game 6 and probably not even Game 7. He just looks like he doesn't want to play basketball anymore. Like, it just doesn't look at all enjoyable for him to watch or be part of that team, and it will be interesting going forward. This is where James Harden, I hope I'm not jinxing this is where he plays at his least. In elimination games, we saw last night, it wasn't an elimination game, but he played his worst basketball by far of the series, and this is what he does in his career. It's the weirdest thing is he will play really bad basketball in these situations. Paul George at times has stepped up in these situations, at other times has become invisible in these situations. So the two guys they're relying on is James Harden and Paul George to pull them out of this 3-2 situation, and they, in their history at best, have been inconsistent in these situations.
Kevin, a year ago, not necessarily at this time because they weren't in the playoffs, but a year ago, I guess we would all say Kyrie from that point on has been the best acquisition the Mavs have made.
Sure.
Let's move him out of the phrase. Do you guys have one of the additions that this team has? Because obviously the bigs have helped push Dwight Powell out, which allowed her, not to have to play him as much. But I think Gafford, P.J. Jones.
See, I'm going to say Lively, and here's the reason why. That's a really hard question, and I don't want to be like, oh, they all fit so well together. I'm going to say all of them. I'm going to say Lively because I think the Mavericks have shown in the past they do have an aptitude for doing things at the trade deadline and finding pieces that can work for them. They have not, I get the Luka thing, but they have not shown a great history of aptitude for drafting people and using them straight away.
Right.
And Derek Lively has made an impact right away. So I think I'm going to say Lively, but there's multiple answers here.
Do you have one of these guys that you're looking at that you're like, man, that's my favorite acquisition they've made in the last year?
I think the three that come to mind are obviously Lively, Gafford, and P.J. Washington. They've totally changed your organization from literally a lottery team. You're a lottery team, even though you do have Luka and you do have Kyrie. If you run out there the other role players that you had to, you're looking at best the 10 seed. Or you're the Houston Rockets and you're just out of the playoffs. That's who this team is. So these three guys, I think that they have at times bigger impacts, Lively and Gafford, but there's so many times I'm like, good rebound, Washington.
Yeah.
He's inconsistent offensively, but defensively he's bringing so much to the table. They do respect him. The other team, the Clippers, are respecting him offensively. So I'll just go with another name, but I don't think
it's hard to
argue
against any three of those.
Yeah, no, and that's why
you have to say Gafford.
It feels like I don't, but I want to because we saw him at Nick and Sam's that night, and he was wearing the amazing Gold Crush velvet suit, and he talked about it with us. But P.J. Washington's been the one that when he makes plays, I go, is he my favorite player right now? I mean, I know I love Luka and Kyrie, but is PJ my favorite dude right now?
I said Mavs in 6 before the series started, and I stuck with it even though Game 1 was really ugly. I would like to now say Mavs in 6 against Oklahoma City. So you need to know.
So we're just skipping ahead.
You're skipping.
I just need you guys to know Mavs in 6, and they're going to be in the conference finals versus Denver, who's going to beat Minnesota in 6.
All right. I'm really interested by this because...
And then conference finals against the Avalanche?
That's the semifinals.
He always has a spoiler.
Well, we're going to have a big Denver rivalry.
I mean,
good.
Maybe.
Definitely good.
Coming up next, puck around and find out for the first time in the series, the Stars have the lead. Plus, can we convince Mike to give us his next series prediction for the Stars as well? We'll do it next, live from Globe Life Field on 105.3 The Fan.
Up to a 30% upfront bonus and 12.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
fate, blessed by destiny, and served by bartenders. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Security.
Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Heiskanen, Robertson, right between the dots. That shot blocked. Another try. More down on the power play. Dallas has the lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where the Stars are also victorious. They also now lead their series 3-2. We're live at Globe Life Field. Dallas, why are you guys looking at me
so
like
Mike
that?
just he sat down and just reached over and scratched my back.
Yes, I did not care for
and I wasn't
that.
expecting that. And Kevin, he hit me on a spot that itched. Like it was you don't even know. I didn't even say go up, down, left, right. He just went bam. It got me right there. I was like, dude, that was exactly what I needed. It was one of those spots too I can't reach.
Yeah.
Like in the middle of my back too. So man, I have a back scratcher that I keep by my bedside at night. So if I wake up in the middle of the night, I don't have to ask Adrian to come scratch my back. So Mike, thank you.
We're like in hockey. We're like a line that's been together so long. We know what each other needs without even saying it.
Mm-hmm. And I was just trying to signal to you that he had scratched my back, Kevin. That's what I was trying to
We
let
know
you
that you don't want to be touched.
Yeah.
I do not.
But
because if you want to do that, you would touch yourself.
no, we're talking about hockey.
Hey,
like passing the puck.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The Stars won, and I have to really resist my impulse to tell you this terrible joke my wife told me yesterday that she thinks is hilarious.
She likes one-liners. I know Jess. She's a one-liner.
She does. Do you know what happens to bad rainbows?
They go away.
They go to Prism.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, so
But
you wanted to talk Stars.
But they get a light sentence, so they have time to reflect.
Wow, that's more than one line. That's two lines.
It was three jokes.
That's like
in
three
one.
jokes in one.
It was like that's like the pen that has 4 different colors.
Does Jess Google these?
I don't know, but she could not she barely got through telling that joke before busting out laughing. She was so happy about it.
Well, I was happy about the Stars and Ottinger's right leg.
Yes, Ottinger's right leg. Now, this is the first time the Stars have had the lead in the series. Do you feel like, I mean, I get it. You're ahead 3-2. You feel like you're in control. But not only being up 3-2, but winning 3 straight games, do you feel like the Stars are in total control of this series?
Yeah. You've seen their game.
Okay.
And for 3 straight games, like that's where I feel like it's total control because they've overcome the opportunities for Vegas to strike back in these moments. And last night, for a minute, I really did think you were going to get a really outstanding game for Otter. But then Vegas did what it does, and it gets those
scored too early
6 minutes.
After that, though,
it's those 6-minute moments where you're just like, 6 minutes of the game they were really good, and the Stars were really good the rest of the game. Yet for those 6 minutes they were able to get a goal in, and it seems like the Stars struggled for a long time. Kevin, there was a moment last night that I thought, yes, and this is very similar to the Daniel Gafford moment. It was in the third period. You would expect the Stars to hold the puck and just kind of be like, all right, we're gonna piddle around here and just try and not lose this game. And the Stars were still aggressive late in the third period. That's where I thought to myself, all right, that we're in total control of this game and this series.
I picked Stars in 7 before the series started. Then I said Stars get swept after the first 2 games.
You did. It's been a roller coaster.
So I'm back to Stars in 7. So I don't feel that they're going to go to Vegas and just win 4 in a row. I hope I'm wrong. Believe me, I've been wrong plenty of times.
I feel like we just set that up.
In this series.
Yeah, in this series. So I don't need to be right in Stars in 7. I would like to be wrong and just Stars go to Vegas tomorrow night and win in 6. But I could see this one going back. I think Vegas is going to fight and battle and claw and not lose 4 in a row, but the Stars will end up being victorious. And then the Stars are going to win in 7 against Colorado.
Oh.
I'm giving it to you early.
And Kevin, I wanted to go back to what I said real quick.
You made some great points I want to elaborate on.
You're a big Duke fan.
Yes.
Jimmy V, though, is a very historic name.
Of course.
And you go back to his documentary and that very classic championship win, him coming out of halftime and he's yelling about how
survive in advance.
They think they think that we're going to hold the ball. We're not holding the ball.
Yeah.
We're not just going to dribble the clock out. We're not just going to stand around and do nothing. We're going to go shove it down their throats. And I thought that's what the Stars, even though they didn't add that other one, they didn't add a 4th goal they were trying. They didn't add that last night. I love the aggressive nature they had in their zone. They weren't letting anything up. That's what makes me see the confidence that they're playing in with right now. And like I said, it had to start from early in the series. They had to grow into this series, but they have. They finally arrived in this series, and I love it.
Do you guys feel like they win Game 6?
I think I do, and there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, they kind of revolve around Ottinger, and then something that we might need to talk about going into Game 6, or perhaps if you advance to Colorado, where the heck is Rope Hintz? Because
he'll show up.
That's something.
Saving it for the second round.
He'll show up at some point.
Well, I do want to dive in a little bit more into that, but here's something that I was breaking down prior to this game to figure it out. By the way, the Stars have only given up 1 goal in the 3rd period or overtime.
Okay.
So when you talk about, in 5 games, 1 goal.
Yeah.
And so that's obviously impressive. But on the road, the playoff stats for Ottinger, this was before Game 5, and this is why I was a little worried. 1.79 goals against average with a .941 save percentage on the road.
Okay.
But at home, 3.11 goals against average and .850 save percentage. However, yesterday he clearly flipped that on its head, both in terms of goals against, in terms of save percentage and everything like that. He's been better on the road all year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think he's rolling right now. I think they are going to win Game 6.
Mike, I have a question. This is very different than the topic.
Does Aiden Hill, is he the goalie again in Game 6?
I don't know if they will decide today, but I would assume.
Is it a concussion situation with Thompson?
I don't think so.
I think they just decided, you know what, we've lost 2. Let's try and get 1 back here with this goalie. And as Kevin pointed out yesterday, and I think maybe even Brian did as well, Brian Ray, that's a team right there that's very comfortable going back and forth with their netminders.
They are.
But I was just kind of curious, and I ask this question a lot, Kevin, how do you fan? When you're watching Mavs games, I feel like it's probably later in games or certain points in games where you're like really loud. When the Stars score, everybody in the house hears it. Everybody in the house hears Dad screaming and it's usually just this really loud, yeah!
Hockey's so tough. I only know it's in when the Stars celebrate. Does that make sense?
When the sticks go up in the air.
I can't tell, off the rebound.
The rebounds can be tough.
And you're like, the Stars are like, yeah. And I'm like, it must be in. They stopped playing.
Yeah. Is that? Are you loud whenever?
Yes.
Okay. Is Noah loud? Who's louder? You or Noah at that point?
Probably Noah, because we're working on cutting down on screen time too, and he is pissed about that. But. All right, I know you said he's saving it for the next series, and I hope you're right. Rope just might be a bad matchup with Las Vegas, because we talked about that with Pavelski.
Yeah.
Rope, in the last 2 minutes, we're going to go back to Game 4 for just a second. He blocked a shot and then hit the empty net goal. So he had a huge impact on the last 2 minutes of Game 4. That was Rope's first goal in this playoffs. First points in this playoffs, had neither yesterday.
Okay.
And it was his first goal in 9 playoff games against Las Vegas. Now we're up to 10. I believe he's had 10 playoff games against Las Vegas, and he scored 1 time.
Yeah, I think that's a mismatch for him. When his speed gets going, a lot of teams don't. You know what? There it is. That's what I think it is, Kevin. When his speed is going, a lot of people will let the Stars get into their zone. Vegas does a really good job of standing at the blue line and not letting people into the zone. and being aggressive even further beyond. So I think that's where they hit. And Brian Ray brought this up with Pavelski. Why are these deflections not going in? He was like, you got to get the shot there first. And these guys are blocking it before it ever even gets to him. So I think with Rope, I think they're doing a very good job of keeping him from doing what he's best at.
And then we heard this name plenty yesterday.
But not every team can do that to him.
I agree. And I don't know if Colorado is the team that's going to be able to do that. Is Jonathan Marchessault with Vegas yesterday. He had talked about this. He goes, in the playoffs, it's not, and I love this expression, tic-tac-toe passing, where you're like, oh, that looks fancy as hell. Mm-hmm. He said it's about getting into the dirty areas. And so I think you've seen the Stars, especially in the last 2 games, do a much better job of who cares what the goal looks like. Did it go in or not? And they've done a really good job of rebounding and kind of wedging their way inside.
I will say, though, I didn't like seeing those 2 wraparounds against Otter. One of them goes in, obviously.
Did his
the other
skate
one
get caught in the net when he wanted to bring his left leg maybe up a little bit? That one that was the wraparound that got kind of through his left leg, underneath his left leg. It almost looked like, I don't think it did.
I thought he slipped.
His head being out of position.
His foot couldn't get out far enough to keep that away from getting in.
His head being out of position, for one, not knowing. So then all of a sudden he's making an emergency move to turn to there. And then he's trying to slam his stick down as the stopper there, Kevin. And his foot had already slipped back. So that's what I thought really got him there.
Now, Mike, you predicted the Stars advance, and then they beat Colorado in 7.
Yeah.
What are we thinking for Western Conference final matchup?
Well, I know McDavid's the best player in the game.
Yeah.
I will go with Edmonton.
I mean, they just closed out that series last night against the Kings 4-1, yeah.
And then the Rangers.
Okay.
Let's go Rangers.
No, in this, normally, yes. In this specific hockey-based instance,
they made it snow out there earlier, Kevin. They were doing weather day. They were making it snow and ice.
That is impressive.
That's what the government does.
But if you make the Stanley Cup final, you definitely do not want to say go Rangers.
Okay, fine.
Fair.
Oh, this is tough, man.
They?
I can't
they have
walk
to
around.
do that. They have to do that in New York, right? They have to go, let's go Rangers.
Yeah, they do that.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
absolutely.
But they're talking about our Rangers.
How crazy is that going to be when we boo that if it's the Stanley Cup Finals? And there will be Ranger fans in the building, and then they start doing the chant, let's go Rangers, and then we're supposed to boo that. But for our whole lives, we've cheered that, and we've joined in that.
Yeah, it's always felt good to scream that. To scream, let's go Rangers.
I mean, we have the same colors. The Texas Rangers and New York Rangers are exactly the same colors, exactly the same letters.
He's going to throw my
It is
my
on
brain
ice, though, so it doesn't feel like it should be that difficult.
But if I close
figure
my
out.
eyes, I can't tell the difference. So
Can you not?
on TV, no. I can't tell.
So
if I'm
you
listening,
hear all this random swooshing noises in the middle of a baseball game?
Actually, you're probably right. If I close my eyes and just listen to the fans chant "Let's go Rangers," it probably sounds more like "Let's go Rangers." Or something
But you're
like
making me
that.
predict things I'm not ready to predict. I'm only ready to predict, like the weatherman, I'm only ready to predict next week.
Okay.
Not the whole month.
Yeah, how often do weathermen? They're like, "Hey guys, I got the whole year laid out for
Or
you.
women.
Don't worry, I've studied the almanac."
I always think of that when people rip on weather people, and I wonder if they go to the news people and be like, oh, yeah, hey, good job talking about the thing that already happened. I could do that. I could show up on the
Anybody
news and be
can
like,
do that.
hey, it was sunny today.
Yeah, but
they thought it might rain, but it didn't.
You'd think they'd never get it wrong, too.
Oh, topical. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at Globe Life Field, getting ready for Rangers. We'll lead you up to Rangers Nationals. Pregame will start at 1 o'clock right here on the Fan. And coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so we will talk with Jared Sandler right here on 105 through the Fan.
You are officially a masterpiece.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
story now at sotaweightloss.com. I'm talking 8,700 Google reviews that tell it all. SOTAweightloss.com. Safe, effective, and lasting weight loss. That's Soda. State of the art.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
1-2. Swinging a line drive, left field, base hit. Carter quickly approaches it. Vargas hits third. He's being waved home. The relay throw is just a little bit late on a hop to Jonah Heim. And Vargas dives in safely ahead of the tag. So an RBI single for Alex Call. And the Nationals are on the board first. They lead 1-0 here in the top of the second.
And that would be the only run of the game as the Rangers lost to the Nationals yesterday 1-0.
Thanks a lot, Jared.
Right now.
Why couldn't you guys play a call in which I called a Rangers run from yesterday?
Yeah.
Why didn't you call the bases loaded situation?
Which one?
Actually, I did have. I had the second inning bases loaded situation.
What happened?
They didn't
We didn't score.
Yeah, didn't work out for them.
All right,
So don't let Jared call bases loaded situations.
Y'all were just kind of talking about this off air.
What's your record this year? Do you know? Do you keep track of that? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Kevin.
No, you're
that's
good.
a good question. There was a year I had lost 9 straight, but that was in 2021. No, I think I'm over 500 for the year.
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Just like Boach.
Just like the Rangers.
Just
Yeah.
like the Rangers. Yeah.
We're live at Globe Life Field with Jared Sandler, and I know y'all were talking about this off air, and Mike brought up in Baseball Nuggets. What is the countdown before we go from the offense will get it together to, oh no, is this what this offense is?
Yeah, so it's a good question because we're now past the month. I told Mike 2 weeks and then hold me to that.
Okay.
Now, I think there's a level in between this is what the offense is and, hey, right now it's not working. We need to make some adjustments or maybe change things up, be creative with what we're doing to try and score runs, right?
I did like your response on Twitter to someone that said this was a historically bad offense. And I was like,
It's a
come on.
historically bad offense that ranks in the top half in the majors in all relevant categories.
That's wild.
They are struggling, right?
Yes,
I mean,
for sure.
Last night's a perfect example of that. And they did have a good night, the opener of the series, but, you know, getting on a run. I mean, this team's only won 3 straight games once this year, in part because the offense just hasn't been able to get going. So, you know, it still goes back to this. I know it's boring, but it still goes back to you got Corey Seager, Wyatt Langford, and Evan Carter, 3 guys who we expected more production from who just haven't brought that level of production. Was it fair to expect that from Langford and Carter? You know, I don't know. Maybe not. But with Corey Seager, I feel pretty good about the fact he's going to be a really good hitter this year. He has scuffled so far.
On the Langford front, especially since you get to chat with the team all of the time, have you heard him complain or say anything about all the outside the zone strikes called against him? Because I can't help but wonder, like, if that alters your approach at all.
I'd be lying to you if I told you I didn't think it was frustrating to him.
Yeah.
But no, I spoke to actually Corey about this, you know, with Wyatt. Spoken to Wyatt, spoken to Boach, and one of the things that they've all talked about is, like, he's got, like, we always like to talk about a player's skill set. He's, you know, 80 grade this or elite level that, but, like, they've talked about how his mindset, his disposition, the mental side of things, like, he's, like, top notch. And that's one of the reasons why they were confident in putting him on the opening day roster. They didn't know that he was going to, you know, get off to a little bit of a slow start on the power side, but they knew that, hey, he's a rookie. He's going to have some peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
And they felt like he was equipped to deal with that mentally. And so I think he's taken it in stride. It's definitely frustrating for him because he is trying to get into a rhythm, but I don't think it's gotten in his head in a negative way.
This is why I should never be a hitting coach, and this is bad advice. So if any of the Rangers are listening to this, don't listen to me. I'd say, hey, Wyatt and Evan, I know you're young and you're trying to control the strike zone. Swing more. I feel like they take a lot of good pitches to hit, and I get that it gets them deeper in counts. They get to see the pitchers more, but there's so many times where I'm like, dude, that was 94 down the middle. I get it was the first pitch and there's 2 more, but there's too many times for me that Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford take hittable pitches.
It's funny. Yesterday in the 8th inning, Leody Taveras draws a 4-pitch walk to begin the inning, and then Marcus Semien swings to the first pitch, and I saw someone say, well, the guy just walked, you know, Leody on 4 pitch. Why are you swinging to the first pitch? Well, look at where the pitch was. It was right down the middle.
Yeah.
You know, that would be bad for him to not swing at that pitch, right? Wyatt Langford has taken, I haven't checked in the last 3 or 4 days, so it could have, the numbers could have changed a little bit, but 3 or 4 days ago, whenever I checked, he had taken the second highest percentage of fastballs in the zone for strikes. And that does not count the pitches called strikes that are out of the zone. That counts pitches that were in the zone. Now, are they on the edge? Are they middle? You know, it's not differentiating. But I think to your point, yeah, I think that, you know, if you were to assess the first month for Wyatt, you would say maybe he should be or could be more aggressive. With Evan, you know, I think there's got to be a line righty-lefty because he is taking some hittable pitches from the left side or against left-handed pitching. I think that's a product of him just trying to become more comfortable with recognition and how they're trying to attack him. We know that he is a very patient hitter, and when you have a patient hitter, you got to take, you know, the bad with the good, I guess, in that respect. But I think there's no doubt with Wyatt Langford, Mike, that the numbers suggest that maybe there have been some more hittable pitches that he hasn't swung at.
And speaking of Langford, and I want to throw Seager in there too, because you listed those two guys as most likely kind of Rangers offensive breakouts for May. I know he would never use this as an excuse, but what led you to those two, and how likely is it that Seager is still banged up?
So I think that he's healthy in that, like, I don't think that there are physical limitations that would warrant an IL stint.
Okay.
I think, and I say that because if you're, for a guy like Corey who's so important, if there were, you would just knock it out right now.
Yes.
Right? Like it would be like a 10-day and back thing, and you knock it out now. And the fact that they haven't gone that route, especially as he's scuffled, tells me that I think that that's not an issue. What I do think, though, is there's the domino effect of him not being physically capable to, you know, be in there throughout spring training. And so there are, if I can put it in a different category, he is not physically in the shape that he would like to be at this point, even if he's not injured, right?
Yeah,
Does that
I
make
gotcha.
sense?
Yes, it does.
And I think that a domino effect has kind of taken place here where it's just led to him feeling behind. The timing's off. You know, the whether it's fastball production or breaking ball production, it's clear to me that the timing is off, and I think the physical domino effect of the surgery kind of has led us to this point.
A little bit off topic, but you were on radio yesterday. I was watching the game on television, and I didn't realize this, but the doubleheader in Oakland, there's a strong possibility that Jack Leiter gets his second start for the Texas Rangers that day.
Yeah, and he's pitching today. He's pitching what? Is it Salt Lake or Albuquerque? He's pitching in a high elevation place, so numbers maybe be a little skewed. But yeah, he's on track with the start today to be available Wednesday. You can call up for doubleheaders, right? You can call up an extra player, 27th player. And so I think the Rangers would probably really strongly consider Jack Leiter so that they don't have to throw off their starters. They can honor the off day that they'll have on Thursday in Colorado, and they can kind of keep every one of their starters in line on a normal 5-day schedule with the off day, then giving an extra day.
We talked a little bit about this earlier, Jared, after the game last night. Evan Grant almost gave Andrew Heaney an out to call out his team for not scoring a run. And Andrew Heaney talked about himself and the way he was pitching. He just avoided the question altogether and talked about how, you know, what he's been working on. And I liked hearing him not throw anybody under the bus. You could be grumpy, you know, if you want. And I was wondering what the general mood of this clubhouse has been, if it's been different than what you saw last year, or if it's kind of like you saw moments of where they are right now, or what it is overall.
Yeah, I think so.
Because be a teammate was something that I heard ringing as Andrew Heaney was talking last night.
No, and I think he demonstrates that in a lot of ways. I mean, I thought talking to him last year, especially during the second half, was really kind of eye-opening as his role shifted. And you know, a lot of guys say, "Hey, I just want to help the team win," because there's no benefit in not saying that.
Right.
Not all of them are 2 feet in on that, and not in a bad way, but guys, you know, they look out for number one. And Andrew obviously cares a ton about his career and his production, but I think he truly believes hey, I'm a part of a team right now. I need to. And Andrew is maybe not as vocal as John Gray about it, but Andrew's very tough on himself. So when he's not pitching well, he's not sitting there pointing fingers elsewhere. He's like, I got to be better, right? And he was great last night. I think the mood, Corey, it's very similar to last year in that they're so even. And there were points last year I noticed in mid-August, early September where there was frustration. But it wasn't frustration. It wasn't like unhealthy frustration. They never broke, right? And how the season ended up, I think, demonstrated that I'm not just throwing like random stuff out there. Like they got angry, but like a healthy type of anger. I don't think they're there yet. I think they're just, hey, like we're scuffling, whatever. I think if it was the bullpen, some of the position players would be like, oh, no, here we go again. But because it's the position players and what they did last year, I think a lot of people are like, they're going to be fine. It's just, we got to kind of keep them above water while we can until they start to, be a carrier for us, because at some point they're going to be the ones carrying this team.
This is probably a tough question to ask right after they scored 0 runs. But how impactful do you think Nathaniel Lowe's been since he popped back into the lineup?
Yeah, he's gone on base, all 10 games. And I think one of the things that he helps with is he's patient. I know Mike was talking about patience with Evan Carter and White Langford, but if you think of the first 2 hitters for the Rangers, Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, those guys are very aggressive. And I think that sometimes a lineup, there is a way with 9 guys to order them properly so that it helps you maximize everyone's abilities. And I think having a patient hitter after Marcus and Corey helps. Nathaniel Lowe is a very patient hitter. I think that helps kind of balance things out. And I think obviously as Corey Seager goes, that will help things tremendously. But yeah, I think it's been good to have him back. Jared Walsh was a nice story, but at the end of the day, when you look at his production, it just wasn't there. Nathaniel Lowe's production through 10 games has been really good for this team.
Yes or no, Mavs in 6, Stars in 6?
Stars in 6, yes. I do think Mavs in 6, but my goodness, they just keep they zig when we think they're going to zag. I mean, it's kind of bizarre.
I love it. Thank you very much for all the insight and for always jumping on with us out here.
Of course, fellas.
There you go, Jared Sandler, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Corey,
what?
Say goodbye to Mike in a nice manner.
Mike,
hey,
I hope that your plane makes it safely.
We got to go.
You do phenomenal work.
There you go. Corey saying bye to Mike. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Stick around for Rangers baseball next. We will be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The last 2-minute report for Tuesday's Sixers-Knicks game says the officials missed a traveling call on Tyrese Maxey. The 4-point play that began his solo rally to force overtime should never have happened. I appreciate the transparency from the league, but how come that transparency hasn't led to better officiating? If my boss was publicly confirming my big mistakes, I'd be better. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Looking to step up your Mother's Day flowers? The Home Depot has an idea. Let Mom's Green Thumb do some digging with colorful flowers, pots, and premium soils to bring out the most in her patios, walkways, and gardens. Right now, get Vigoro potting soil just $8.97 for strong, healthy, vibrant plants, indoors and outside. Shop our wide selection online and pick up your order in-store and give Mom the gift of a beautiful garden. Get Vigoro potting soil just $8.97 at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel, not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When people have a craving to